Chapter 504. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. That won't do. Gu Chongqing refused without thinking. He had experienced how terrible the plague was. After almost every disaster or war, there would be an outbreak of the plague. It was just a matter of priority. Some epidemics could be stopped in time if they were discovered in time and controlled well, but death and injury were inevitable. He wouldn't allow her to take the risk. "I'm a doctor. I'll be fine," Gu Jiao said as she took out a small medicine box from the small basket. She put on gloves and goggles and a surgical gown. Gu Chongqing watched her take out so many strange things from a small medicine box. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth. Gu Jiao fastened the last two straps on the surgical gown and said to Gu Chongqing, "With these, I won't be afraid of infection." It was reasonable to say that protective clothing was the most effective, but there was no protective clothing in the small medicine box. There were only surgical gowns, and only one of them was her size. No one could change Gu Jiao's decision. Even if Gu Chongqing doubted that he should kill people, Gu Jiao would still go, unless he sealed her acupoints. But if the soldiers of the previous dynasty came back, she would be in danger if she stayed here alone with her acupoints sealed. After thinking about it again and again, Gu Chongqing could only agree to let her go. Gu Jiao didn't bring the red-tasseled spear. She took out the dagger at her waist. Gu Chongqing gave her his dagger. "Use this." This dagger was sharper than Gu Jiao's dagger. "Okay." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. "Open the door," Gu Chongqing said. "Okay." Gu Jiao also agreed. See, she was obedient most of the time. Gu Jiao brought the dagger to the Death Warrior's room and knocked on the door. The footsteps came from the direction of the wooden bridge. The men of sacrifice thought it was a soldier from the previous dynasty. He opened the door. The moment the door opened, the man of sacrifice sensed that something was wrong. He slammed the door shut, but it was too late. Gu Jiao blocked the door with one foot and stabbed the man of sacrifice in the waist with the dagger in her hand. Closing the door was a conditioned reflex, but he immediately regretted it. Why did he close the door? He should have just killed. However, the opportunity was fleeting. If he attacked Gu Jiao directly, Gu Jiao might not succeed. Gu Jiao's strike was fast, ruthless, and accurate, leaving no room for the men of sacrifice to breathe. She pulled the knife out and blood splattered all over her body. The Death Warrior fell straight to the ground. He didn't understand how he died even when he was dying. Gu Chongqing saw the man of sacrifice's blood splattered all over Gu Jiao's body. He stood up from the bushes and strode over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand to stop him. "I'm fine, don't come over." These were all infected bloodstains. Gu Chongqing stopped on the bridge and looked at her worriedly. Gu Jiao dragged the man of sacrifice into the small wooden house. There was firewood inside. Gu Jiao originally wanted to burn the body with the house, but after hesitating, she changed her mind. She looked around the house but couldn't find a shovel, so she went to knock on the door next door. Unexpectedly, the person inside didn't dare to open the door. Then she went to a few other small wooden houses, but no one opened the door for her. Is it because I didn't speak? They don't know who I am? Or do they think I am someone? Gu Jiao was hesitating whether she should speak or not, when the door of the easternmost wooden house opened. The young man who had tried to escape but was brutally injured by the man of sacrifice limped out. The young man curiously looked at Gu Jiao, who was dressed strangely, and then looked at the man of sacrifice's body lying in a pool of blood in front of the house. He recognized that it was the man of sacrifice's body. He was stunned. Gu Jiao simply walked over to him and asked, "Do you have a shovel?" The young man was stunned again. "A girl. This is a girl. Do you have a shovel?" Gu Jiao asked again. Yes, you girl." The young man didn't know how to call her, so he stammered, "Do you want a shovel?" Gu Jiao, "Yes." The young man turned around to get the shovel, but perhaps because he was too nervous and flustered, he bumped into the door, making him dizzy and seeing stars. After he entered the house, Gu Jiao heard a conversation that was deliberately lowered. "Who's here?" "I don't know, but it shouldn't be Prince Yi's people." Prince Yi, the leader of the remnants of the previous dynasty, was said to be the prince consort's uncle. "You're crazy. They won't let us talk to the people outside, and they won't let us open the door for them, or else they'll kill us." What's the difference between us staying here and waiting for death? What's more, she killed that man, so she must be here to help us. How do you know? I don't care, I'm going to escape anyway. After saying this, the young man came out with the shovel. He handed the shovel to Gu Jiao. Here. Gu Jiao was about to reach out to take it, but he thought of something and immediately took the shovel back. He took a step back and said to Gu Jiao, "We're infected with the plague, so be careful not to be infected." "I know." Gu Jiao stepped forward and took the shovel from his hand. "Thanks." "Hey." The young man still wanted to say something, but Gu Jiao had already turned and left. Gu Jiao dug a hole behind the village and halfway through the young man came over. "Do you want to dig a hole? Let me help you." "No need," Gu Jiao said. Although he was rejected, the young man still took another shovel and slid into the hole. Gu Jiao glanced at him but didn't say anything. The speed of two people was much faster than one person. In a moment a large hole was dug. Gu Jiao jumped up and pulled him up as well. The young man was hesitant at first, but seeing that she was wearing gloves, it didn't seem like they were touching skin to skin, so he handed his hand to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao dragged the dead man's body over and threw it into the hole. She threw it into the hole with the firewood and burned it. The young man swallowed his saliva and asked with fear and curiosity, "Did you really kill him?" He said this to his roommate just now to calm him down, but he was still a little in disbelief. "She was a master." "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. The young man asked doubtfully, "Who are you? Why did you kill him? Were your relatives also captured by them?" At this point he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Am I asking too many questions? You don't have to say. You killed him, you're a good person." Gu Jiao's expression didn't change much, and she asked, "Who are the people locked up here?" The young man said, "There are all kinds of people, peddlers, squires, etc." Gu Jiao asked, "They're not the villagers who live here?" The young man said regretfully, "The villagers here were killed by them long ago, and we were all captured later. Our families were also captured by them. If we don't listen, they will torture our families or send our families to die." Gu Jiao looked at him. "What about you? Why didn't you listen?" "I don't have a family." The young man's mood sank. His family was all dead, killed by the remnants of the previous dynasty. So that's why. Gu Jiao paused and said, "Those soldiers only come to deliver food every day. Do they do anything else? For example, check on you or something?" The young man shook his head. "No, they don't dare to come close at all. You're the first." "Seriously, aren't you afraid of being infected? Or have you already been infected?" "I'm not infected," Gu Jiao said. The young man hurriedly said, "Then quickly leave here. In another 2 hours they will come to deliver dinner. If they find out that you're here and killed their people, they won't let you go." Gu Jiao asked, "What's your name?" The young man said, "My name is Shen Xian, my parents call me Little Shirtu." Gu Jiao stared at him. "Little Shirtu, can I trust you?" It was already 2 hours after they left Lingguan City. Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao found the forest where they hid the horses and led them out. "Are you really okay?" Gu Chongqing asked. He was asking about her physical condition. Gu Jiao misunderstood and thought that he was worried about the situation in the stronghold. She said, "Every time those soldiers put down the food boxes and leave, they won't go into the house to check if the people inside are still there. When they deliver breakfast, the men of sacrifice will knock on their own door. This is a sign that they are still alive. As long as the soldiers know that they are still alive, they won't question the situation in the stronghold." Little Shirtu moved to the men of sacrifice's house, and from now on, he will knock on the door every day. Gu Chongqing asked again, "What about the others? Will they sell him out?" Gu Jiao said, "If they want to keep themselves and their families alive, they won't." She promised to save their families and left enough medicine. As long as they took their medicine on time, they wouldn't die of the plague. In addition, Gu Jiao also told them that the Gu family's army had arrived at the frontier, and the person standing on the wooden bridge was the young master of the Gu family's army. The imperial court didn't give up the land of Zhao country, and they didn't give up on the people at the frontier. Gu Chongqing was deeply moved. His sister was indeed very capable. "How long will the treatment take?" Gu Chongqing asked. 7 to 10 days. Gu Jiao said. He will carefully think of an escape route in the next few days. If we attack the city, let him know in advance. He will take the people in the stronghold and escape. He won't escape to a crowded place. He understands how contagious the plague is. Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, there won't be any worries. The original plan was to attack Lingguan City first. Lingguan City's geographical location was rather special. It formed a triangle with ancient Moon City and Yi City. After taking it, they could attack Yi City from both sides. Of course, correspondingly, when attacking Lingguan City, it was easy to be attacked from both sides by the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Chan State's army in Yi City. Gu Chongqing wasn't afraid of the enemy forces from the two cities joining hands. He had already investigated their forces. Lingguan City had 30,000 defenders, Yi City had 30,000 defenders, and the Gu family's army had 100,000. Even if they attacked from both sides, they wouldn't be afraid. Beiyang City was on the other side of Yi City. As long as they acted quickly enough, the enemy forces in Beiyang City wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. Beiyang City seems to be sending reinforcements. Gu Jiao said. There's something like that? Gu Chongqing slightly knit his brows. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, little Shirtu said it. When he was taken to the governor's office, he accidentally heard a conversation between the prince consort and a general from the Chan state. The Chun state originally had 80,000 soldiers stationed at the frontier. When he heard that the Gu family's army was heading towards the frontier, Prince Bo also sent over 100,000 troops from various parts of the Chan state. The Chun state's army had lost 20,000 of its 80,000 soldiers. Adding on the 30,000 remnants of the previous dynasty, they only had 90,000 soldiers left. As long as the plague didn't break out, the Gu family's army could easily deal with these 90,000 people. However, if the Chun state's 100,000 reinforcements arrived, it would probably be a different story. Gu Chongqing nodded. From the looks of it, Beiyang City's 30,000 soldiers aren't that big of a threat. The 100,000 reinforcements on the way were. Gu Jiao said, but if we can use numbers to bully the enemy every time, we can minimize the Gu family's casualties. That way, even if the Chun state's reinforcements arrive, we might still have a chance of winning. Gu Chongqing. Why do I suddenly feel that using numbers to bully the enemy is a good thing? What Gu Jiao didn't say was that compared to how to deal with the Chun state's 100,000 reinforcements, she was more interested in finding the hidden death warrior from the previous dynasty as soon as possible. Without the plague, Gu Chongqing wouldn't go looking for medicine. When would that death warrior find an opportunity to make a move on Gu Chongqing? The two returned to ancient Moon City together. After entering the city, they first went to the barracks. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the barracks, the two saw the excited Governor Chang. Governor Chang's body was covered in snow. It seemed that it had snowed in ancient Moon City after they left, and Governor Chang had been waiting in the heavy snow. General Gu. Dr. Gu. When Governor Chang saw Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao, his eyes lit up, and he greeted them with cupped hands. He already knew the identities of Gu Jiao and Gu Chongfeng, and he was extremely glad that he hadn't offended them. Gu Chongqing looked at him and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" This slightly serious tone made Governor Chang's heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized that Gu Chongqing was asking him why he had left his post and appeared here. Ancient Moon City had just finished a battle, and there were still many things to take care of. As the governor of Ancient Moon City, he should have been dealing with the matters of settling the people. I just came from the porridge stall. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had indeed braved the wind and snow to help the disaster victims. I'm here to report the situation to General Gu. It's cold outside. Go in first. Gu Chongqing lifted the curtain of the tent and let Gu Jiao in. His tone was so gentle that it was completely different from the serious General Gu from before. After Gu Jiao entered, Gu Chongqing's tone became indifferent again. You don't have to report your own matters to me. Yes. General Gu's expression changed faster than flipping a book. Governor Chang muttered in his heart, but he smiled and said, I have one more thing to report to General Gu. What is it? Gu Chongqing asked. Chapter 505. The novel will be updated faster. Governor Chung noticed that General Gu looked a little confused after he finished speaking. Governor Chung thought to himself, I understand now. He must be too happy. Isn't it true that he came all the way here just to save his grandfather? Look at his reaction. What a filial grandson. However, he didn't have to be so confused. Why did he look like he suddenly remembered that he had a grandfather? Governor Chung shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. General Gu was a filial grandson. He wasn't the kind of person who would forget his grandfather just because he had a younger sister. Governor Chung smiled and bowed. Then I'll take my leave now. I still have some things to deal with in the yamen. I'll come back tomorrow to pay my respects to you. Gu Chongqing coughed softly and said, Okay, you can go now. After Governor Chung left, Gu Chongqing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He turned around and entered the tent. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was admiring her red-tasseled spear. After the battle, the small braids on the spearhead were dirty. The small red flowers on the spear were also scratched. However, Gu Chongqing had cleaned and repaired them. They looked exactly the same as before. Do you like it? Gu Chongqing's gaze softened. I like it. Gu Jiao didn't have any special interest in small red flowers and small braids. However, they were all made by little Jing Kong himself. Gu Jiao had always cherished them. If little Jing Kong found out that they were broken, little Jing Kong would be sad. Gu Chongqing's mood suddenly improved when he heard that she liked them. He said, Grandfather is awake. I'll go to the governor's office later. He knew that Gu Jiao didn't accept him as her grandfather. That was why he didn't ask Gu Jiao to go with him. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao took the initiative and said, I'll go with you. Now that his sworn brother had woken up, he had to visit him. Furthermore, she also had to protect Gu Chongqing to prevent the Death Warrior from the previous dynasty from plotting against him. Since Gu Jiao wanted to go, Gu Chongqing had no reason to stop her. For convenience, Gu Jiao had always dressed as a teenager in the frontier fortress, and today was no exception. But before they set off, Gu Chongqing found that she was wearing a mask. Gu Chongqing. The two of them went to the governor's office. The old marquis was still living in the room that Gu Jiao used to live in. This courtyard used to be quite empty, but recently, there was not enough space for the wounded soldiers, so other patients moved in one after another. It wasn't as if the old marquis hadn't woken up once these days, but it was only this morning that he was fully awake. He was finally no longer in a muddle-headed state. He remembered what had happened in Yi City and Lingguan City. The people he saw, the threats he received, the abuse he received. However, he had no recollection of how he was rescued. The servants of the governor's office couldn't explain it clearly, so they only sent someone to inform Governor Chung. Governor Chung wanted to personally come and get familiar with him, but he didn't have the guts to neglect his duties under the Gu family army's watch. The old marquis only knew that the Gu family army had arrived at the frontier fortress when he heard the servants say that wounded soldiers had moved into the governor's office. Then his grandson should be coming to see him soon. In the end, the old marquis waited an entire day, but his grandson didn't come to see him. In the corridor, Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao stopped in their tracks. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao and said, Do you want to see grandfather? Gu Jiao reached out her small hand and tidied his clothes. She looked at him with a very kind gaze. You go first. Gu Chongqing. I suddenly feel that there is something wrong with my seniority. Gu Jiao blinked. I'll let you be my older brother for a day, that's enough. After this, I'll be your grandfather's sworn brother. Anyway, you know it too. Gu Jiao patted his shoulder. Go. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing entered his grandfather's room under Gu Jiao's kind and gratified gaze. There were no wounded soldiers in the room next door for the time being, so Gu Jiao planned to go in and sit. Just as she opened the door, she caught a glimpse of two Gu family soldiers carrying a wounded soldier over. Then they stopped in front of Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. The two Gu family soldiers carrying the stretcher greeted Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at the stretcher and saw that it was Gu Chengfeng. Why are you here? Why are you here? The two spoke at the same time. Gu Chengfeng valiantly said, I'm here to see my grandfather. I heard that my grandfather woke up, and it just so happened that there wasn't enough space in the wounded barracks, so I simply moved to the governor's office. What about you? You're here to treat the wounded soldiers? It couldn't be that she was here to see his grandfather. This girl wasn't even from the Gu family. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. I'm here to see my brother. Your brother is at the governor's office. Gu Chengfeng was amused by Gu Jiao. This girl's bragging skills were getting better and better. He couldn't believe that he actually believed that she went north with some idiot to save her brother. However, after spending so much time together, he hadn't even seen a strand of hair on her brother and the idiot's person, let alone them. In his opinion, this girl was simply lying. He is here. Gu Jiao said seriously. Oh. Gu Chengfeng chuckled. Then who is your brother? Point him out. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. Keep bragging you'll scare me to death? As long as your brother isn't my grandfather, even Tang Yueshan won't scare me to death. You called me? Tang Yueshan's voice suddenly came from behind Gu Chengfeng's stretcher. Fuck. Gu Chengfeng shuddered and fell off the stretcher with a thud. He looked at Tang Yueshan awkwardly. Why are you here? Did he see a ghost in broad daylight? Speaking of Cao Cao was not like this. Tang Yueshan said impatiently, you can move here but I can't? It wasn't that he wanted to move, but that the wounded soldiers' barracks couldn't accommodate them. Allocation to the governor's office wasn't based on status, but on injuries. Tang Yueshan and Gu Chengfeng happened to be in the group with serious injuries but stable conditions that could be moved. Gu Chengfeng snorted. You can come, but you have to be in the same courtyard as me. Tang Yueshan said irritably, so what if we're in the same courtyard? It's not the same room. You're in the same ward. The accompanying doctor looked at the roster in his hand and said expressionlessly. The two of them were speechless. Gu Chengfeng and Tang Yueshan were carried into the room next to the old dukes. They had fought side by side on the battlefield and helped each other, but off the battlefield they were no longer friends. Gu Chengfeng hated Tang Yueshan, and Tang Yueshan looked down on Gu Chengfeng. They didn't see eye to eye and nose to nose. In comparison, Tang Yueshan found Gu Jiao much more pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao said to the accompanying doctor, leave this to me. You can go do other things. Yes, Dr. Gu. The accompanying doctor went to settle the other patients. There was originally only one arhat bed in the room, but another was added after the new patients. Tang Yueshan wasn't picky about the bed, and Gu Chengfeng successfully occupied the spacious arhat bed. Tang Yueshan's small bamboo bed was pressed against the wall, and the old duke's was right next to it. In fact, the two rooms were originally one, but they were later separated by a wall made of rosewood. As a result, the soundproofing was inevitably worse. He heard voices from next door. Tang Yueshan wasn't a virtuous gentleman, but he wasn't a gentleman either. He swore that he didn't mean to eavesdrop. Tang Yueshan's expression changed as he listened. Gu Chengfeng glared at Tang Yueshan from time to time, and after the nth time, he noticed that something was wrong with Tang Yueshan. What was this guy doing? His ear was so close to the wall. Was he eavesdropping? His grandfather was next door. Tang Yueshan was so shameless. How dare he eavesdrop on his grandfather? He wanted to hear it too. When Gu Jiao took out 2 thermometers from the small medicine box, she turned around and saw 2 men who didn't get along with each other sitting on the small bamboo bed together. Their ears were pressed tightly against the wall. Gu Jiao, alas, you guys are really, you don't call me either. After a while, all 3 of their ears were attached to the wall. In the next room, the old duke had just woken up. He had regained his consciousness, but he hadn't learned any martial arts, so he didn't notice that someone was eavesdropping on him. Gu Chongqing noticed that there was someone next door, but he thought it was Gu Jiao, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The old duke couldn't help coughing for a while. Gu Chongqing handed him a cup of hot water. The old duke took it and looked at Gu Chongqing, who didn't make any eye contact with him. He sighed and said earnestly, "Are you still angry with me?" Gu Chongqing lowered his eyes and said, "Grandfather, I don't understand." The old duke said earnestly, "You're my eldest grandson. I raised you myself. How can I not know what you're thinking? There are some words that I originally planned to keep to myself and bring to my grave after I die. But not long ago, when I thought that I was definitely going to die, all I could think of was how regretful I was for not telling you everything." Gu Chongqing didn't say anything. He didn't care what his grandfather was hiding from him. The old duke put the teacup on a stool and said, "What I'm going to say next may be hard for you to accept." Gu Chongqing sneered at himself and said pointedly, "What can't I accept?" "You do." The old duke looked at him, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Do you think I killed your mother?" Gu Chongqing clenched his fingers. The old duke said, "Let me guess. Concubine Ling told you, right? I didn't expect that she would see what happened that year. Did she tell you that your mother's condition had improved at that time, but after I went to see her, her condition suddenly worsened? So I was the murderer and you believed me. Could it be that I was wrong? Didn't grandfather give the order to the shadow guards to kill my mother? If Gu Chongqing hadn't found evidence, how could he be so convinced?" The old duke wasn't surprised that Gu Chongqing could find the shadow guards. He was his grandson and he knew his ability very well. The old marquis nodded. "That's right. I once wanted to kill her." Gu Chongqing clenched his big hands, and a trace of pain appeared between his eyebrows. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "Why? What did my mother do wrong? Why do you have to kill her?" "Your mother." The old duke closed his eyes, and a complicated expression flitted across his face. "She was a spy of the former dynasty." Chapter 506. The old marquis could almost imagine Gu Chongqing's reaction when he said that. His heart ached even when he looked at it, so he simply turned his face away. Paper couldn't wrap fire, but when the moment came he still felt a great struggle. Gu Chongqing's entire body froze. The entire room fell into a dead silence. The old marquis felt that he should say something, but he wasn't good at saying things, especially comforting people. Moreover, it was easy to comfort strangers, but with his personality, it was always a bit awkward when comforting his loved ones. In fact, this matter, or to be exact, this scheme should have been set up when old concubine Jing entered the palace. Old concubine Jing was a loyalist of the previous dynasty. She met the old marquis by chance and was saved by the old marquis. Later on, it turned out to be a scheme with ulterior motives. If a person's feelings could be set up, why couldn't a family's marriage be set up? Both old concubine Jing and Madame Ling were pawns of the previous dynasty. The difference was that old concubine Jing had entered the palace, but Madame Ling hadn't. But that didn't mean that Madame Ling couldn't play a big role. The old marquis founded the Gu army by himself. If Madame Ling's son could become the young master of the Gu army, wouldn't that mean that the remnants of the previous dynasty would control the strongest army in the Zhao kingdom? The old marquis felt very guilty. The marriage between Gu Chong and Madame Ling was his oversight. If he had known that Madame Ling was a spy from the previous dynasty, he wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. But it was too late to say that now. Moreover, he looked at Gu Chongqing, who was suffering a huge blow but didn't show any signs of collapse. He had mixed feelings. If it weren't for Madame Ling, he wouldn't have such an excellent grandson. Gu Chongqing looked calm on the surface, but in fact every inch of his body was soaked in cold air. His mother was a spy from the previous dynasty. His mother was a spy from the previous dynasty. He knew that his grandfather wouldn't lie to him about something like this. There was a voice in his head. Perhaps grandfather made a mistake, but why does my heart feel like it's being pricked by needles? What does Qing want to be when she grows up? I don't know. What does mother want me to do? Mother hopes that you can be an indomitable man like your grandfather. Then I'll join the army when I grow up. I want to go into battle like my grandfather and protect the country and its people. Damn, Qing is really amazing. His mother's gentle voice and expression were still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. But now he could no longer tell whether the hope that burst out of her eyes when she said these words to him was her heart full of love or her ambition. The old marquis found it hard to say what he wanted to say next, but if he didn't say it now, he was afraid that he would never have the chance or courage to say it again. He said, "In the face of a national crisis, I know you won't disagree with me on war matters just because you have a grudge against me. But I still want to tell you clearly that I didn't kill your mother." His heart wasn't calm either. No matter how many years had passed, as long as he recalled the matter of Madame Ling Jr., his heart would still surge uncontrollably. The old marquis said bitterly, "When your mother was sick, She was in close contact with the people of the previous dynasty. I accidentally found a secret letter that she didn't have time to destroy. I learned that she had been secretly contacting someone. At that time, I didn't know who she was contacting, but the letter was full of inquiries about the movements of the Gu family army. So I was vigilant. I ordered the secret guards to keep an eye on her, and secretly intercepted several secret letters. Finally, I found out her identity. You are a general of the imperial court. You should understand what the consequences would be if a spy of the previous dynasty appeared in a family like ours. In order to end all troubles, I decided to secretly kill her. But when I saw you and your two younger brothers, I changed my mind. I wanted to ask her face to face. But he didn't expect to be seen by concubine Ling at that time. The old Marquis continued, I went to find your mother and threw the secret letter in front of her, asking her to give me an explanation. She did not quibble and admitted it on the spot. She said that she was a spy of the previous dynasty. Her goal in infiltrating the Marquis Ding and manor was to plot against me, but I was often not in the manor and she could not find an opportunity. Afterwards she gave birth to you. Seeing that I doted on you, the remnants of the previous dynasty came up with a plan and decided to have you inherit the Gu family army. You really didn't disappoint and received all of my high regard and expectations. However, things are always changing and developing. The appetite of the remnants of the previous dynasty is increasing day by day. They are no longer satisfied with just taking the Gu family army into their pockets. They have their eyes on you. Gu Chongqing's eyes slightly moved. You still have two younger brothers. In reality, anyone can inherit the Gu family army, but they need a puppet master. As the old Marquis spoke, his eyes suddenly became cold. They want to take you away and train you into the most outstanding death soldier. Your mother did not agree. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. The old Marquis painfully said, Your mother was clear on their methods and was even more clear on the consequences of betraying them. In order to protect you from being taken away by them and to not allow herself to be used against you three brothers, she killed the remnants of the previous dynasty that came to take you away and then chose to commit suicide. When Gu Chongqing heard this, his body began to gently tremble. The old Marquis looked at him and a trace of pain flashed through his heart. He sighed and said, There is no wall in this world that does not have a crack. But sometimes we have no other choice but to stake everything on a single throw. There was no other choice in Madame Ling's death. He had no other choice in hiding it from the emperor. At the time, the emperor and him had planned to have him pretend to disband the Gu family army to lower Empress Dowager Zhuang's vigilance. In reality, he had let out a sigh of relief. Not having to inherit the Gu family army was a good thing for Gu Chongqing. If he did not sit in that position, it would not be so easy for others to target him. But things did not go as he wished. He took the 100,000 Gu family army and came to the frontier fortress as the commander of the entire army. The remnants of the previous dynasty treated traitors with outrageous methods. The old Marquis could not imagine how they would take revenge on Madame Ling's son. He would rather that Gu Chongqing had never come to the frontier fortress. He would rather die here. He would rather hand the Gu family army to Tang Yueshan and let Tang Yueshan lead it. He would rather not see Gu Chongqing expose himself to the remnants of the previous dynasty. The reason why the old Marquis felt this way was because he did not know that his other grandson and Gu Jiao had also come to the frontier fortress. They were also the children of the Marquis, and the remnants of the previous dynasty would not let them go. But the remnants of the previous dynasty hated Gu Chongqing the most. He should have been their death warrior, but he had become their enemy. On the other side of the room, Gu Chengfeng was completely dumbfounded. He was more shocked than Gu Chongqing. First of all, he did not know that his eldest brother was here. Since his eldest brother could come to the governor's mansion to visit his grandfather, why didn't he go to the wounded barracks to see him? Secondly, he thought that his mother was angered to death by Madame Ling. Later, Madame Ling's injustice was cleared. He thought that his mother really died of illness. But now he was told that his mother was forced to commit suicide? Also, since his mother was a spy of the previous dynasty, then he was half a spy. Hearing this, Gu Jiao combined it with her dream. Many mysteries were solved. No wonder she felt that the remnants of the previous dynasty were taking revenge on the Gu family. It turned out that they were punishing Madame Ling's betrayal. First, they cut off the heads of Gu Changfeng and the old marquis. Then they destroyed the Gu family army and cut off Gu Changqing's legs. Madame Ling could not rest in peace in the netherworld. Look at what became of the son you refused to hand over. And look at the Gu family army you failed to take down for us. They all became corpses. You can't get them, so you destroy them. You are so sick. Tang Yushan was the last person to dig his ear out of the wall. To be honest, he was also very shocked. He had never expected that the Marquis Ding, and who seemed to be well-behaved, would create such a big mess. What was wrong with him and his sister-in-law crawling in the dust? What was wrong with Tang Ming being dissolute and domineering outside? Was there someone who married a spy and gave birth to 3 little spies that were so sinful? Tang Yushan suddenly felt that his image was unprecedentedly glorious. He thanked his colleagues for setting him off. After the shock passed, Tang Yushan began to make his own plans. When he went back to the Empress Dowager and His Majesty to report 1, 2, or 3 little spies from the previous dynasty, how much merit could he obtain? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Tang Yueshan felt a little cold on his forehead. He came back to his senses and looked carefully. He saw Gu Jiao standing in front of him with a huge needle in her hand. He turned pale with fright and his body trembled. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao pushed the syringe with her thumb. "Injecting, poisoning you." Tang Yushan. Chapter 507. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Tang Yueshan was so scared that he almost rolled off the bamboo bed. Did she have to be so cruel? She gave him an injection again. She gave him such a thick and long needle. Was she sure that wasn't an injection for a pig? Tang Yueshan was not afraid of being poisoned, but he was afraid of injections. It was an indescribable fear. Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. He said sarcastically, "We're comrades who fought side by side. Is this how you treat me? What happened to the basic trust between people? Fed to the dogs." Gu Jiao said unabashedly, "I was being extra generous. I was going to poison you." Tang Yueshan was speechless again. How did this girl know that he was going to snitch? Did he write that he was going to snitch on them and ask for credit? Tang Yueshan glared at Gu Jiao in exasperation. Then he thought of something and frowned. "Wait, didn't you already poison me? My life is in your hands. Why do you have to poison me?" Gu Jiao blinked. Tang Yueshan suddenly sat up straight. "You didn't poison me." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I did." Tang Yueshan, "You didn't." Gu Jiao, "I did." Tang Yueshan, "I don't believe you." Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "Then I'm going to poison you." Tang Yueshan, who could not be corrupted by wealth and power, finally succumbed to the needle and promised that he would never tell anyone what he heard today. However, Gu Jiao did not buy it. A man's mouth is a liar. Tang Yueshan was confused. Where did she learn all this nonsense from? Tang Yueshan was furious. Although all was fair in war, he was not that cunning in private. He was not as shameless as Marquis Xianping. Tang Yueshan was a little angry, but he said seriously, "I'm the Grand Marshal of the world. I promised to keep your mouth shut, so I will keep my promise. Why don't you believe me?" "It's not impossible for me to believe you." Gu Jiao rubbed his chin and looked Tang Yueshan up and down. Tang Yueshan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms and gently tapped her arm with her fingertips. She cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "If you become my little henchman, I'll believe you and won't poison you." Tang Yueshan was puzzled. "What's a minion?" Gu Jiao said, "Little brother." Tang Yueshan could not believe his ears. What did the girl just say? Little brother? Him? Ha! He was the Grand Marshal of the world. Why would he be a little girl's little brother? This girl must have either gone crazy, or she must have been scared silly by the fact that Marquis Ding and Fu had spies. Although she was not Madame Ling's child, she was still of the Marquis Fu's bloodline. When the nest is overturned, there are no eggs left intact. Marquis Ding and Fu had been accused of treason. Where could she go unharmed? She would probably fall out of favor with both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. TSK. Without the protection of these two, how would this girl survive in the future? Gu Jiao sternly said, "You choose. Poison you mute or become my little brother." Tang Yueshan coldly smiled. "Girl, how about I give you a suggestion? If you become my disciple, I will consider not killing you when I return to the capital." Tang Ming was his son, but if this girl became his disciple, then she could be considered half a daughter. If a daughter hurt a son, then it was a family matter. The family law was enough. There was no need to shout about killing. He was not like Gu Chao, that stubborn old man who valued boys over girls. He had also carefully cultivated his own daughter. Unfortunately, they did not have the talent to practice martial arts. This girl was too talented. He cherished talent. As long as this girl was obedient, he could guarantee that he would cultivate her the same way he had cultivated Tang Ming in the past. To be honest, if it weren't for this incident, Tang Yueshan would never have allowed Gu Jiao to acknowledge him as her master. It was one thing for him to admire Gu Jiao's talent, but it was another thing for him to not be able to overcome the hurdle in his heart. However, the relationship between people was like an unpredictable game. No one knew which side would gain the upper hand in the next moment. It was very clear that with him heavily injured and Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing at full strength, his chances of winning were not high. In order to live, he had to make a sacrifice, but a simple sacrifice made him unwilling. If he could take advantage of the sacrifice, then he would not feel so aggrieved. Oh! He would never admit that he coveted this girl. Gu Chao did not want her, but he did. Gu Chongfeng was completely immersed in his great shock. He was so stunned that he did not hear a word that Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan were saying. Until Gu Chongqing came out of the room next door. When he passed by the door, he accidentally heard Tang Yueshan's voice. He opened the door and looked at the three people inside. He was surprised. "Why are you here?" This time Gu Chongfeng reacted. When he saw Gu Chongqing, the grievance in his heart surged like a tide. His little mouth twitched. "Big brother!" He walked out of bed with red eyes and planned to throw himself at his big brother. Unexpectedly, he was entangled with Tang Yueshan's bandage. Tang Yueshan felt pain in his leg and instinctively pulled the bandage away. Gu Chongfeng was pulled back by a strong force. He lost his balance and fell backward. Not only did he knock Tang Yueshan down, but he also knocked down the wall made of pear wood behind Tang Yueshan. The two wounded soldiers fell into the next room in a sorry state and rolled all over the floor. The old duke looked at the two people who broke through the wall and frowned. Gu Chongfeng's arm was bandaged, but his leg was not. He endured the pain and stood up from the pile of planks. He looked at the old duke, whom he had not seen for days. The old marquis also looked in his direction, revealing a look of surprise and excitement. Gu Chongfeng was slightly stunned. "Grandfather is so excited to see me? Grandfather's favorite grandson is me." Gu Chongfeng was ecstatic. The haze of knowing that he was half a spy was swept away. He walked to his grandfather with tears in his eyes. He came to the bedside. He looked at his grandfather with tears in his eyes. Before he could finish the word, his grandfather pushed him away with his arm that was stuck to the splint. The old duke looked at Gu Chongfeng's back with great excitement. "Little brother." Gu Chongfeng. Little brother? Tang Yueshan, half buried under the planks, looked behind him. Where did this little brother come from? Gu Jiao had already put on her mask. She also looked at the old duke with great excitement. She strode over to the bed, sat down and held his hand. "Big brother." The old duke's eyes were full of tears. "Little brother." "Gu Jiao, big brother." The old duke held Gu Jiao's hand and cried. "Little brother. It's really you. I thought I would never see you again in this life. It's so good to see you again in this life." Gu Chongfeng and Tang Yueshan finally understood who he was calling little brother. They vomited blood. Chapter 508. Gu Chongfeng's heart suffered 100,000 critical hits. Vomiting blood could not alleviate the symptoms. He wished he could empty himself and sacrifice his life. It was literally an act of utter sacrifice. He wanted to rub himself on the ground to see if it was true. His sister and his grandfather became sworn brothers. Then what was he? This girl came to the frontier fortress to save a brother of hers. Was she talking about his grandfather? She really had a brother. No, she said there was a fool. Gu Chengfeng choked and looked at himself in horror. He could not move his right arm, and then looked at Tang Yueshan, who could not move his left leg. The fool must be Tang Yueshan. No refuting. Tang Yueshan looked at Gu Chengfeng and frowned. Why is this boy looking at me strangely? In the next room, Gu Chongqing, who saw the scene of the brothers recognizing each other, almost could not hold it in anymore. Although he had long known about this matter, the time when the old marquis was drunk and called Gu Jiao brothers, he and Gu Yan were next door. He was the one who sent the unconscious old marquis onto the carriage back to the residence. However, he thought she was just teasing his drunk grandfather. He really did not expect this girl to be addicted to the game and recognize her brother in the frontier fortress. Too naughty. Gu Chongqing looked at his grandfather and Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. One dared to shout and the other dared to respond. The old duke and his brother recognized each other excitedly. From the moment he saw Gu Jiao, there was no room for anyone else in his eyes. Gu Chengfeng, who was standing next to him, was completely ignored. Gu Chengfeng, who was forgotten by his elder brother and then ignored by his grandfather, felt bitter in his heart, but he did not say it. After that, Gu Jiao and the old duke chatted as if there was no one else around. The old duke wiped his tears and asked with relief and emotion, "Little brother, why did you come to the frontier fortress?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook, found a brush and wrote, "I came to save you." The old duke was overwhelmed with emotion and his eyes filled with tears again. Little brother was so righteous. He would remember this kindness and would never forget it for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a vague memory appeared in his mind. He remembered that after he was thrown into the wine cellar by the remnants of the previous dynasty, he seemed to have seen someone come to save him. Was it you? Little brother? Did you save me from Lingguan? There seemed to be something else, but he could not remember it. Forget it. Forget it. Things that I can't remember aren't important. Gu Chengfeng, grandfather, and me too. And me. I also went to save you. Ah. Why do you only remember that brat? Gu Chengfeng was driven mad. I think we went to a family's house? Or did we went to a cave? The old marquis tried his best to search through his memories. He felt that there was something else in his memories, but he still couldn't remember it. Tang Yueshan. My goodness, you don't even remember this marshal. This marshal carried you all the way from the wooden house to the cave. My fingers got frostbite from carrying you. My injuries, were you also the one who treated them, right? The old duke's gratitude and excitement could not be described with words. He patted Gu Jiao's hand and said in a choked voice, I, Gu Chao, have done two things correctly in my life. One was to establish the Gu army, and the other was to get to know you, little brother. Gu Jiao held his hand tightly and nodded deeply and solemnly. Brothers will walk together for life. After that, the old duke was concerned about Gu Jiao's injuries. He was relieved when he learned that Gu Jiao was fine. Gu Chengfeng. No, when Big Brother came in, you didn't even care if he was injured. As the old duke and Gu Jiao chatted, a new injured soldier was transferred to the courtyard. A soldier accidentally fell from the bed, causing a second injury to his wound. Gu Jiao scribbled in his notebook. I'll go take a look. I'll talk to you later. The old duke nodded. Little brother, go do your thing. His little brother was really amazing. Not only did he know martial arts, but he also knew medicine. This was the true definition of courage and benevolence. Gu Jiao went. Gu Chengfeng straightened his back. Finally, it was his turn. He wanted to show his grandfather that he was also a brave and good soldier who guarded the border. His injuries were his most honorable medal. He smiled. Grandfather. Huff huff. A series of rhythmic snores answered him. Gu Chengfeng's smile gradually stiffened. After the wooden wall collapsed, Advisor Hu of the governor's office quickly had someone bring in a landscape screen. The old duke was asleep. He could only say to Tang Yueshan and the two Gu brothers in the other room, well, there are no carpenters who can come over for the time being. Let's use a screen to separate them first. They did not speak. Advisor Hu, are you not satisfied with this arrangement? But he was not lying. All the carpenters in the city had been recruited to build and repair military equipment. There was really no one to repair the wall. Put it here, Gu Chongqing said. Ah, yes, yes. Advisor who asked someone to clean up the wooden planks on the floor and put the screen back in place. Then I'll take my leave. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. Advisor who left as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Was it an illusion? Why did the atmosphere in the room feel a bit strange? Tang Yueshan could not move his leg. He lay back on the bed. Gu Chongqing's leg was fine, but his arm hurt. He was also ordered to lie back on his bed by Gu Chongqing. At this time, the atmosphere in the room was indeed strange. It was not because Gu Jiao and the old marquis had recognized each other as brothers, but because Gu Chongqing and Gu Chengfeng had both reacted. Tang Yueshan had also seen everything that had happened today, including their mother's identity as a spy. What did this mean? It meant that if Tang Yueshan leaked the news, the whole war would be turned upside down. The Gu army would not fight for a spy from the previous dynasty. If they knew that Gu Chongqing was the descendant of a spy from the previous dynasty, they would rebel. Gu Chongqing said to Gu Chengfeng, "From now on, keep an eye on him. Don't let him contact anyone. I'll tell the Jiao Jiao that all the doctors in this courtyard will be replaced by those from the Miracle Hall." Gu Chengfeng curled his lips. "No need. That girl plans to poison him." Mute. Gu Chongqing paused and said, "He can still write even if he's mute." Gu Chengfeng said lightly, "Oh, then tell that girl to break his hand too. The kind that can't be seen." Tang Yueshan's heart trembled. How could you siblings be so cruel? And when did I say I was going to leak the news? Am I, Tang Yueshan, someone who doesn't care about the big picture? Can I shake the morale of the border soldiers for a little merit? I'm going to report you 3 spies to the Empress Dowager and His Majesty when I return to the capital in triumph. Gu Chongqing thought for a moment and sighed. Forget it. I'll do it. I don't want to dirty Jiao Jiao's hands. He pulled out a dagger and walked toward Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan trembled. At this moment, Gu Jiaojiao returned to the room after the operation. Tang Yueshan reached out his hand to her almost without thinking. Do you still need a little henchman? Chapter 509. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The Supreme Marshal of the world's armed forces had once again fallen into Gu Jiao's hands. Since he was Gu Jiao's follower, Gu Jiao patted her chest to show that she would protect him. Okay, you can put away the dagger. It's not good to scare my follower, Gu Jiao said to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing put away the dagger. Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. That's okay. Gu Chongqing put away the dagger so easily. Tang Yueshan was also a little dumbfounded. He felt that he had agreed too quickly. What happened? But on second thought, Gu Chongqing was a gentleman in principle, but he was not stupid. He would not put the border soldiers and civilians in prison for one person's life. If killing Tang Yueshan could save everyone, Gu Chongqing would not hesitate to kill him. This was Tang Yueshan's judgment of Gu Chongqing. And because of this, Tang Yueshan believed that Gu Chongqing really wanted to kill him. Yes, that's right. Gu Chongqing must be serious. He wasn't just scaring her. He was not that easy to scare. There was nothing to regret. A wise man submits to circumstances. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In ancient times there was Go Jian, the king of Yu. Today there was Tang Yueshan who recognized a thief as his brother. After the sudden recruitment ceremony, the few of them began to discuss business. In fact, Gu Chongqing had something to ask Tang Yueshan. If Tang Yueshan did not come to the governor's mansion, he planned to visit him at the wounded barracks after visiting his grandfather. Is it about the siege? Tang Yueshan asked. He was still lying on his bed. Gu Jiao put him on an 4 drip. Because he was now a little henchman, his treatment was upgraded. Gu Jiao gave him a retention needle, so he did not have to do needles every day. Gu Chongqing sat at a square table in the room. Tang Yueshan's bed was directly opposite him, and Gu Chengfeng's was on his left. They were about the same distance apart, but he chose to sit in the chair facing Tang Yueshan because he was mainly discussing business with Tang Yueshan. Gu Chengfeng could only pout and look at the side of his brother's face. He deliberately turned over and made a big commotion. Gu Chongqing was so engrossed in the discussion that he did not notice his brother's mood. He looked at Tang Yueshan and said, I plan to attack Lingguan City tomorrow evening. Tang Yueshan pondered for a moment and said with a frown, "Actually, I suggest that you attack Beiyang City first." Beiyang City was the city that resisted the most fiercely back then. The reason why they resisted so fiercely was because the remnants of the previous dynasty didn't fully infiltrate the city. You're new to the frontier fortress, so you probably don't know that there's a living Buddha there. Living Buddha? Tang Yueshan nodded. Your grandfather and I only heard about it when we came here. Living Buddha gathered believers in the frontier fortress to deliver all living beings from suffering. Even the prince consort and Princess Ning'an were his believers. Of course, Princess Ning'an is not one now. She already knows that Living Buddha is a trick of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, it's too late. A large number of people took the bait and believed in Living Buddha. More than half of the remnants of the previous dynasty's army are believers of Living Buddha. Gu Chongqing suddenly understood. He murmured, "No wonder they could build such a large army in the frontier fortress without being discovered." Tang Yueshan said, "Living Buddha has the most believers in Yi City. That's why Yi City's resistance is the weakest among the 3 cities." Gu Chongqing asked, "What about Yueqing City?" Tang Yueshan shook his head. Yueqing City is too small and its strategic location is not important. The remnants of the previous dynasty did not target Yueqing City, so there are no believers of Living Buddha in the city for the time being. Gu Chengfeng curled his lips. A fake Living Buddha made them go against the imperial court. Isn't that unbelievable? Tang Yueshan said. Those devout believers are even willing to give their lives to Living Buddha. Living Buddha is here to save them from suffering. Living Buddha said that King Yi is the chosen one, the emperor sent by the heavens to set things right. When King Yi ascends the throne, the country will be prosperous and the people will have enough food and clothing. They will no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold. Gu Chengfeng did not believe in this, so he could not understand why the people would fall for such a simple trick. The lives of the people are too hard. Gu Chongqing muttered. Tang Yueshan sighed. The suffering in the frontier fortress was not something the people in the capital could imagine. The crops here were not easy to grow and the harvest was very poor. The people could not eat enough and could not afford to get sick. There seemed to be no end to these days. Why did they believe in Living Buddha? It was because they wanted to be reborn in paradise and not suffer anymore. It sounded stupid at first, but after thinking about it carefully, how could it not be sad? Gu Chongqing said, "There are plague victims in Lingguan City. If we attack too late, I'm worried that they will attack the people in the city with plague." Tang Yueshan was startled. What? There's such a thing? Gu Chongqing said. Zhao Jiao heard this when she went to the governor's office in Lingguan City last time. Gu Chengfeng widened his eyes and said suspiciously, "No, I also went to the governor's office in Lingguan City. Why didn't I hear this news?" Gu Chongqing gave him an indescribable look. Sister is better than you. Gu Chengfeng. How could he lose to her in this? He was with that girl all the time. He had never heard of the plague. Gu Chengfeng looked at Gu Jiao, who was always giving him an 4 drip. He was about to ask Gu Jiao when she heard Gu Jiao sighed softly. Told you not to be distracted. Gu Chengfeng. Is the news reliable? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Chongqing nodded. We went to see the plague victims. We also killed the men of sacrifice guarding them and left them with medicine. The remnants of the previous dynasty send them food every day. But they don't go in to check because they are afraid of being infected. A patient called Little Shirtu is pretending to be a man of sacrifice and lives in the middle room. However, we don't know how long he can hide. So what I'm saying is that we attack Lingguan City as soon as possible. The consequences of the plague were not as terrible as any war. If the remnants of the previous dynasty found out something was wrong, they would release the patients in anger or kill them and spread their clothes and blood to the people in the city. Lingguan City would be in danger. Tang Yueshan's face darkened. Although he knew that the remnants of the previous dynasty were a group of bad people, he didn't expect them to use such despicable means. It seemed that they had to attack Lingguan City first. Can the plague really be cured? Tang Yueshan asked. In Tang Yueshan's impression, the plague was usually not quelled by treatment. The victims of the plague were quarantined and died. Only when no more people were infected would the plague be considered to be over. Only Gu Jiao could answer this question. Gu Jiao hung the 4-drip on the hook at the head of the bed and said, "It can be cured. However, it's best not to let too many people get infected. I'm afraid that there won't be enough medicine." She had been overdosed in the past few days. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but the medicine box didn't seem to be shining again. It was as if the box had been emptied. This girl can even cure the plague. Tang Yueshan clutched his chest. What's with this sudden sense of pride? What's the relationship between the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Chan army? Gu Chongqing continued to ask. Tang Yueshan said, "They are not completely united. On one hand, there are certain differences in the distribution of benefits. On the other hand, there are differences in the methods they use to fight the enemy." For example, Gu Chongqing looked at him. Tang Yueshan said with a hint of sarcasm, "For example, the Chun army wanted the remnants of the previous dynasty to hand over Princess Ning, and they wanted to use her to threaten the soldiers at the border, but the emperor's son-in-law stopped them." Gu Chengfeng chuckled. Is the emperor's son-in-law true to Princess Ning, and then why did he destroy her country? Tang Yueshan squinted at him. What do you know? An ambitious man will not be willing to be the emperor's son-in-law without real power. Besides, he is a member of the royal family of the previous dynasty. It is his mission to restore the country. Gu Chongqing asked, "What about the emperor's uncle, Prince Yi?" Tang Yueshan said, "He also wants to hand Princess Ning and over to the Chan army. However, the emperor's son-in-law's desire is too strong. The emperor's son-in-law has a good reputation at the border. Therefore, Prince Yi hasn't fallen out with his nephew yet. When your grandfather wanted to rescue Princess Ning, and I didn't support him because I felt that strategically speaking, if Princess Ning and was in the emperor's son-in-law's hands, there would always be a crack in the relationship between the three parties. However, if Princess Ning and was gone, they would be completely united." Gu Chengfeng sat up. But what if Prince Yi killed Princess Ning, and in order to cut the Gordian knot? Tang Yueshan sighed. Your grandfather thought so. That's why he went to rescue her regardless of his own safety. Tang Yueshan didn't agree with the old Marquis's decision, but he couldn't stop him. After all, the old Marquis had the emperor's order. The emperor had ordered him to bring Princess Ning and back unharmed, so he had to bring her back. Gu Chengfeng snorted and lay back on the bed. If you send more people, maybe my grandfather won't be in trouble. Tang Yueshan shook his head. It won't help even if they go. This is what I found out when I was hiding after the defeat. The emperor's son-in-law has a very powerful death warrior by his side. Even the 3 dragon shadow guards sent by concubine Jing to protect Princess Ning, and were no match for him, let alone the soldiers under my command. Your grandfather's martial arts aren't weak, so he has a chance of winning against the dragon shadow guards. However, it's hard to say if 3 dragon shadow guards attack at the same time. Is he that powerful? Gu Chengfeng was surprised. Gu Jiao quietly closed the medicine box. Was this death warrior the same one who cut off Gu Chongqing's legs in the dream? If he could defeat 3 dragon shadow guards, then it was no wonder he could plot against Gu Chongqing. However, from the looks of it, Gu Chongqing's combat strength wasn't weak. Otherwise, he could have killed Gu Chongqing in the open. What are you thinking about? Gu Chongqing asked Gu Jiao after they came out of the room. It's snowing again. Gu Jiao stood in the corridor and looked at the swirling snowflakes. It's a good time to march. I wonder when it'll stop. It would be better to fight after the snow stopped. 7 o'clock, Gu Jiao said. You know how to read the sky? Gu Chongqing looked at her in surprise. Gu Jiao nodded without changing her expression. Yes, a little. Gu Chongqing smiled softly. He took off his cloak and put it on Gu Jiao. His slender but callous fingers tied the ribbon of the cloak for Gu Jiao. Gu Chengfeng's arhat bed was facing the main door. He lay on the bed and looked sourly at the scene of his elder brother putting on a cloak for Gu Jiao. He snorted and turned his body heavily. He didn't want to talk to his brother anymore. Tang Yueshan's thunderous snoring came from the room. Gu Chengfeng was upset. He covered his head with the quilt and stuffed his ears with cotton. However, as a martial artist, his hearing was too strong. Tang Yueshan's snoring was like thunder in his ears. Gu Chengfeng didn't know whether he was more angry at his brother for ignoring him, or at Tang Yueshan's snoring. You're all pissing me off. Fine. When I recover, I'll go back to the capital. I'll never come to this damned place again. What damned place? A familiar voice sounded beside his bed. Gu Chengfeng shuddered and froze. Why are you covering your head with the quilt? Don't you feel stuffy? Gu Chongqing reached out and pulled Gu Chengfeng's quilt down slowly. Gu Chengfeng resisted weakly, but he didn't have much strength. He looked at his brother who suddenly came back. His grievance multiplied. He knew he wasn't that good, but he tried his best. His brother praised all the soldiers who defended the city, but he didn't. He wasn't bad. He changed from a scholar to a soldier who killed enemies. He didn't retreat, abandon the city, or run away. Actually, he also felt that it was very difficult and bitter. After all, he had not suffered since he was young. He wasn't used to it at all. But he endured it. He didn't complain at all. Why couldn't his brother see his efforts? Does it still hurt? Gu Chongqing asked. Now you care about me. It's too late. Gu Chengfeng awkwardly moved in. Why aren't you praising me? Why aren't you praising me? There's something I want to give you. Gu Chongqing said softly. It must be that girl who chose the leftovers. I don't care. What is it? Gu Chengfeng lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. Look for yourself. Gu Chongqing placed something tied with a string above his head. Gu Chengfeng still didn't turn around to look at Gu Chongqing. He coldly pulled that thing down with his hand. He casually glanced at it. Just a glance, and then his entire body froze. He almost instinctively sat up and looked at the small token in his hand in disbelief. His name, birthday, and place of birth were written on it. And on the back of the small token, there was a large Gu character. This is... He jumped down with a swoosh. With a limp arm, he looked at his brother. Gu Chongqing also looked at him. His expression was solemn. His eyes revealed the unyielding spirit of a soldier, the Gu family army's wooden token. From today onwards, you are a true Gu family army soldier. You must be loyal to His Majesty and do your best for the people. You must abide by military orders, punish evil, and protect the country and the people. You must also protect every river in the country of Zhao. You must protect every inch of the country of Zhao. If the enemy invades, they can only step over your corpse. Gu Chengfeng's chest swelled. His eyes were red and hot tears rolled down. He straightened his body and solemnly swore. Gu family army Gu Chengfeng accepts. Chapter 510. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The Gu army had been preparing to attack the city since yesterday. However, other than Gu Chongqing and a few others, no one knew which city they were going to attack. According to the information obtained by the Gu army scouts, the Chun army predicted that Gu Chongqing would take the lead to attack Beiyang City. At this moment, Yi City had already begun to send reinforcements to Beiyang City. That's good. Lingguan City's 30,000 troops are no match for us. In the tent, the right commander said, moreover, Beiyang City is further away from Lingguan City than Yi City. If the Chun army really goes to Beiyang City, then even if they realize that they've been tricked, they won't be able to turn around and reinforce Lingguan City in time. Gu Chongqing looked at the cities on the sand table and estimated the distance between them. Beiyang City, Lingguan City, Yuegu City, and Yi City happened to occupy the top north, south, left, west, right, and east directions. Beiyang City was in the north, far away from Lingguan City in the south. However, Beiyang City was not that far from Yuegu City in the west. If they realized that they had been tricked, the first thing they would do would not be to reinforce Lingguan City, but to lead the army to attack Yuegu City. After explaining his analysis, the left and right commanders disagreed on how many troops to send. The right commander said, "We'll go all out and get rid of them as quickly as possible. Then we'll rush back. We might not be slower than the Chun army." The left commander said, "Yuegu City is a total of 80 miles from Lingguan City. Yuegu City is also 80 miles from Beiyang City. As long as we attack the city, Beiyang City will receive a messenger pigeon. How long will it take to attack the city? When that time comes, it will be too late for us to turn back." The right commander said passionately, "Then let's fight another battle." Take back Yuegu City. The left commander said seriously, but the people in the city will suffer the flames of war, and the injured soldiers and defenders will also be slaughtered. The right commander fell silent. Although his fighting style was aggressive, he did not ignore the lives of the people and the border soldiers. Gu Chongqing did not say anything. Today, he had asked advisor Hu and Governor Chang about the topography of this area. He knew that Yuegu City was indeed the same distance to Beiyang City and Lingguan City. However, compared to Yuegu City, Lingguan City's topography was higher while Beiyang City's topography was lower. They came down the mountain while the Chun Kingdom's army came up the mountain. First of all, their speed was different. As long as they attacked the city fast enough, they would be able to meet the Chun nation's army outside Moonwood City. Therefore, he was now faced with two choices. He could go all out and quickly take down Lingguan City before rushing back to fight with the Chun nation's army. Or, he could leave a portion of his people in Yuelu City and start a war on both sides. If it was the second option, it would involve the question of how many soldiers the Chun Kingdom's army would deploy. Was it 30,000 or 50,000? In the end, Gu Chongqing chose to leave a portion of his forces in ancient Moon City. After all, if the soldiers were to rush back and forth, their combat strength would not be able to keep up. It would be better for the two cities to attack at the same time. The soldiers of ancient Moon City would be able to rest and wait for the exhausted soldiers. They might not have the advantage in terms of numbers, but they would definitely be better in terms of combat power. Gu Chongqing paused and said, also, it's not necessarily because they don't have the advantage in numbers. Beiyang City and Yi City need to be guarded by soldiers. They are also afraid that if we take down Lingguan City, we will immediately attack Beiyang City or Yi City. Currently, the two cities have a total of 80,000 soldiers. Each city needs at least 20,000 soldiers, so the maximum number of soldiers they can deploy is 40,000. After discussing with Tang Yueshan and his grandfather, the three of them agreed to leave 30,000 soldiers of the Gu clan to deal with the Chun nation's army. The rest of the troops that could be deployed would follow Gu Chongqing to attack Lingguan City. Injuries would occur at any time during a war, so it was necessary to have a doctor accompanying them. This time, there were actually many skilled doctors from the common people in the medical team. However, in the midst of the flames of war, danger lurked everywhere. Gu Chongqing only chose 20 people from the imperial court's medical officials. Gu Jiao was in the ranks of the team but not as a doctor. She had to inform the patients in the stronghold to evacuate. Although she had told little Shirtu that it would be fine to have someone deliver the news, and that little Shirtu would take the people to evacuate. However, how could Gu Jiao let a group of patients escape in the ice and snow? Lives would be lost. Gu Chongfeng had just been officially appointed as a member of the Gu clan's army. He was so excited that he felt like 10,000 ants had crawled into his heart. He tossed and turned in bed, occasionally laughing foolishly and directly waking Tang Yueshan up. Tang Yueshan used to scare Steamed Bun when he first saw him, but now he was very calm. This kid's brain was damaged. He would have at least 7 or 8 spasms a day. Gu Chongfeng wasn't even in the mood to eat dinner. He was only thinking about attacking Lingguan City. He felt that he was part of the Gu clan's army and couldn't sit idly by. He also had to go to war. He decisively removed the bandage on his arm and strode out. Before he could take a step out, he was blocked by Dr. Song. Dr. Song said impartially, Miss Gu said that no one is allowed to leave this room. I'm not afraid of you. Do you want to give me an injection? Come on, come on. Gu Chongfeng directly showed his butt to him. Dr. Song said expressionlessly, I'll deduct a bottle of hair growth medicine from you. Gu Chongfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Recently, he had been so busy fighting that he had forgotten about the hair growth medicine. Gu Chongfeng, who was not afraid of anything and was not afraid of injections, finally bowed down for a bottle of hair growth medicine. After dinner, Gu Chongqing led the Gu clan's army to set out. The left commander and 30,000 Gu clan soldiers stayed behind in Yueqing City. The wind and snow filled the sky and the road was dangerous. After a whole night of trekking, the Gu clan's army finally arrived near Lingguan City. At this time, the heavy snow had not stopped, and the army was resting in a mountain forest. Gu Chongqing gave the order to set up a barracks and rest there. Lingguan City was on the east side of the mountain, and they were on the west side of the mountain. With the thick wind and snow covering them, even if they started a fire, they wouldn't be discovered. Gu Jiao was ready to go find little Shi too. The brother and sister had already discussed the details of this matter. Considering the overall situation, Gu Chongqing couldn't leave the team before the battle, but he had the shadow guards accompanying him. He handed over all 6 shadow guards to Gu Jiao. Early on, before they set off, Gu Jiao picked a few women in Yueching City who knew acupuncture and took them to make a few sets of protective clothing out of oiled paper. There was no need to trouble them with gloves and masks, as there were many in the small medicine box. She was the only one who used goggles, but in a while she would put on masks for the plague patients, so it wasn't a big problem. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao, who was carrying the small medicine box and the red-tasseled spear, and asked, "Are you leaving?" Gu Jiao nodded. "After taking them to a safe place, I'll meet you." "Okay." Gu Chongqing looked at her fixedly. There was the worry and reluctance of a brother in his eyes, but at the same time, he also understood Gu Jiao's ability. He tidied her hair and said, "Take care of yourself." "I will." If she didn't take care, she wouldn't have any small benefits. Because they had to pass through the checkpoint, they didn't ride horses. The shadow guards used qinggong to bring Gu Jiao back and forth in the night. After about half an hour, the group arrived at their destination. Gu Jiao stood outside the wooden bridge and took out gloves, masks, and temporary protective clothing from the small basket on her back. She helped them put them on neatly one by one. She was also fully dressed. One of the shadow guards was going to scout ahead. Gu Jiao called out to him, "I'll go first. You guys wait for me here." The shadow guards nodded in unison. Gu Jiao first went to the death soldier's small wooden hut and gently knocked on the door. There was the sound of someone getting up from inside the hut. His movements were quick, and it sounded very vigilant. Gu Jiao secretly nodded. Little Shida's vigilance was quite good. "It's me," she whispered. "Dr. Gu." Shun Xian hurriedly opened the door for her. Gu Jiao flashed in and left the door ajar. Using the thin moonlight that came in through the crack of the door, she asked him, "Did you take your medicine on time these past 2 days?" Yes. Shun Xian hurriedly nodded. "I feel much better." "What about the others?" Gu Jiao asked. Shun Xian said, "They also took their medicine on time. Most of them are getting better like me, but there are also some who don't have any changes." "There's no effect?" Gu Jiao frowned strangely and said, "The effect of the medicine varies between individuals. Let's observe for another 2 days. If it really doesn't work, I'll give them another medicine." Last time she had left behind streptomycin and a sulfonamide. In a while, she would see if there was tetracycline or chloramphenicol in the small medicine box. Gu Jiao said to Shen Xian, "Let's not talk about this for now. Lingguan City is about to go to war. I'll take you guys away first." Shen Xian waved his hand. "Dr. Gu, you should leave quickly. I'll take them to hide in the mountains. I guarantee that no one will find us." Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "They have hunting dogs. It'll be easy to find you guys." "Ah." Shen Xian was shocked. Gu Jiao said seriously, "There's not much time left. Let's leave quickly." Shen Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He woke up the patients one by one. They did not expect that Gu Jiao would really come back to save them. Originally, they only had 20% hope in their hearts, but now it was 50%. Gu Jiao put on a mask for each of them and brought them across the bridge. However, Gu Jiao did not leave herself. Instead, she said to a few hidden guards, "You guys escort them safely to safety." "You're not leaving?" Shun Xian asked. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "And I'll leave in a while." It was almost dawn. The Chun country's soldiers would come to deliver breakfast. They needed someone to pretend to be a death soldier and knock on the door. Otherwise, once they found that everyone in the stronghold had disappeared, they would guess that the Gu army had come. The whereabouts of the Gu army could not be exposed in advance. Chapter 511. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Shen Xian understood and said to Gu Jiao, "No, Dr. Gu, I'll stay here. You go first." Gu Jiao said, "You're not fast enough. You won't be able to catch up with us in a while, and you won't be able to understand the signals left along the way." Shun Xian was speechless. Let's go, Gu Jiao said. Shun Xian reluctantly agreed. Then he thought of something and asked Gu Jiao, "Where are we going?" Gu Jiao said, "To find a safe place to settle you down." "What about our families?" A man in his early 30s asked. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "The masters of the Gu army have already sneaked into the city. They will be brought out before the war." "Can we go home after the war?" Another patient asked. He was the oldest one among them. He was 40 years old this year. He used to be a minister surnamed Zhao. Gu Jiao looked at him. When she put on the mask for him, Gu Jiao noticed that his body temperature was higher than the others, and his symptoms were more serious. Gu Jiao didn't answer him in a hurry. Instead, she asked, "You're the one who didn't get better after taking the medicine?" Ah! Minister Zhao was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand why the topic suddenly changed so quickly. Gu Jiao didn't have time to carefully find the reason why he didn't get better. She just said to him, "You can't go home until you recover." Minister Zhao asked, "Recover? How long will that take?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said, "Let's see how fast you recover." Minister Zhao's face suddenly changed. There were 13 patients locked here. After eliminating the men of sacrifice, there were 12 people left. Among the 12 people, except for Minister Zhao, who didn't get better, the other symptoms were more or less better than before. Although they were anxious to go back to see their families, they knew in their hearts that they had the plague. If they didn't recover, it would inevitably harm their families. More importantly, they saw the light of recovery. Squire Zhao didn't think so. He suddenly took a few steps back and walked onto the wooden bridge. He looked at Gu Jiao warily. "Your medicine is completely ineffective. If we don't recover, will we be locked up by you for the rest of our lives?" Gu Jiao's fingertips lightly tapped on the arm that she was hugging. She looked at him indifferently and said, "When the battle at Lingguan City is over, I will change your medicine. What if the other medicines don't work? What if you can't cure me? What if you just want to lure us out?" Shun Xian frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Dr. Gu was sent by the imperial court. That day, she came together with the Gu family army's young master. "Didn't you see it with your own eyes? It's not like we've seen the real Gu family army." Who knew if she was telling the truth? He might be a fake young master. She did it to lure us out and kill us. As he spoke, he looked at the patients. The plague can't be cured. Her medicine can only alleviate the symptoms, but in the end we will still die. She knew. She was a doctor. She knew everything. She just wanted to lure us out. She wanted us to infect Prince Yi's soldiers. She wanted to throw us into Prince Yi's army camp. As soon as he said this, the patients immediately became jittery. Shun Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. He looked at him anxiously, then looked at his companions, who were obviously on high alert, and said in disappointment, "Dr. Gu is not that kind of person." Squire Zhao mocked. "How do you know she's not that kind of person? Are you familiar with her? Or, have you been bribed by her?" Shun Xian said angrily, "Zhao, don't slander me. It's fine if you don't leave." Gu Jiao said calmly, "Leave the corpses behind." The patient's expressions changed abruptly. Squire Zhao pointed at Gu Jiao. "Good. The fox's tail has been revealed. You're here to kill." Gu Jiao ignored him. She took the armor from the hidden guard's hands and calmly walked onto the wooden bridge. She said to the patients behind her, "Who wants to stay?" The 6 shadow guards unsheathed their cold swords at the same time. The patients were so scared that they shrank their necks. People were like that. If they could live a little longer, they would not choose to die immediately. Squire Zhao saw Gu Jiao walking towards him with a weapon longer than him on her back. His heart inexplicably jumped. The moment Gu Jiao approached, he rushed out. He hid behind little Shirtu and Shun Xian. Gu Jiao didn't intend to lay a finger on Squire Zhao, but Squire Zhao was so scared. "Dr. Gu, take care." One of the hidden guards cupped his hands towards Gu Jiao's back. Gu Jiao did not turn back. She just casually waved her right hand. The group of people left under the escort of the hidden guards. Because of the heavy snow, the footprints on the ground were quickly covered by the snow. Gu Jiao sat in the small wooden hut with her eyes closed. At the first glimmer of dawn, 2 soldiers from the previous dynasty came over with food and medicine. Gu Jiao knocked on the door 3 times from the inside. The 2 soldiers left in relief. After they walked away, Gu Jiao brought the food into the house and put it away. She also disposed of the medicine and poured it away. At noon, the 2 soldiers came again. They first took away a few boxes of food and then put down new boxes. Gu Jiao handled the food and medicine as usual without leaving a trace. Gu Jiao could have left at this time. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the soldiers would not come again until dinner time. At that time, the Gu family's army would have already launched an attack on Lingguan City. It did not matter if the matter in the stronghold was discovered or not. However, to be cautious, Gu Jiao still stayed until dinner time. When the soldiers from the previous dynasty came to deliver dinner, she killed them. Gu Jiao took off the protective clothing and put on the armor. She carried the small basket and the red tasseled spear and followed the secret signal along the way. Gu Jiao found them in the forest where the Gu family's army had been stationed. They were arranged in a tent and were guarded by 6 hidden guards. When they came over, the Gu family's army had not yet left. They saw the uniform army and also saw the Zhao country's flag and the Gu family's army flag. Their anxious hearts finally returned to their stomachs. It was good that it was the real Gu family's army. The Gu family's army would not trap the common people and be unjust. The official surnamed Zhao was sitting on a mat in the tent. He was coughing so badly that blood came out of his mask. Gu Jiao left the red tasseled spear outside and lifted the curtain to walk over. Dr. Gu, little Shirtu Shanxian, stood up and looked at her in surprise. She had taken off the protective clothing and was wearing dark armor. It was different from the silver armor of the Gu family's army, but she had an inexplicably strong aura. Shanxian only looked at her and his heart was excited. Gu Jiao nodded to him and walked in front of official Zhao. She knelt down on one knee to check his condition. She first took his pulse and then took out a stethoscope to listen to the sound of his lungs. After listening, Gu Jiao frowned and looked at him. Did you really take the medicine? Official Zhao's eyes flashed. Shanxian quickly noticed his panic and said in disbelief, You didn't take the medicine? Official Zhao coughed up blood and almost couldn't speak. Gu Jiao used her gloved hand to take off his bloody mask and put it in the basket lined with craft paper. She coldly said, Why didn't you take the medicine? Official Zhao had a high fever and said dizzily, Who knows if you gave me poison? Shanxian said in exasperation, Aren't you being too paranoid? If it's poison, can we all get better? Official Zhao only realized whether he was getting better or not after a long journey. Everyone was locked up in the stronghold. Shanxian said that he was much better and didn't feel so uncomfortable. The others also said so. However, official Zhao felt that it might be a psychological effect and that he might not really be recovering. However, just now, he had collapsed on the road several times, but the other patients were almost as strong as normal people. Even little Guo, who didn't have such obvious effects, could keep up with the group. He knew that he had misunderstood Gu Jiao. That was the real medicine that could cure the plague. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. He was going to die. He couldn't breathe. Official Zhao's breathing was choked. His face quickly turned blue and purple, and his body stiffened. After a while, he began to convulse. Gu Jiao quickly broke off a wooden stick from the pile of firewood and stuffed it into his mouth. Then she quickly pressed on his renjong, higu, neguan, and other acupuncture points until his body stopped convulsing. Gu Jiao took his temperature and found that he had a high fever of 40 degrees. In this situation, the possibility of lowering his temperature physically was not high. He was unconscious and couldn't be fed medicine. Dr. Gu, can he still be saved? Little Shirtu asked in a low voice. I don't know. Gu Jiao frowned. This was the truth. The death rate of the plague was very high, and he didn't cooperate with treatment. Now he could only resign himself to fate. Gu Jiao gave him an injection. First, she gave him an antipyretic injection, and then replaced the infusion bottle with streptomycin. Just as Gu Jiao was about to find a shelf to hang the infusion bottle, official Zhao suddenly woke up. He felt that his arm was cold. He looked carefully and was so shocked that he reached out to pull it out. What did you do to me? Gu Jiao was on an infusion. Little Shirtu rushed over to hold him down, but it was too late. A stream of blood spurted out and splattered all over Gu Jiao's face. It dripped from her goggles and onto her mask. She smelled the strong scent of blood. Chapter 5:12. Gu Jiao's mood almost instinctively became violent. The goggles turned blood red, as if the entire world had turned blood red. The heat of the blood seeped through the mask and burned her cheeks. The violent factor in her body began to surge endlessly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Squire Zhao was a plague patient. His blood was also sick. Dr. Gu, the hidden guards outside the tent heard the movement inside. One of them opened the curtain and saw Gu Jiao's face covered in blood. His expression changed and he was about to walk towards Gu Jiao. "Don't move." Gu Jiao raised her hand to stop him. The hidden guard's steps stopped. "Dr. Gu, are you all right? What happened?" "I'm fine." Gu Jiao slowly lowered her hand. It seemed like a normal action, but no one knew how much self-control she used. She calmly said, "None of you are allowed to come in. Shen Xian, move aside." She always called him Little Sher too, but this was the first time she called him by his name. Shen Xian subconsciously sensed that there was something wrong with her. "Dr. Gu." He moved aside in a daze. Gu Jiao once again squatted down in front of Squire Zhao. Squire Zhao was intimidated by Gu Jiao's silent calmness. He didn't dare to move or make a sound. When he pulled out the needle, he used too much force and tore a blood vessel. Gu Jiao calmly and skillfully treated his injury. She reinserted the needle and calmly said, "The medicine is very expensive, don't make me waste it." She wouldn't waste medicine unless the person was dead. Squire Zhao looked at Gu Jiao, who didn't get angry at all. He didn't know why, but he inexplicably shivered. After Gu Jiao came out of the tent, she found an empty place and sat down against a bamboo tree. She took off the contaminated goggles and mask, as well as a pair of gloves. She did not know if she would be infected. She took 2 chloramphenicol from the small medicine box, grabbed a handful of cold snow, and swallowed it. The Gu family army went to attack the city, leaving behind only 100 people to take care of these sick people. The forest was quiet, but Gu Jiao seemed to be able to hear the sound of war drums and horns, the sound of chariots slamming into the city gate, and the sound of the Gu army climbing up the ladder. She leaned against the bamboo and looked up at the obscure and boundless sky. A trace of confusion appeared on her face. For a moment, her mind was blank. "Dr. Gu." A secret guard walked over and reported, "Someone's coming." Gu Jiao entered a state of combat readiness in a second. She stood up and picked up the small basket on her back. "How many people?" The shadow guard said, 20 people, and a few of them are death warriors. It seems that the remnants of the previous dynasty found that the plague patients were missing, so they sent people to capture them. Gu Jiao had already made several preparations. If no one chased them, they would wait here for Gu Chongqing and the Gu family army's triumphant return. If someone chased them, they would change to another place. She had at least 3 backup places. Gu Jiao said to the secret guard, "You take the patients and go to the ruined temple on the way here." "Yes." The secret guard only listened to orders and did not question Gu Jiao's decision. The secret guard and 100 Gu family army soldiers took the patients and moved them. Squire Zhao was honest this time. He sat in the carriage, and Shen Xian hung his infusion bottle on the carriage. "Do you still remember how to pull out the needle?" Gu Jiao asked Shen Xian. The first time she went to the village, she gave Shen Xian an injection. Shen Xian nodded. "I remember." "That's good." Gu Jiao did not say anything more. She took the red-tasseled spear and the small basket and walked in the direction of the group of experts. "Dr. Gu." Shen Xian called her. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao turned her head. Shen Xian sat in the carriage and stretched his head out of the window. He said to her through the mask, "You will be okay?" Gu Jiao glanced at him and did not answer his question. Instead she said, "If I don't catch up in an hour, you go to Yuegu City first and find a Dr. Surname Song. He will know what to do." She left a lot of medicine for Dr. Song, including chloramphenicol and ribavirin. Shen Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. Gu Jiao turned around and disappeared into the boundless night. Shen Xian looked at Gu Jiao's small figure that gradually disappeared into the forest. The carriage moved slowly, and his eyes did not move away for a long time. The group of people moved very quickly. They rode their horses and came to the depths of the forest in less than a quarter of an hour. They raised their speed to the maximum. Who would have thought that they would suddenly see a small, unfamiliar figure in the distance in the bamboo forest, in the snow? It seemed to be a young man wearing dark armor. He held a helmet in one hand and a red-tasseled spear in the other. The young man did not have a crown, so his black hair was not tied up high. Instead, he only used a light blue hairband to tie half of it behind his head. The other half was draped over his shoulders and fluttered in the cold wind. They were still far away, and the young man had been motionless, but everyone felt the murderous aura of the mountains and rivers from the young man's body. The 20 people tightened the reins in their hands almost at the same time. The leader of the men of sacrifice was the first to react. He frowned and coldly said, "It's a soldier of the Zhao country. Kill him." The Gu army's armor was silver. When Tang Yueshan made the armor for Gu Jiao, it was made according to the style of the Tang family's archers, but it was not exactly the same. Her weapon was a spear, and this armor was tailor-made for her and her red-tasseled spear. It was the unique armor of the Zhao country. The two men sped up and pulled out their long swords. Gu Jiao coldly glanced at them. She lightly put on the helmet and pulled down the mask, revealing only a pair of murderous eyes. At this moment, the 20 masters' hearts all skipped a beat. A chill ran down their spines. It was too late to retreat. Besides, they couldn't retreat. 20 masters couldn't defeat a young man. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Kill. The leader of the men of sacrifice gave the order. The next second, the murderous red-tasseled spear appeared and cut off his head with unstoppable force. Blood splattered all over his companion, and a round head rolled onto the snowy ground. Before his horse could even stop, its hooves had already trampled over that head. Everyone was shocked. How could this young man have such skills? No, it should be said that he looked young. How could he be so ruthless? Is he a man of sacrifice? An expert asked. His voice was trembling. One of the 4 men of sacrifice had died. The remaining 3 all looked at the young man in front of them. The young man did seem to have a trace of a man of sacrifice, but it was stronger than a man of sacrifice. They couldn't tell what it was. They instinctively felt fear towards the murderous young man in front of them. Even so, the young man didn't plan on letting them go. His red-tasseled spear quickly attacked them again. This time he attacked another man of sacrifice. Normal soldiers couldn't tell the difference between an expert and a man of sacrifice. A stronger expert might be able to, but they couldn't be so accurate and fast. When the 4 men of sacrifice all died under the young man's red-tasseled spear, the rest of the people knew they didn't have any chance of winning. Retreat! A man in black shouted. He took the lead to run away. Gu Jiao grabbed the red-tasseled spear and coldly looked at his back. She suddenly threw the red-tasseled spear. The huge force was like 10,000 arrows, knocking the man in black and his armor off his horse. His entire back was pierced through, and he fell heavily into the snow. The rest of the people didn't even have the will to fight. They looked fearfully at the young man who pulled out the red-tasseled spear and walked towards them step by step. The blood from the red-tasseled spear dripped onto the snow, like flowers blooming on the road to the underworld. "Yi, don't come over. We're King Yi's trusted aides." Another man in black sat on the horse and held the reins tightly as he spoke to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't stop. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. The man in black continued. "His Highness King Yi is the son of destiny chosen by the living Buddha. He's the Emperor Star. As long as you're willing, His Highness King Yi will definitely give you a high position and generous salary." The murderous young man was getting closer and closer. Everyone unconsciously leaned back. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat and said, You just have to let us go, and His Highness King Yi will reward you. Don't think that your Zhao Kingdom's imperial court will win just because the Gu army is here. The Chun Kingdom's 100,000 reinforcements will soon arrive at the frontier fortress. They've brought the Liang Kingdom's ballistae. Attacking the city is as easy as walking on flat ground. You can't win. Before he could finish, the young man's red-tasseled spear pierced his heart. You talk too much. The young man finished speaking indifferently and pulled out the red-tasseled spear expressionlessly. The black-clothed man fell straight into the snow. The horse neighed in fright and shifted its hooves uneasily. Everyone else kept their mouths shut. We don't talk much. Don't kill us. The young man glanced at them with a world-weary gaze. You don't even have any last words. Looks like you're ready to die. Everyone. Chapter 5:13. A quarter of an hour later, the murderous forest quieted down. 19 of the 20 people were gone, leaving only one man in black kneeling in the snow, trembling. Gu Jiao looked down at him, the tip of the red-tasseled spear pressed against his heart. Your prince consort has a very powerful death warrior. Where is he? The man in black was startled. Perhaps he hadn't recovered from the huge massacre, but it took him a long time to realize what Gu Jiao was talking about. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, Young hero, wait, this isn't a young hero. It's a girl. Yes, she's clearly a girl. Even if she didn't change her voice, there was still a big difference between a young man and a young girl's voice. Just now he was so frightened by the young man in front of him that he even forgot to listen carefully. The fear in the man in black's eyes didn't lessen because the other party was a girl. On the contrary, he was even more afraid. What kind of girl could be so terrifying? Was she a death warrior that only the nobles of the Yin Kingdom had? Death warriors originally came from the Yin Kingdom. The other 5 kingdoms would spend a lot of money to hire or buy death warriors from the Yin Kingdom, but they weren't the most powerful ones. Only their prince consort had a chance to get a death warrior from the Yin Kingdom. Young miss. The man in black didn't know whether to call the other party a young hero or a girl. He stammered for a long time, then stammered, Are you asking about Sirius? Sirius? Gu Jiao repeated indifferently. How capable was he to have such a flashy name? Gu Jiao noticed that when the man in black mentioned Sirius, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Is he very powerful? Gu Jiao asked. The man in black said, He's more than powerful. The death warriors of the prince consort and Prince Yi combined are no match for him alone. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if the men of sacrifice in the hands of the prince consort and Prince Yi were at the same level as the 4 men from before. To be honest, the 4 men weren't weak, but they weren't too strong either. On the contrary, the fact that the 3 dragon shadow guards that Tang Yueshan had mentioned were all injured by this death warrior caught Gu Jiao's attention. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if he could defeat the 3 dragon shadow guards because he could only defeat 3, or if there were only 3 dragon shadow guards for him to fight. Actually, no matter which one it was, the power of this death warrior was terrifyingly strong. Where's Skywolf? Gu Jiao asked. In the prince consort's residence. The black-clothed man said fearfully. He guessed that Gu Jiao might not understand, so he explained, It's not far from the governor's office. Just walk out of the governor's office's main entrance and head east for 2 li. Gu Jiao finished him off with a single shot. As usual, she plundered the valuables on their bodies. Choosing a horse as her mount, she galloped towards Lingguan City. She didn't know if she was infected, but she still put on some protection before entering the city. The entrance to Lingguan City had already been breached by the Gu clan army, and the 2 sides were fighting fiercely in the city. Gu Jiao took a detour and went directly to the prince consort's residence. The flames of war hadn't spread here yet, but the news of the battle should have spread throughout the city. The doors and windows of every household were tightly shut, and the streets were deserted. There wasn't a single citizen wandering around. Gu Jiao's horses' hooves echoed loudly on the long street. From time to time, there would be soldiers coming from the governor's office to provide reinforcements. Gu Jiao didn't fight them head-on. Her target was Skywolf. When she approached the prince consort's residence, Gu Jiao dismounted and left the horse in the alley. The last time Gu Jiao came to Lingguan City's governor's office, she had passed by here. At that time, she didn't know that this was the prince consort's residence. If there was a difference, there was. At least when she passed by here, there weren't so many soldiers guarding this place. This time there was almost an entire army surrounding the residence. This action was somewhat thought-provoking. Lingguan City was at war, and the Gu clan army was at the city gates, fighting to the death with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Every soldier was important, but the prince consort had so many soldiers guarding the residence. He probably wasn't just guarding against Gu Chongqing and the Gu clan army, but also against his own uncle and the soldiers of the Chan kingdom. Once the remnants of the previous dynasty were defeated, Princess Ning'an would become their only bargaining chip to threaten the Zhao kingdom. King Yi definitely wanted to use Princess Ning'an as a shield, Or use her to make a deal with the Chan Kingdom army. Gu Jiao observed for a while in the alley across from her. Suddenly, several imperial bodyguards rode over and stopped in front of the gates of the prince consort's residence. The leader took out a token at his waist and said to the soldiers guarding the residence, "The prince consort has orders to transfer the princess to a safe place." The soldiers guarding the residence moved aside to make a path. The bodyguards entered the residence. Since they wanted to transfer Princess Ning'an, that person called Tianlang should also be escorting Princess Ning'an away. Gu Jiao decided to wait for him to come out and wait for an opportunity to make a move on him on the way. Gu Jiao waited in the alley for about 15 minutes before the bodyguards rode out again. It was still the leader who spoke. He said to the soldiers, "Come with us to escort the princess away." "Yes," the soldiers responded. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. The soldiers lined up on both sides. In a flash, a tightly shut carriage drove out of the residence. The person sitting in the carriage must be Princess Ning, and Gu Jiao's goal was very clear. It was to kill Tianlang. As for Princess Ning'an, if there was a chance after killing Tianlang, she would take her away with her. But she wouldn't give up on killing Tianlang just to save her. After the carriage left the residence, a dark horse stepped out from behind the door with heavy hooves. A man wearing black armor sat on the horse's back. Even though he was sitting on the horse, one could still see that he was tall and straight. He was taller than the average man. Like Gu Jiao, he was wearing a metal helmet, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. From a distance, his eyes seemed to be blood red, revealing a murderous aura. The moment he rode out on his horse, the horses around him became restless. Gu Jiao stared at him without blinking. She clenched the red-tasseled spear in her hand. After that, several more carriages came out of the residence. After they left, Gu Jiao went to the alley to get the horse. In order not to be discovered, Gu Jiao stayed far away. The snow had stopped, and there were footprints everywhere in the snow. She didn't have to worry about losing track of them. However, this group of people was not completely brainless. They probably guessed that the traces in the snow would easily expose their whereabouts. Not long after, they began to split into two groups. When they reached the next fork in the road, they began to split into 4 groups. No wonder there are so many carriages. They are all used to confuse people. But Gu Jiao didn't remember the tracks of the carriages, but rather Tianlang's hoofprints. His horse was taller than a normal horse, so the hoofprints were deeper. It was easy to say, but it wasn't easy to tell which of the hoofprints were deeper. It was a good thing that Gu Jiao had undergone tracking training in the organization. She followed Tianlang's hoofprints through Lingguan City, and came to the quiet and cold outskirts. When they passed by a small hill, Tianlang's hoofprints suddenly disappeared. Gu Jiao's brows knit. After that, a cold aura came from the soles of her feet. Killing intent came from everywhere. Gu Jiao suddenly raised her red-tasseled spear and swung it above her head to block it. With a loud clang, the weapons collided fiercely, creating tiny golden sparks in the darkness of the night. It was Tianlang. He had found her. He decided to wait here and kill her. The horse couldn't withstand the great pressure. It cried out in pain and wildly charged forward. And it was this charge that caused Gu Jiao to lose her balance. Gu Jiao leaned back and raised her foot to kick Tianlang's chin. Tianlang's palm hit the bottom of her boot. Gu Jiao borrowed the force and flipped backwards. The red-tasseled spear touched the snow, helping her to stabilize her body after flipping in the air. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and vigilantly stood in the ice and snow. About 10 feet in front of her stood the tall and sturdy Tianlang, whose killing intent filled the sky. Gu Jiao found that she had underestimated his height. His weapon was also a red-tasseled spear. It was the same size as Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear, but it was clear that his red-tasseled spear couldn't compare to Gu Jiao's. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. He slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was a little surprised. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked at the red-tasseled spear in her hand. That attack just now was truly terrifying. If it was any other weapon, it would have already been broken in half. Her red-tasseled spear didn't even have a small crack on it. Her sworn brother was loyal enough to give her a peerless divine weapon. Tianlang stared at Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. His eyes revealed a trace of undisguised desire. He had his eyes on her weapon. Gu Jiao wiped the snow that had splashed on her helmet. Her cold and stubborn eyes looked at Tian Lang. Very good, I also want your life. Chapter 514. There are all the novels that you can't find on the internet. It was impossible to deal with an expert like Sirius head-on. She had only recovered 20 to 30% of her strength. She couldn't even beat the dragon shadow guards, let alone Sirius. She had to outsmart him. However, Gu Jiao didn't expect Sirius to be so vigilant. This wasn't the most advantageous terrain in Gu Jiao's plan. She had seen the map of Lingguan City. There was a canyon 3 miles ahead in this direction. That canyon was the battlefield for her to deal with Sirius. Unfortunately, Sirius found it too early. The current geographical conditions were a little unfavorable for Gu Jiao. It was too open. It was too suitable for Sirius to slaughter Gu Jiao, this little cub. Sirius didn't even ask who Gu Jiao was. He just used his second killing move on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if he couldn't speak or was too lazy to speak. He looked at Gu Jiao with disdain. That was true. With his skills, he was an adult wolf. Gu Jiao could only be considered a lone wolf's cub at most. What was there to be afraid of? Sirius's second attack was no longer aimed at Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. Since he had taken a fancy to this weapon, he wouldn't destroy it. He directly stabbed at Gu Jiao's neck. He actually intended to cut off Gu Jiao's head. This kind of fighting style was too arrogant. Gu Jiao blocked his attack with her spear for the second time. Sirius's cold eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect this little cub to have some skills. Gu Jiao always remembered what her godfather had told her. The best defense in the world was offense. She couldn't stay in the same place and wait for Sirius to hit her. She had to hit Sirius. She grabbed the red-tasseled spear with her right hand and attacked Sirius's face. Her left hand secretly held the syringe hidden in her sleeve. She pushed off the needle cap with her thumb and stabbed Skywolf's neck the moment she got close to it. Sirius was fully armed. Only his neck, hands, and eyes were exposed. Obviously, the neck was the easiest place to attack. During this period of time, Gu Jiao's strength had not stopped recovering. Compared to when she was in the capital, she had improved a lot. Gu Jiao's hands were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. No one knew that her left and right hands were actually equally agile. She could be right-handed or left-handed. Her habits were habits that she wanted others to see. It had to be said that her hand was too fast, so fast that Sirius did not expect that she would use a hidden weapon on him. However, Sirius was not to be trifled with. The moment the needle pierced his neck, he reacted in time and sent Gu Jiao flying with a slap. Gu Jiao slid back dozens of steps in the snow. She did not stop until she stabbed the red-tasseled spear into the depths of the snow. The syringe was also sent flying. What a pity. That was a superior anesthetic. It was okay to fight, but it was not a waste of medicine. Gu Jiao was very angry. She straightened up while gasping. She walked over to pick up the syringe that was sent flying and attack Sirius again. She did not use any fancy moves. Sirius sent Gu Jiao and the syringe flying again. This time, Gu Jiao was not as lucky as the first time. She fell heavily into the snow and could not get up for a long time. Sirius thought that she was dead, so he came to collect his trophies, the red-tasseled spear. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao supported herself with her hands on the cold ground. She looked like a ferocious little beast. She grabbed the syringe in the snow and stabbed it at Sirius relentlessly. Sirius was really annoyed. After sending Gu Jiao flying again, he planned to break the hidden weapon first, and then stomp on Gu Jiao's head. It would be best if he could make Gu Jiao's brain splatter all over the ground. Gu Jiao and the red-tasseled spear fell into the snow together. She covered her chest and resisted the taste of blood in her throat. She coldly stared at Sirius. Sirius came to the other side and raised his foot to stomp on the syringe. However, at this moment something incredible happened. The moment the syringe broke, Sirius was sent flying by the sudden explosion under his foot. Gu Jiao coldly raised the corner of her mouth. Did he really think that it was still a syringe? Did he know about detonators? It was not easy to make a detonator. Secondly, it was hard to preserve. It would explode once it was shaken. If it was shaken before it left her hand, the first one to die would be Gu Jiao herself. Moreover, the detonator she made was different from the detonators in her previous life. First of all, it was much less powerful. After all, she extracted the nitroglycerin from the medicine in the small medicine box. The purity and dosage were not high enough. She only had one. She had never tried it before. However, judging from the blood on Sirius's body, it seemed to be quite powerful. It was stronger than the black fire pearl. Sirius fell into the snow. His armor was broken and his helmet was blown away. It was hard to tell where he was injured, but his body was covered in blood. He tried to move, but the knockoff detonator was probably too powerful. His body trembled slightly and he couldn't get up for a long time. Very good. I'll kill you while you're sick. Gu Jiao grabbed the red-tasseled spear and walked towards Sirius while enduring the pain all over her body. She had thought about using the detonator on Sirius, but she was not sure if Sirius would choose to dodge. If he dodged, she would not be able to hit him. So, she could only lure him to destroy the detonator himself. In order to make him take the bait, Gu Jiao held the syringe and took so many hits. Now she was a little exhausted. Gu Jiao walked to Sirius and looked at him, panting. But, I still have the strength to kill you. Then she gritted her teeth, raised the red-tasseled spear and stabbed at Sirius's heart. In the blink of an eye, Sirius, who had been stunned by the explosion, suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao's spear with a sense of crisis. He abruptly pulled downwards. Gu Jiao's exhausted body almost fell forward uncontrollably. Sirius raised his other hand and grabbed Gu Jiao's neck. His scarlet eyes made him look like a ferocious beast. But he forgot that Gu Jiao was also a ferocious little beast. Gu Jiao did not grab his hand that was grabbing her neck at all. Instead, she turned her hand and the real syringe fell into her hand. She stabbed it into his shoulder at lightning speed. This time it was not anesthetic. It was neurotoxin. It could paralyze the nerve center of the human body in a very short time, paralyze the muscles and limbs, and gradually make the person lose the ability to breathe on his own, and finally suffocate to death. This was a special neurotoxin from the Research Institute. It was several times faster than the same kind of neurotoxin on the market. An ordinary person would take effect in 3 seconds, but he was a master. Gu Jiao gave him 10 seconds. However, 10 seconds passed. He was still tenaciously holding on. His grip on Gu Jiao's neck did not weaken at all. However, because of his injury, he could not use his original strength. Even so, if he continued to pinch her like this, Gu Jiao would not be able to breathe. There was only one syringe of this drug, and it would be gone after it was used. Moreover, even if there was, Gu Jiao would not be able to get it now. Gu Jiao decided to dig out his eyeballs directly. Unexpectedly, he chose to give up on grabbing Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear, and used his bloody hand to hit Gu Jiao's acupoints. Gu Jiao's hand that was about to dig out his eyeballs froze in midair. Gu Jiao's mind was full of one sentence. It was over. It was up to him to kill her or cut her. Sirius threw Gu Jiao into the snow. He did not grab the red-tasseled spear on the ground. Instead, he pulled out the dagger in his boots. The neurotoxin began to take effect. Gu Jiao's eyes rolled. She saw that his hand that was holding the dagger began to tremble. He might not have the strength to stab himself. Sirius could not stab himself, but he could cut his throat. This dagger could cut through iron like it was mud. He fell down beside Gu Jiao and pointed the dagger at Gu Jiao's neck with trembling hands. Gu Jiao felt a deep chill on her neck. The blade was about to cut open her delicate neck. However, at this moment, the neurotoxin in Sirius's body finally took effect. His hand trembled, and the dagger fell beside Gu Jiao's ear. He fell on his knees on Gu Jiao's body. Gu Jiao. Sirius fell sideways on Gu Jiao's body. His head was facing down in the snow. It was quite heavy. Snow began to fall from the sky again. It was not heavy, but the north wind was extremely cold. It was like a knife cutting people's faces. Gu Jiao's pressure points were sealed. She lay in the snow unable to move. The neurotoxin paralyzed Sirius's breathing. Sirius finally became an ice-cold corpse. However, Gu Jiao's body also began to stiffen. She looked at the snowflakes in the sky. She looked at the obscure and boundless sky. She listened to the cold wind whistling past her ears. Bit by bit, she lost consciousness. It had to be said that the path of the emperor's son-in-law was very good. Other than her, no one else could find it. The vast snowfield stretched as far as the eye could see. Who could see the two tiny figures lying in the snow? After an unknown amount of time, the light Shui turned into goose feather heavy snow. The blood and smell on the ground were covered by large pieces of snow. She and Sirius were also covered in a thin layer of snow. Chapter 5:15. The battle at Lingguan City was over. The attack started when the snow stopped at dusk and ended completely at dusk. The battle ended in less than 2 hours. The Gu army gathered all their superior forces and used their absolute advantage in numbers and combat power to defeat the 30,000 remaining soldiers of the previous dynasty. King Yi was shot and wounded. The prince consort brought 5,000 soldiers to escort him out of Lingguan City. Of the remaining 25,000 people, 5,000 died on the battlefield and 20,000 became captives. Most of these 20,000 captives were able-bodied men from the frontier fortress in various places. They were either followers of the living Buddha or members of the rebel army who had been coerced by King Yi. Of course, there were also some descendants of the nobles and landlords of the previous dynasty, who held important positions under King Yi. The funny thing was that King Yi didn't take them with him when he abandoned the city and fled. Gu Chongqing was wearing a silver cloak and riding a tall horse that was also wearing silver armor. Behind him were the Gu cavalry in uniform. The infantrymen were left at the city gate to clean up the battlefield and form patrols to search for the remaining survivors of the previous dynasty. This wasn't the first time Lingguan City had been at war. The most terrifying thing was that it had been captured by the Chun army not long ago. That day was like today. A large number of Chun army broke through the checkpoint of Lingguan City and captured the defenders of Lingguan City. They had also ridden majestically on the long street. They captured women and able-bodied men when they saw them. They burned, killed, and plundered. There was nothing they wouldn't do. The flames of war rose again. Lingguan City was in a state of panic. All the doors and windows were tightly shut. When they heard the sound of horse hooves again, they didn't even see who had won. They all hid in their homes in fear. But the sound of horse hooves came closer and then farther away. There were no women's screams, no men's roars, and no soldiers breaking down doors to plunder. Finally, a brave lad quietly pushed open a door and peeked outside. He saw the Zhao nation's flag fluttering in the night and cold wind. He also saw the Gu army's flag protecting the Zhao nation's flag. "It's the Gu army!" he shouted. When the commoners heard that it was the Gu family army, they all had some hope. However, they didn't have the courage to immediately come to the long street. They also opened a crack in the door and looked outside. The Gu clan army walked from the west end of the long street to the east end of the long street, all the way in the direction of the governor's office. They did not disturb any of the people in the city, nor did they take away any sheep or chicken by the roadside. Their military discipline was strict, and they were full of righteousness. Gradually, commoners began to walk out of their homes. At first, there was only one, but later on a large group of them slowly gathered. They curiously followed the Gu family army in the direction of the governor's office. At this moment, the governor's office was completely surrounded by the Gu family army. General Zhang searched the governor's office inside and out and found dozens of King Yi's aides. He also annihilated the thousands of Chun soldiers who did not manage to retreat from the city in time. When Gu Chongqing led the steel cavalry to the entrance of the governor's office, the commoners also followed. General Zhang suddenly escorted out a bald monk wearing a kasaya from a nearby residence. The monk was about 50 years old. He had a benevolent look, a broad heart and a fat body. Many of the commoners recognized him. A woman exclaimed, "It's the living Buddha." They captured the living Buddha. Hearing the cries of astonishment from the commoners, the eyes of the bald monk, who was originally terrified, flashed. He straightened his back and said fearlessly, "Ba. Good indeed. Benefactors, why are you committing such a great massacre in the city? Fuck your mother's benefactor." Zhang Can kicked the bald monk's butt, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Fake monk. Swindling and deceiving. The living Buddha's reputation in Lingguan City was quite high. General Zhang's actions had undoubtedly angered a portion of the citizens. General Zhang didn't think it was the people's fault. After all, they were innocent. It was this shameless fake monk who colluded with King Yi and fooled the soldiers and people at the frontier fortress. Zhang Can wanted to vent all his anger on this fake monk, but he was stopped by Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing said faintly, "Stop." General Zhang cupped his hands and retreated to the side. "Yes, General." The fake monk was in so much pain that he cursed 3 times in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, Buddhist beads hanging from one hand. He made a Buddhist salute and said as if he was delivering all living beings from torment, "Umitba. Benefactors have killed too many people. My Buddha is merciful. I hope that benefactors will stop killing for no reason. How can you do this to the living Buddha? The living Buddha is a good person. He was sent by the Buddha to save us. You don't respect the living Buddha. You will suffer retribution." An old lady said with righteous indignation. General Zhang had a toothache. "Old lady, open your eyes and take a look. This bald donkey is a fake." Which great master would collude with the rebel army and trap the people at the frontier fortress in the flames of war? And he General Zhang almost blurted out what he had found out, but Gu Chongqing's words interrupted him in time. Gu Chongqing looked down at the living Buddha sitting on the ground and asked, neither too fast nor too slow, "You said you are the living Buddha. Well, let me ask you, how many grades are there in the Diamond Sutra?" 32. The living Buddha said without hesitation. "What is the 32nd grade? Do you remember?" The fake monk sneered in his heart. How could he not know the Diamond Sutra if he wanted to pretend to be the living Buddha? He made a Buddhist salute and said slowly, "Subhuti. If someone uses the 7 treasures of the world to give alms, if there is a kind man or woman who has the heart of Subhuti and holds this sutra, or even the 4 verses of the Gatha, to be read and recited, and to speak for others, his blessing will surpass that of others." What is the meaning of speaking for others? Do not rely on the appearance. Why? All Dharma is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble or a shadow. It is like dew or lightning. It should be observed as it is. Look, he is a living Buddha. Another commoner said. Zhang Can's temper flared up. He couldn't help but retort. Knowing a bit of Buddhist scriptures makes you a living Buddha. Then if I can recite 2 paragraphs of the 4 books and 5 classics, wouldn't I be the new top scorer? Then do you know that Shakyamuni once wrote a volume of Little Surangama Sutra? It was a sutra written by Shakyamuni when he was still in the royal family before his enlightenment. Can you say a few sentences from it? The fake monk's expression froze for a moment. Generally, these small sutras were not popular Buddhist sutras. He was not a real monk, so how could he memorize all the Buddhist sutras? It was strange. He was obviously a reckless man who fought in wars. How could he know Buddhist scriptures? Did someone in your family become a monk? Or did he recite all the Buddhist scriptures backwards and recite them to you every day? Of course I know the Little Surangama Sutra. However, I rarely talk about this Buddhist scripture when I preach Dharma. Even if I say it, not many people have heard of it. If this benefactor were to accuse me of spouting nonsense, who would prove this poor monk's innocence? Haha, such a small trick. It was difficult for him. Gu Chongqing said again. You are a living Buddha. You should have this scripture in your hands. The fake monk said without changing his expression. The scripture has long been burned by your people. Zhang Can said angrily, nonsense. When did I burn your things? Gu Chongqing looked at the fake monk with a calm and composed expression. So master admits that this Buddhist scripture exists in the world. As soon as this was said, the fake monk's expression froze again. Gu Chongqing said neither too fast nor too slow, Master. Do you know that there is no such Buddhist scripture in the world? The Little Surangama Sutra did exist. But the Little Surangama Sutra was purely Gu Chongqing tricking him. Gu Chongqing looked at him lightly and said, before Shakyamuni was enlightened, he was just an ordinary person. How could he write Buddhist scriptures? Master is worshipped as a living Buddha. How could you not understand such a simple principle? The fake monk was choked and speechless. Who said that those who led the army to war were all brainless? This kid was too cunning. He actually set a trap for him. Not all the people were believers of the living Buddha. There were still many rational people. When they saw the living Buddha give himself away, they couldn't help but say loudly, You can't really be a fake monk, right? The fake monk said fiercely, I am a living Buddha, not a fake monk. Then you don't even know Buddhist scriptures. The young man who had just insulted him continued, That's. Before the fake monk finished, Gu Chongqing waved his hand and several Gu army soldiers came over with a few women. The leading woman was about the same age as the fake monk. She was adorned with pearls and jade, which was a sharp contrast to the poor people who had experienced war. The women behind her were dressed like her, but they were younger than her. When the fake monk saw this group of people, he couldn't keep his face straight. He wanted them to shut up, but it was too late. Master, please save us. They want to take us to the officials. The leading woman's call of master completely removed the fake monk's cover. Everyone, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't know them. I don't know what these people from the imperial court did, but they found a bunch of women to frame me. I've sinned. Father, behind the women, a young child's voice sounded with a sobbing tone. There was more than one person. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. If it was possible that these women were hired by Gu Chongqing, then these children who all looked like living Buddhas couldn't have been hired to make up the numbers. There were many similar people in the world, but these people clearly had a frontier accent. There were only a few children in the frontier, and 7 or 8 of them looked like living Buddhas. Who would believe that they weren't his biological children? The fake monk didn't expect the Gu army to be so ruthless. Not only did they dig him out of the secret room, but they also found his family from the cellar. This time he really couldn't clear his name. With both witnesses and evidence, Gu Chongqing left military advisor Xiao to take care of Lingguan City's affairs, and sent General Zhang and 10,000 Gu army soldiers to guard the city. Then Gu Chongqing quickly rushed back to Yuegu City with the rest of the troops. The Chun Kingdom's army really did attack Yuegu City at night. However, they encountered some problems on the way and encountered an avalanche, causing them to arrive 2 hours later than planned. At this time, Gu Chongqing had already rushed back with his army. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Chun Kingdom's army decisively withdrew. The Chun Kingdom's army had experienced 2 forced marches. If they turned around and attacked Lingguan City at this time, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Gu Chongqing wasn't worried about the situation in Lingguan City. He led the army into Yuegu City. The first thing he did was to go to the wounded barracks to find Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao once told him that if things went well, she would go to the governor's office to meet him. However, he didn't see her. She should have implemented the second plan, which was to bring the patients back to Yuegu City. When he came to the wounded barracks, he saw Dr. Song wearing an oiled paper gown, a mask and gloves. Dr. Song usually doesn't wrap himself up so tightly. It seems that Gu Jiao and the plague patients have returned. It's good that they're back. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could finish heaving a sigh of relief, he saw Dr. Song walking towards him in confusion. General Gu, didn't Dr. Gu come back with you? Gu Chongqing was slightly startled. Didn't she come back with those patients? Dr. Song shook his head. She didn't come back. The 2 men realized that something was wrong at the same time. Gu Chongqing's expression changed, and he called the 6 secret guards over. When he learned that Gu Jiao had gone to deal with the Chun Kingdom's experts alone, his heart sank. That's not right, he said thoughtfully. They're just chasing after a few plague patients. They won't send out the most powerful experts. As long as they're not the most powerful experts, Jiao Jiao won't be unable to come back. Gu Chongqing suddenly thought of the death warrior by the prince consort's side who could defeat 3 dragon shadow guards. A chill ran down his spine. General, everything is ready. The day after tomorrow, are we going to attack the north? The left commander in charge of guarding ancient Moon City came over with a few marching bamboo slips. Halfway through his conversation with Gu Chongqing, he saw that Gu Chongqing acted as if he didn't hear him. He suddenly walked towards the stable, took out his mount, and mounted it without saying a word. The left commander chased after him, but his nose was splashed with snow. He wiped it away carelessly, looked at Gu Chongqing and shouted, General, where are you going so late? General! General! The cold wind whistled and the snow fluttered. Gu Jiao was frozen into a small ice sculpture in the world of ice and snow. She lay there frozen with Sirius's corpse, losing her body temperature and breathing bit by bit. People would think of many things before they died, but Gu Jiao couldn't think of anything. Her head was frozen. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the last trace of her consciousness was also frozen in the snow. She closed her eyes. Gu Chongqing's horse galloped quickly in the night. It was his most beloved mount. When it came to the residence, it was only a little colt. They had been together for several years and had already formed an indescribable tacit understanding. The horse felt its master's anxiety, and its hooves almost broke off in the snow. Gu Chongqing went to the forest where the camp had been stationed and found the bodies of the experts of the previous dynasty buried in the snow. He dug through the snow with his bare hands and turned the bodies over one by one. Not Jiao Jiao. Not Jiao Jiao. Not Jiao Jiao either. Every one of them had been killed by the red-tasseled spear. It could be seen that Gu Jiao dealt with them with ease. If that death warrior was here, Gu Jiao wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Gu Chongqing finished digging through the last body. His fingers were stiff, and he knelt in the snow, gasping for breath. If Gu Yan was here, he would be able to sense where Jiao Jiao went. After all, Gu Chongqing was not Gu Yan. He couldn't sense Gu Jiao's movements. He just had an inexplicable intuition that Gu Jiao had left the forest with some kind of mission. She might have predicted that she wouldn't come back so soon, or she might not even be able to come back. So her planned retreat was to let the patients rush to Yuegu City and hand them over to Dr. Song. She took the initiative to find that death warrior. Why did she go to him? Why? The wind and snow were too heavy, and even the horses were unwilling to move forward. The soldier had to dismount from his horse and lead it to try to keep up with the team. However, after just 2 steps, he felt something under his feet and stumbled forward. He fell on a hard light shui pile. The snow pile was a little hard, but he didn't care too much. He pressed on the other side of the snow pile and stood up. But when he pressed on it, he was stunned. What's wrong with the feel of it? A chill ran down his spine, and he carefully looked at his hand. As a result, he saw a round head. He fell back with a cry and tumbled in the snow. As soon as he sat up, he happened to meet a pair of eyes that were still open. He was scared out of his wits. He didn't even care about the horse anymore. He ran forward, scared witless. Ghost! Ghost! What are you shouting about? A sergeant grabbed him. You want to attract the pursuers, don't you? He didn't dare to look back. He only pointed his trembling finger behind him. No, no, Brother Zhang. There's a ghost over there. The safety along the way was very important. If there was really a ghost, it might not be a real ghost, but a person lurking in the dark. The sergeant called Brother Zhang walked towards the protruding light shui pile with the wind and snow on his back. When he got closer, he found that it was a person who had been frozen to death. He was worried for nothing. He thought that it was an ambush of an assassin. The sergeant intended to turn around and catch up with the team, but he suddenly felt that the face was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He bent down again and carefully looked at the other person's face. He finally remembered where he had seen him. Sir. The man with the silver fox was sitting in a carriage pulled by 8 horses. Suddenly, an anxious voice of a soldier came from outside. He looked at the unconscious uncle beside him, took out his slender right hand from the warm hand, opened the curtain and asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier reported, "It seems that someone saw Skywolf." After a while, the man with the silver fox and a few of his henchmen appeared beside the light shui pile where the person had been tripped. The henchman removed the snow and revealed Skywolf's body. He knelt beside the other body with his head on the ground. His cheek was slightly tilted to the right. He didn't put all his weight on the body, but it was still heavy enough. Everyone was stunned. Skywolf was the #1 master under Sir. Didn't he escort Princess Ning'an to escape? How could he die here? Who was the person who died with him? The man with the silver fox frowned and looked at Skywolf's body in disbelief. The henchman understood why Sir had such a look. Skywolf was a man of sacrifice that Sir bought from the nobles of the Yan Kingdom with a lot of money. He was not an ordinary man of sacrifice. The dragon shadow guards of the royal family of the Zhao Kingdom couldn't even withstand 10 moves from Skywolf. No one in the Yan Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom, or the Chun Kingdom could hurt Skywolf. The handsome face of the man with the silver fox was covered with a layer of frost. He said to his henchman coldly, "Check who is the other dead one?" "Yes." One of the henchmen squatted down and removed the snow on the man's face. It was a young and tender face. There was a red birthmark on the left side of the face. The man with the silver fox recognized the birthmark immediately. "It's him?" He was surprised. The man with the silver fox had fought with Gu Jiao on the ice layer of the lake. Gu Jiao had hurt him with the red tasseled spear. Before that, Gu Jiao and another man in black broke into the governor's office of Lingguan City at night. They used black gunpowder to open a bloody path and save the old Marquis Ding, and of the Zhao Kingdom. "Sir, he's still alive," the henchman said in shock. He had originally planned to separate the serious from the small corpse, but as soon as his hand touched Gu Jiao's face, he felt that something was wrong. He checked the other party's breath. Although the breath was weak, it was still there. "Sir, Prince Yi has woken up. He asked me to ask what happened here." The bodyguard of Prince Yi came over and said. The man with the silver fox looked at the unconscious Gu Jiao thoughtfully. "Skywolf is dead. The murderer has just been caught." The man with the silver fox went back to the carriage. An unconscious soldier in armor was also taken into the carriage with him. Prince Yi covered the wound on his shoulder. He frowned in pain and asked, "Who is he?" "The murderer of Skywolf." Prince Yi looked at Gu Jiao's figure and her armor, which did not have any special insignia. He said, "What? Him? A small soldier?" "He's a soldier from the Zhao Kingdom," the man with the silver fox said. Prince Yi had just been defeated. When he mentioned the Zhao Kingdom, his face turned pale. He said in a low voice, "The Gu army?" The man with the silver fox threw Gu Jiao on the carpet of the carriage. He kicked Gu Jiao's leg away lightly. "Look at the armor. Doesn't look like it." The Gu army wore silver armor. This boy's armor was a bit like the armor of the Tang family's archers, but it did not have the insignia of the Tang family's archers. Prince Yi looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "You said he killed Skywolf? How is it possible? How old does he look?" The man with the silver fox smiled. "Uncle, do you still remember the boy I mentioned to you who is related to the Yan Kingdom?" Prince Yi frowned. "Is he the one you mentioned?" "Sir, his luggage has been found. It's here." Outside the carriage, the man with the silver fox's confidant handed over a heavy small basket and a red tasseled spear. The man with the silver fox took them in the snow. The moment the curtain was lifted, the wind and snow rushed in. King Yi was so cold that he shivered, and his frown deepened. The man with the silver fox tied the curtain and rummaged through the small basket. The man with the silver fox was a little disappointed when he saw that there was only some dry food and a small tattered medicine box. He thought he would find some treasure. The man with the silver fox placed the small basket beside Gu Jiao and caressed the red tasseled spear in his hand. He said to Prince Yi, "Uncle, this is the weapon of the Yan Kingdom's divine general Xianyuanli. It's so ugly?" Prince Yi's eyes hurt from the big red flower and small braids on the red tasseled spear. The man with the silver fox smiled faintly and did not care about the ugly weapon. "I asked around in the Chun Kingdom a few days ago. Xianyuanli's red tasseled spear was given to the king of the Chun Kingdom as a birthday gift by the king of the Yan Kingdom. After the war between the Chun Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom, the red tasseled spear was snatched away by Marquis Xianping of the Zhao Kingdom. During the peace talks between the two kingdoms, the Chun Kingdom wanted it back but was rejected by Marquis Xianping. Prince Yi pondered for a moment and agreed. Yes, that person would do such a thing. He was a shameless person. Prince Yi paused and asked again, "Is he from the Xianyuan family or the Marquis Xuanping's residence?" The man with the silver fox shook his head. "I'm not sure at the moment. Not only did he get the spear, he also has the black gunpowder. He must be related to the Yan Kingdom. So he's from the Xianyuan family." Prince Yi made a judgment in his heart. His expression changed immediately. "We caught someone from the Xianyuan family. If the Xianyuan family knew, they would trample us into meat paste with 100,000 cavalry." The man with the silver fox smiled. "Uncle, don't worry. If he was really an important person in the Xianyuan family, the Yan Kingdom would have sent reinforcements. Princey thought it made sense. Thinking of something, Princey asked again. Then why didn't you kill him? He killed Tianlang. Aren't you going to avenge him? The man with the silver fox caressed the red tasseled spear in his hand and said, Tianlang is dead. Even if I avenge him, he won't come back to life. But he killed Tianlang, which means he's more powerful than Tianlang. Uncle, if he's willing to submit to us, wouldn't we have a second Tianlang? Princey hesitated and asked, what if he doesn't submit? The man with the silver fox curled his lips. He's a soldier of the Zhao kingdom. He saved the old Marquis Ding An's life. If we use him to threaten the Gu family army, what do you think the Gu family army will do? Princey looked at the young man lying on the ground without blinking. He didn't know why, but his heart was in a mess. I think it's better if we kill him. The man with the silver fox smiled. Uncle, don't be afraid. He's frozen like this. He won't be a threat. Chapter 5:16. After King Yi's defeat, everyone thought that he and his son-in-law would lead a 5,000-man army to Beiyang City or Yi City to seek refuge with the Chan Kingdom's army. However, the scouts hiding outside Beiyang City and Yi City reported that they didn't find any traces of the former dynasty's army. On the other side, Gu Chongqing was also desperately searching for Gu Jiao's whereabouts. However, no one expected that King Yi and his party would brave the wind and snow, pass through the ice field, and arrive at a paradise. It was called a paradise because there was a continuous mountain range and a natural hot spring at the top of the mountain in a world of ice and snow. This was a treasure trove that the Silver Fox man found by chance during a winter hunt. It was located in Zhao country's territory, but it was an unclaimed land. Every year, it would be frozen for several months, so the border officials treated it as an ordinary mountain range. The Silver Fox man secretly built a mountain stronghold here. Even King Yi was here for the first time. When the carriage entered the stronghold, it had to cross a wooden bridge. As the carriage walked on the wooden bridge, King Yi asked the Silver Fox man anxiously, "Is it really safe here?" The Silver Fox man brushed away the snowflakes that accidentally flew in from the window and landed on his Silver Fox cloak. He smiled calmly and confidently, "Uncle, don't worry. The mountains here are steep and the terrain is hidden. When we came here just now, it snowed heavily. Our tracks have long been covered. It's impossible for the Gu army to find us." Under the wooden bridge was a bottomless abyss. King Yi unconsciously lifted the curtain and took a look. His soul almost flew out of his body. If this wooden bridge broke, they would all be smashed to pieces. It was not until everyone had crossed the wooden bridge that King Yi's heart finally relaxed. However, in the next second, he heard his nephew say, "Feng Shi, cut down the wooden bridge." King Yi was shocked. "Why are you cutting down the wooden bridge? Are you going to be trapped here forever?" The man with the silver fox comforted him with a smile and said to King Yi, "Uncle, the young master of the Gu family army, Gu Chongqing, is unusually cunning. I'm worried that he will still find some clues and chase after us." Princey frowned and said, "But didn't you say that you wouldn't leave any traces? This is a precautionary measure." The man with the silver fox explained with a smile, "As for the way down the mountain, Uncle, you don't have to worry about it. There's a secret passage in the stockade that leads to the outside from the top of the mountain. Even I haven't taken it before. That's our real escape route." Hearing this, King Yi heaved a sigh of relief again. However, the moment the wooden bridge was cut down, he was still worried for no reason. He could not tell whether this worry came from the wooden bridge itself or from something else. His gaze unconsciously fell on the soldier from the Zhao kingdom. There was a charcoal brazier in the carriage, so it was much warmer than outside. The ice on the soldier's armor had melted, and there was a puddle of water under his body. The mask on his helmet seemed to have been lifted during the fight. He was originally wearing a mask, but it was pulled off by the Silver Fox man's subordinates. He was lying on his side, and the left side of his face with a birthmark was exposed. The more King Yi looked at him, the tighter his frown became. "Uncle, we're here," the man with the silver fox said to King Yi. Then, he noticed that King Yi was staring at the young man in a strange way, so he asked, "Uncle, what's wrong? I feel that we should kill him." King Yi looked at Gu Jiao and said. The man with the silver fox smiled and said, "If he's useless, It's not too late to kill him. Your Highness, it's time to get off the carriage. Outside the carriage, a soldier reported. King Yi withdrew his gaze from Gu Jiao and got off the carriage. After the man with the silver fox got off the carriage, he said to his trusted subordinate, Feng Shi. Feng Shi cupped his hands and said, Sir. The man with the silver fox ordered lightly, take him down and find a room to settle him down. Also find a doctor to check on him. Don't let him die. Feng Shi said, yes. The man with the silver fox paused and reminded, also, he has some skills. Be careful not to be ambushed. Feng Shi cupped his hands and replied respectfully, I know what to do. There were 2 hot springs at the top of the mountain. King Yi's courtyard was located at the large hot spring, while the man with the silver fox's courtyard was located at the small hot spring. The man with the silver fox sent King Yi back to his courtyard and settled him down before returning to his own courtyard. The courtyard was heavily guarded both inside and outside. The man with the silver fox looked at the 2 soldiers at the door and asked, Is the princess inside? One of them replied, Sir. The princess has always been inside. The man with the silver fox asked again, Has she never gone out? The soldier shook his head. No. This was a stronghold that could accommodate 10,000 soldiers. It was quite spacious and no one restricted Princess Ning'an's freedom, but she just did not want to go out. The man with the silver fox nodded thoughtfully. Understood. Guard the courtyard well and report to me if there are any movements. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. The man with the silver fox entered the courtyard. On the other hand, Feng Shi had settled Gu Jiao in a small wooden house. Gu Jiao's small basket was also carried over by a soldier. Deputy General Feng, how should we deal with this basket? The soldier asked. Feng Shi dug out this basket personally from the snow and sent it to Sir together with the red-tasseled spear. Sir only took the red-tasseled spear, which showed that he did not care about the things in the basket. Feng Shi looked around. Other than some hard dry rations, there was only a small tattered box. There was a faint smell of medicinal herbs on the box. It should be a medicine box. Take it away, Feng Shi said. He paused and said, Forget it. Give me that box. What if there were some valuable medicinal herbs in it? Yes. The soldier passed the medicine box to Feng Shi and left with the small basket. Feng Shi sent another person to invite the accompanying medical officer. While waiting for the medical officer, Feng Shi tried to open the medicine box, but it would not budge no matter how hard he tried. He touched the lid and said strangely, It's not locked. He pulled out his dagger and inserted it into the gap under the lid, trying to pry it open. With a clang sound, his dagger was broken, but the lid of the box was still intact. What kind of broken box is this? Feng Shi stood up and impatiently kicked the medicine box. He looked at the broken dagger in his hand and said painfully, The dagger that Sir gave me. I haven't used it twice. As he muttered, the medical officer was brought over by the soldier. Feng Shi pulled out the broken dagger from the gap in the box and cursed as he walked out. He wanted to see if the dagger could be fixed. He walked 2 steps and turned back. He threw the broken dagger into the brazier. As for Gu Jiao, who was on the bed, Feng Shi had never seen anyone who could be saved after being frozen to this extent. However, since the Lord had given the order, Feng Shi still found a rope to tie up Gu Jiao's hands and feet. The medical officer entered the room and bowed to Feng Shi. Feng Shi said coldly, The doctor ordered that no matter what, we have to keep him alive. Use whatever good medicine you have on him. Yes, I understand. The medical officer replied. Feng Shi went out to fix the dagger. The medical officer came to the bedside and put his medicine box on the small table at the head of the bed. Because he was a soldier, there was no need to avoid the taboo between men and women. The medical officer directly sat down at the bedside. Gu Jiao's hands were tied together and placed on his stomach. The medical officer did not dare to untie Gu Jiao's ropes. He just took Gu Jiao's pulse like this. He did not know until he checked, but he was shocked. Yes, it was a girl. The medical officer's whole body trembled. He subconsciously stood up, but his hand was suddenly grabbed by a cold hand without any temperature. The medical officer opened his mouth wide. Come. Before he could finish his sentence, a blade appeared on his wrist without him noticing. The medical officer was stunned by this series of actions. What was going on? Didn't they say that he was about to freeze to death? Why did he suddenly wake up? It was fine if he woke up, but he did not know where the knife came from to cut his wrist. Gu Jiao woke up when Feng Shi tied her up with a rope. Gu Jiao did not know who the other party was. But since the other party tied her up with a rope, they probably did not plan to treat her well. After Feng Shi left, she quietly took out the blade hidden in her arm armor. Speaking of which, this armor was very well made. Could hide hidden weapons everywhere. It was as if it was tailor-made for her. Gu Jiao's eyes were as cold as her hands. The medical officer's legs began to tremble. Gu Jiao gave him a look to the soldier outside the door. The medical officer understood. He wiped away his cold sweat and swallowed his saliva. He said in a normal tone, "Little brother, can you help me get a bucket of hot water?" The soldier wanted to say, "Why don't you go yourself?" In the end, he was still a medical officer. The soldier could not afford to offend him, so he held back his impatience and went. As soon as the soldier left, Gu Jiao cut the rope. "Don't make a sound. Otherwise, I'll cut your throat." The medical officer had been successfully threatened. Gu Jiao tied him up with a rope, and then took a ball of cotton from the pillow and stuffed it into his mouth. Then Gu Jiao saw the small medicine box that was thrown into the brazier. Her eyes turned cold as she took the small medicine box out. Fortunately, it was not burned. Gu Jiao walked over to close the door. The soldier had to get a bucket of water. He would not be back so quickly, but he would not be too slow either. There was not much time left for her. Her situation was not good. It should be because she had been frozen in the snow for too long that there were some complications. She was a bit breathless. She opened the small medicine box and took out a blood pressure monitor to measure her blood pressure. Her blood pressure was too high. Cough. Her throat suddenly itched and she coughed out a mouthful of pink foam. The medical officer sitting on the bed was shocked when he saw this scene. It was one thing for her to take out those strange things from the box, but she actually coughed out this kind of thing. This was lung disease. The kind that no medicine could cure. Gu Jiao measured her blood pressure again. This time her blood pressure began to drop sharply. It was acute pulmonary edema. It would not be long before she would go into cardiac shock. In such a place, once she went into cardiac shock, she would never wake up again. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and coughed out another mouthful of pink foam. She had already begun to show symptoms similar to heart failure, and was about to go into cardiac shock. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. She held the handkerchief in one hand and took out an epinephrine syringe with the other. There was no time to give her an intravenous route. Gu Jiao grabbed the syringe and used the hand holding the handkerchief to pry open the armor. She aimed at her thigh and stabbed it down. "Doctor, your hot water is here." The soldier came to the door. Why is the door closed?" The soldier pushed the door open and entered. He said to the medical officer sitting on the stool, "Doctor, your hot water." "Bring it in," the medical officer said in a low voice. The soldier curled his lips. It was one thing to ask him to fetch water, but to ask him to bring it in? Did he have no hands or feet? This soldier was related to the steward of King Yi. He had always been more arrogant than ordinary soldiers. The medical officer was not willing to order him around unless it was necessary. The soldier put the water on the ground beside the medical officer. He did not forget to look at the sleeping soldier of the Zhao kingdom on the bed and asked, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" The medical officer said seriously, "He has been frozen for so long. How can he wake up so easily? You have to treat him." "Then you treat him." The soldier seemed to be staring at the medical officer as he treated Gu Jiao. The medical officer desperately winked at him. The soldier asked, "What are you doing? Are your eyes cramping? Didn't His Excellency ask you to treat him? Hurry up and treat him." The medical officer gritted his teeth. Yes. Go away." If the soldier did not leave, he would like to see how he would save the living dead. This person was dug out of the snow and had been frozen together with Sirius's body. He did not believe that he could survive. "Why don't you treat him? Is it not possible? Then I will tell Deputy General Feng and ask him to send another doctor." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, a silver needle flew close to the medical officer's ear and hit the soldier between his eyebrows. The soldier's eyes opened wide and he fell back. Just as he was about to hit the floor and make a huge noise, Gu Jiao blocked him with her foot and then gently put him on the ground. The medical officer sighed silently in his heart. I have already warned you, but you did not listen. Gu Jiao lifted the quilt and got up from the bed. Gu Jiao did not threaten the medical officer with a knife this time because she did not need it. When he saw Gu Jiao, not only did she not kill him but also brought him back to life. The medical officer looked at Gu Jiao as if she was a ghost. Where are my other things? Gu Jiao asked the medical officer. The medical officer shook his head like a rattledrum. I do not know, but probably it was taken by Deputy General Feng. He was the one who sent her here. Gu Jiao pulled out the silver needle and put it away. No one will come here for the time being, right? Gu Jiao asked. The medical officer waved his hand. No, this is very remote and is where the servants live. There are a lot of soldiers outside. Even if you recover, you will not be able to escape. The medical officer. Why should I remind her? Gu Jiao opened the medicine box again. Acute pulmonary edema not only required a cardiac stimulant to prevent cardiac shock, but also to expel the edema from the lungs as soon as possible. Gu Jiao found a bottle of mannitol and gave herself an infusion, while asking the medical officer for some information. It turned out that King Yi was really defeated in the Battle of Lingguan City. King Yi abandoned the city and fled with the prince consort and 5,000 soldiers. They met her on the way and it was the prince consort who picked her up. That was true. The path that Princess Ning'an took was arranged by the prince consort for her. Of course, the prince consort would be able to find it. As for the prince consort's purpose, it was not difficult to guess. It was not because the prince consort was sympathetic, but because she probably still had some value to him. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, so this is King Yi's nest? Medical officer. Don't ask me, okay? I have said enough. If I say more, my conscience will not let it go. Yes, the medical officer said. It is the nest. Chapter 517. After Feng Shi's dagger was broken, he took the broken part of the dagger directly to the armory. He found a soldier who forged weapons and had them repair his dagger. These soldiers were all blacksmiths. They came to the military camp to do nothing but forge. At this time, they were repairing the soldiers' broken armor and weapons. They were a bit busy. Although Feng Shi was the prince consort's man, repairing armor and weapons was an urgent order from King Yi. Finally, a soldier finished repairing the armor in his hand. Feng Shi hurriedly handed his dagger to him. The soldier took it and looked, saying, "The blade is broken." Feng Shi asked, "It can't be repaired?" The soldier said truthfully, "It's very difficult. Usually we repair the blade with a curved edge or a gap. Deputy General, your dagger is broken like this. It's very difficult to reconnect it. There will also be marks." The main reason was that their forging skills were not good enough. It was said that in the country of Liang, they could make broken blades flawlessly reconnect. Then is there no other way? Feng Shi asked. "Melt it down and redo it," the soldier said. "Redo it? Is it still the dagger that Darren gave me?" Feng Shi felt stifled, but there was no other way. In order to pry open a small broken box, he actually broke the dagger that Darren gave him. Thinking about it made him angry. In the end, Feng Shi didn't choose to melt the blade. He took the broken dagger and walked back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Unknowingly, he arrived at the place where Gu Jiao was imprisoned. That was the yard where the residence's miscellaneous items were stored. As the medical officer said, no one came here. However, there was a large group of soldiers training 50 steps away from the main entrance of the yard. Strictly speaking, the defense of the yard was very tight. Feng Shi was angry and couldn't help but want to vent his anger on that soldier from the Zhao kingdom. He arrived in front of Gu Jiao's room and found that the soldier guarding the door was gone. He frowned. He remembered that the door was open when he left, and now it was closed. His face darkened at the sight of so many strange things. He pushed the door open and entered the room without hesitation. He glanced inside warily. He saw the medical officer standing in front of the bed and bending over to bandage the wound on the soldier's wrist. The medical officer heard the movement behind him, and also felt the cold wind from outside the door. He turned back and said to Feng Shui, "Deputy General Feng, please close the door. The patient is already frozen. He can't be exposed to the wind anymore. He won't get better. Can he really recover?" Although Feng Shui asked the medical officer to keep the boy alive, he didn't care. After all, he had been in the frontier fortress all year round and had seen too many people with frostbite. Being frozen to this extent, the boy wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. The medical officer cleared his throat and unhappily said, "Are you questioning my medical skills?" Feng Shui was speechless for a moment. Although he was indeed questioning her, it would be embarrassing to say it out loud. He coughed lightly, looked at the youth's wrist and said, "Why did you untie him?" The medical officer said seriously, "He is injured. Didn't you ask me to keep him alive? Without the rope, how can I bandage his wound? If I don't bandage his wound, what will happen if he gets infected? He is so frozen that he only has one last breath left. He is lucky that he didn't die. If I delay any longer, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save him." Since the medical officer said that the boy only had one last breath left, Feng Shui didn't care about the matter of his hands being tied up. "How long will it take for him to wake up?" Feng Shui asked. "That's hard to say," the medical officer said and looked at the door. "If you let him continue to be exposed to the wind, he probably won't wake up for 10 days to half a month." Feng Shui quickly went into the room and closed the door. Then he felt that something was wrong with him. Why did he come in? He didn't want to look at this boy. "Where are the people outside?" Feng Shui asked. The medical officer pretended to turn around. While bandaging Gu Jiao's non-existent wound, his eyes drifted. "How would I know? I've been treating him inside." "This boy, where did he go?" Feng Shui impatiently walked out of the room. "Door." The medical officer's voice came from inside the room. Feng Shui frowned and closed the door behind him. After making sure that Feng Shui was far away, the medical officer's legs gave way and he sat on the edge of the bed. He raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead, panting heavily. "You scared me to death. Luckily, I didn't let the cat out of the bag. You don't know Prince Yi's methods. If he finds out that I helped you," halfway through his sentence, the doctor felt that something was amiss. He took a closer look and saw that Gu Jiao had already fallen asleep in such a short period of time. "Medical officer." The medical officer waved his hand in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Hey, girl? Girl. Little boy?" Gu Jiao didn't respond. Good. I will expose you now." The medical officer turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, a small ghostly voice came from behind him. "Bury the body." The medical officer staggered and fell forward. His forehead hit the door, and a big bruise immediately appeared on his forehead. He didn't dare to turn around and only turned his head slightly. "Remember to bring 2 steamed buns when you come back. I am hungry," Gu Jiao said lightly with her eyes closed. "I am Prince Yi's man. You will make me look unjust," the medical officer said sternly. Gu Jiao turned over and faced the inside of the bed. "I will let you touch the medicine box." "Medical officer, deal?" Gu Jiao slept from noon to night. The acute pulmonary edema caused by frostbite had slightly improved, but it would take a long time for her to fully recover. She had to stay on the mountain for a few days. Moreover, Gu Jiao paused and took 2 chloramphenicol tablets from the medicine box. Then she poured herself a glass of water. Halfway through, the medical officer came over. Seeing that she was awake and drinking water at the table, the medical officer couldn't help but look her up and down. To be honest, her face was still a little pale. It was obvious that she had been freezing, but she was much better than when she was sent here in the morning. At least she wasn't as pale as a corpse. "Here, the steamed buns you asked for." The medical officer put the food box on the table and took out a bowl of steamed buns and a bowl of red date ginger soup. "It is to ward off the cold. Drink it." If it was really a boy, a bowl of ginger soup would be enough. Considering that she was a girl, the medical officer cut a few pieces of red dates and added a spoonful of brown sugar. "And this?" The medical officer took a small basket from behind him. "Is this yours?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "I couldn't find the things inside. I only found this basket." The medical officer said regretfully. Gu Jiao took the small basket. This was the basket that Gu Xiaoshun made for her. It was very durable and had accompanied her from the capital to here. It had never broken. Gu Jiao put down the small basket and ate the steamed buns with the ginger soup. After drinking the warm ginger soup, Gu Jiao sweated all over and felt much better. After she finished eating, she took out 2 pills from the small medicine box and handed them to him. Eat it. What is this? The medical officer looked at the pills in his hand strangely and asked. Medicine. Gu Jiao said. Why do I need to take medicine? The medical officer asked. Gu Jiao said indifferently, just eat it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The medical officer refused in his heart. He didn't know what kind of medicine it was. What if it was poison? He looked at the medicine in his hand and then at the small medicine box on the table. Can I touch it more after eating it? Gu Jiao, no. Medical officer. For the next 2 days, Gu Jiao quietly stayed in the small room to recuperate. That soldier was nowhere to be found. Deputy General Feng couldn't find him, so he sent a new person over. It wasn't a small matter for a soldier to go missing in the military camp. However, something even bigger had happened in the military camp in the past few days, so they had no time to look for a missing soldier. King Yi fell ill. On the second night after staying in the stronghold, King Yi suddenly had a cold and high fever. During the Battle of Lingguan City, King Yi had been shot and injured. The medical officers initially thought that his wound had become infected, leading to this series of events. However, when the medical officers checked King Yi's wound, they found that it had healed well and there were no signs of swelling or infection. The medical officers then guessed that King Yi had caught a cold, so they brewed a soup for him to treat the cold. Unexpectedly, after drinking the soup, not only did King Yi not show any signs of improvement, he even coughed up bloody sputum on the morning of the 3rd day. The medical officials examined Prince Yi once again. This time they finally sensed that something was amiss. Generally speaking, coughing up bloody sputum like this was due to lung disease. However, there were many types of lung disease. There were lung diseases caused by colds and also lung diseases caused by plagues. No, it can't be plagues, right? Could it be tuberculosis? A young medical officer asked in fear. Tuberculosis was also a type of lung disease. It was highly contagious in the early stages, but as long as the right medicine was taken, most of the time it would become chronic. To put it bluntly, it would not cause immediate death. Plagues were more contagious than tuberculosis. The fatality rate was higher, and the death rate was also faster. If they had to choose between the two, they would of course rather that King Yi had tuberculosis. But King Yi's symptoms don't seem to be tuberculosis, an older medical officer said. This sentence made all the medical officers fall into silence. On the other side, in the Silver Fox Man's study, Feng Shi was reporting King Yi's condition to him. The doctor said that King Yi has been infected with lung disease, but they don't dare to say what kind of lung disease it is for the time being. Feng Shi said truthfully. Lung disease, it can't be. The Silver Fox Man shook his head. No, it can't be. Uncle has never been in contact with patients with plagues. Cough, cough. As he spoke, he suddenly started coughing violently. Sir, are you all right? Feng Shi took a step forward and poured a cup of hot tea for the Silver Fox Man. He handed it to the Silver Fox Man with both hands. The Silver Fox Man took the hot tea and took a few sips. Not only did it not stop, but it also became more violent. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. He put the teacup on the table and frowned. Pour some cold tea. Yes. Feng Shi poured a cup of cold tea for him. The Silver Fox Man took a sip and seemed to have stopped coughing. But after a while, he started coughing violently again. Sir. Feng Shi looked at him worriedly. The Silver Fox Man waved his hand and said indifferently, It's nothing. It's just a cold. The Silver Fox Man was a peerless expert. A small illness like a cold was not a problem for him. He rarely took it to heart. I'll be fine after a few days. Send someone to keep a close eye on my uncle. Don't let anything happen to him. King Yi was the most legitimate member of the royal family of the previous dynasty. He was the last direct descendant of the world patriarch. Nothing could happen to him. Feng Shi said earnestly, Sir, You have to take care of yourself too. If something really happens to King Yi, you'll be the only descendant of the royal family. It's not like I don't have a son. Halfway through his sentence, the Silver Fox Man paused. I know. You may leave. After Feng Shui left, the Silver Fox Man sat alone in the study room for a long time. He only left the study room when it was late at night and it was time for him to rest. He came to the door of a room. The maid who was guarding outside the door bowed to him. Prince Consort. Has the princess gone to bed? The Silver Fox Man asked. Yes, she has, the maid replied. The Silver Fox Man was about to enter the room, but he could not help but cough. He turned around and covered his mouth with his fist. Cough, cough. Prince Consort, are you feeling unwell? The maid asked. The Silver Fox Man put down his fist and said indifferently, I'm fine. Forget it. The princess has gone to bed. I won't disturb her. The next morning, King Yi was finally diagnosed with an epidemic disease by the medical officers. When the Silver Fox Man heard the news, he was looking at the military deployment map of the stronghold in the study room. He put down the map in his hand and looked at Feng Shui with a frown. What did you say? What happened to my uncle? His Highness King Yi. His Highness King has contracted an epidemic disease. Impossible. That's what the medical officers said. The medical officers even asked me to ask you, sir, if there's a need to isolate His Highness King Yi. But uncle. The Silver Fox Man stood up agitatedly. Immediately, he felt an itch in his throat. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed violently. After coughing, he removed the handkerchief and saw blood on it. Sir. Feng Shui saw it too. His expression changed abruptly. He strode towards the Silver Fox Man. Don't come over. The Silver Fox Man raised his hand to block him. His eyes flickered and his expression was complicated. Go out first. No one is allowed to enter this study room. Feng Shui said. But, the Silver Fox Man said, get out. Feng Shui clenched his fist. Yes. Feng Shui gritted his teeth and walked out of the study room. However, the moment he walked out, he suddenly bent over and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 518. The man with the silver fox decided to suppress the news that King Yi was infected with the plague. After all, they had just suffered a defeat and their morale was already low. If news of King Yi's illness were to spread now, the morale of the soldiers would be shaken. Worse still, the situation would become even more difficult to control. The man with the silver fox called the medical officers who were treating King Yi to a small wooden house nearby. He sat behind a screen at least 10 steps away from the medical officers. The medical officers thought that he was worried that they had just come into contact with King Yi and was afraid that he would be infected. Behind the screen, the man with the silver fox sat on a cushioned chair and asked in a normal tone, "How is my uncle's condition? I want to hear it from you personally. Is my uncle really infected with the plague and can he be cured?" The medical officers looked at each other, not knowing how to answer the man with the silver fox. The first two questions were not difficult to answer, but the last one was the hardest. In the end, the most experienced medical officer Chun boldly answered, "Sir, after our careful diagnosis, His Highness King Yi is indeed infected with the plague. As for whether he can be cured, we dare not jump to conclusions." The man with the silver fox's expression became very ugly. "All of you have come into contact with my uncle?" The man with the silver fox asked in a low voice. The medical officers' expressions all became complicated. They did not know that King Yi was infected with the plague at first, so they did not take enough precautions and directly took King Yi's pulse. Now they were afraid that, yes, it was still medical officer Chun who answered the man with the silver fox. The man with the silver fox's expression became even darker. He clenched his fists subtly and asked, "Have all the medical officers treated my uncle? If so, there would be no medical officers in the military camp who would not be quarantined. This would be very disadvantageous to their current situation. What if?" He meant what if someone who was not infected with the plague was infected? Who should they go to for treatment? Dr. Chan said. A doctor was taken away by Deputy General Feng. He said that it was your order to treat a hostage. He has been taking care of the hostage for the past 2 days and did not go to His Highness Prince Yi. The man with the silver fox recalled that there was indeed such a thing. When he thought of the soldier from the Zhao country, his expression became unpredictable. The plague was not a cold that could be contracted by being exposed to the cold wind. It needed to be contagious. The man with the silver fox was very sure that he and Prince Yi had never come into contact with those plague patients. The only suspicious person they had come into contact with in the past 2 days was the young man from Zhao country. Could it be him? The man with the silver fox furrowed his brows and muttered. The man with the silver fox thought of the group of plague patients who had escaped, as well as the men of sacrifice and their pursuers who never returned. If that young man was the one who let them go, then everything could be explained. He had killed the group of death warriors and pursuers, and he had also been infected with the plague. Then he had picked him up from the gravely ill. Thinking of this, the silver fox man clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. No, he still didn't believe it. He wanted to see it for himself. The man with the silver fox was so agitated that he started coughing uncontrollably. The medical officer's expressions changed and they said in unison, "Sir?" The man with the silver fox man covered his mouth with his handkerchief and pretended that he did not see the bloodstains on the handkerchief. He said calmly, "I'm fine. I just caught a cold. Do you understand?" Everyone exchanged fearful glances and lowered their heads in resignation. They answered in unison, "Yes, we understand." The man with the silver fox wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "I don't care what method you use. You must cure the plague. Otherwise, you and your families will die." The medical officers shuddered in unison. Gu Jiao was sure that she was infected after she heard that Prince Yi was diagnosed with the plague. Is the news reliable? Gu Jiao sat at the head of the bed and asked the medical officer who was looking at her small medicine box with greedy eyes, "Is the news reliable?" She already knew that his surname was Tong. He was from Yi City and practiced medicine for a living. Because there was a war, he was forced to join the army by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Of course it's reliable. When I went back to get the medicine, I saw that they all covered their faces. After asking, I knew that Prince Yi was infected with the plague. Tell me, how did Prince Yi get the plague? Dr. Tong couldn't understand. Gu Jiao understood. If Prince Yi was infected with the plague, then it could only be because of her. She was not sure whether she was infected by Squire Zhao's blood, but just in case she still wore a mask under her helmet. When she woke up in this room, the mask on her face was long gone. It was obvious who had taken it off. Dr. Tong told her that she came back in the carriage of Prince Yi and the prince consort. Then it was very likely that they were infected in the carriage. Gu Jiao had never thought of using the plague as a means to attack the enemy. Therefore, even when she went to kill Sirius, she was well prepared. But she couldn't stop someone from being greedy and wanting to take advantage of her. Dr. Tong was puzzled. He never thought of Gu Jiao. After all, Gu Jiao had been here for 3 days. She didn't look like she was infected with the plague. Her coughing blood was more likely caused by frostbite, and she was getting better quickly every day. If it was the plague, it would only get worse, not better. Moreover, he had been treating her for the past few days. He wasn't infected. You should take your medicine, Gu Jiao said. Dr. Tong was happiest when he took his medicine every day, because Gu Jiao allowed him to personally open the small medicine box and take out the small pills. That feeling was simply too good. Dr. Tong washed his hands and opened the small medicine box very sincerely. He didn't recognize any of the medicine inside, but he didn't know what it was. He knew which medicine he should take. He recognized the box. He skillfully pressed out 2 pills and swallowed them with warm water. Both pulmonary edema caused by frostbite and this plague would cause pink bubbles to appear. Because of this, Gu Jiao had never been sure that she was infected. Dr. Tong also thought that it was a lung disease caused by frostbite. Gu Jiao also showed symptoms of high fever, but it quickly subsided under the effects of the medicine. Dr. Tong, on the other hand, didn't show any symptoms. She wasn't sure if the chloramphenicol had a preventive effect, or if Dr. Tong was an asymptomatic infected person. An asymptomatic infected person of the plague wasn't infectious. In other words, if Dr. Tong was the latter, Then he was the safest person in the entire stronghold. He could come into contact with anyone. He didn't have to worry about being infected or infecting others. Dr. Tong didn't know anything about himself. He finished his medicine and had to put the medicine box back. He smacked his lips reluctantly, closed the small medicine box, and began to look forward to the next time he took his medicine. Once the plague flared up, without proper treatment the body would collapse rapidly. In the afternoon, King Yi was still able to talk, but at night, his fever was so high that his consciousness was blurry. The man with the silver fox originally planned to go to Gu Jiao's room to investigate, but he was called away by King Yi's subordinates halfway. King Yi was in a daze from the fever. He called the man with the silver fox's name, so everyone had to call him over. Zheng, Zheng. King Yi called out to him in a daze. The man with the silver fox covered his face with a mask. He came to the bed and held King Yi's hand. Uncle, I'm here. Zheng. King Yi held the man's hand tightly. Zhenger, I'm so scared. The man with the silver fox looked at King Yi, who was tortured by the disease and his heart was filled with grief. Uncle, don't be scared. I'll definitely cure you. King Yi said in a daze. It's him. It's him. King Yi was cruel and heartless. The method of punishing Gu Chongqing and the Gu family army was suggested by one of his subordinates, but he treated his nephew well. Even though such a big thing had happened, he didn't want to blame his nephew for not listening to him. King Yi said in a trembling voice, kill him. Kill him. A huge wave of regret and pain emerged in the man with the silver fox's heart. All right, uncle, wait for me. I'll go and kill him now. On the other side, Gu Jiao asked Physician Tong to find out who in the stockade had symptoms similar to the plague. Physician Tong said, King Yi has been diagnosed. The prince consort. I heard that he also coughed a few times. There's also Feng Shi. Who's Feng Shi? Gu Jiao asked. Physician Tong said, Deputy General Feng. Someone saw the person who dug you out from under Tian Lang's corpse coughing up blood. A few of his brothers are also said to be in a bad condition. Physician Tong's words were more reserved and serious, but Gu Jiao was almost certain that the prince consort and Feng Shi were also infected. The method they used to deal with the Gu family army was ultimately used on them. The tragedy that should have happened to the Gu family army was now the tragedy of the Qin dynasty's army. Chapter 519. Gu Jiao didn't have so much medicine to save an entire village. If she did, she wouldn't have chosen to stop the plague at its source. Moreover, they were all trusted aides handpicked by Prince Yi and the prince consort. They wouldn't surrender even if she saved them. Gu Jiao finished her 4-drip. She pulled out the needle and packed up the medical supplies. Dr. Tong said, it's time for dinner. I'll go to the kitchen to see if dinner is ready. He walked out as he spoke. However, he soon turned around and rushed into the room with a frightened expression. He slammed the door shut and pressed his back against it. Oh no! The prince consort is here. He's here to kill you. Kill me? Gu Jiao asked. Dr. Tong said anxiously. I saw a sword in his hand. If he's not here to kill you, is he here to cut down trees? Was Prince Yi dying and finally decided to kill her to vent his anger? Gu Jiao stared coldly and said to Dr. Tong, move aside. Dr. Tong said, of course I have to move aside. I won't block the sword for you, but his legs were so weak that he couldn't move. Gu Jiao stood up and walked towards Dr. Tong. She reached out and pulled Dr. Tong back. At the same time, the man with the silver fox also reached out and pushed the door open. Just as the two were about to clash, a soldier suddenly reported anxiously from outside the room, sir. Oh no! The princess is injured. Gu Jiao heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Dr. Tong stuttered and asked, "WWW, have they left?" Gu Jiao nodded and put down the hand that was about to pull him away. They're gone. Dr. Tong's legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Someone's here. Gu Jiao suddenly said. Dr. Tong scrambled to her feet and hid behind Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao vigilantly looked at the tightly shut door and secretly tightened her grip on the silver needle at her fingertips. Dong dong dong. The person outside the room gently knocked on the door, following which a low female voice slowly rang out. I am the princess's maid Lianer. The princess asked me to come here. Gu Jiao looked at Dr. Tong. Dr. Tong nodded silently. There was indeed a maid by Princess Ning An's side called Lian and the voice was indeed the same. Gu Jiao walked back to the table, took out a mask from the small medicine box, and put it on. She also put on the helmet, put down the iron mask, and opened the door for Lian. Don't come in, Gu Jiao said. Lian-er's foot stopped halfway. She didn't know if it was because of this sentence or because of the voice that said it. Lian-er looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief. The young man looked at Dr. Tong behind him. Go outside and keep watch. Call us if anyone comes. Dr. Tong left. Lian-er looked at the handsome young man in armor in front of her and opened her mouth. You are. The prince consort was lured away by the princess? Gu Jiao asked straightforwardly. Now Lian-er was sure that this young man was actually a girl. Lian-er was so shocked that she almost couldn't speak. Wasn't he a soldier of the Zhao kingdom? How did he become a girl? It was the princess who lured him away. Lian-er recovered after a while and replied to Gu Jiao. The princess heard that they caught a soldier of the Zhao kingdom, but the prince consort's people kept a close eye on him, so the princess didn't have a chance to see you. Tonight, the princess saw the prince consort go out with a sword and guessed that he might have come to kill you. She didn't care much and told me to quickly come and take you out. Right, are you from the Gu army? Or are you a border guard? Neither. Gu Jiao said. I'm from the capital. Gu Jiao took out the token under her armor. Do you recognize it? Gu Jiao asked. Lian-er reached out to take it. Gu Jiao said, don't come close. Oh. Lian-er retreated and looked at it carefully for a while. Her eyes lit up. It's the token of Runshou Palace. The princess also has one in her hands. Were you sent by the Empress Dowager to save the princess? The Empress Dowager. Is she finally willing to forgive the princess? Gu Jiao didn't directly answer her question. Instead, she asked, did the prince consort come into contact with the princess after coming up the mountain? Lian-er thought for a while and said, the prince consort came to visit the princess once, but the princess said that she was sick in bed and didn't see the prince consort. The prince consort stayed outside for a while and then left. Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully and said, then, has the princess felt any discomfort recently? For example, high fever, chills, coughing? Lian-er shook her head. No, the princess is pretending to be sick, but she isn't really sick. If it wasn't contagious, then it was in the incubation period. Gu Jiao felt that it was very likely that it wasn't contagious. After all, she didn't pay attention to the prince consort and the prince consort didn't force himself to get close to her. The possibility of contagious breathing and droplets was almost zero. By the way, what's your name? Lian-er asked. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said. Lian-er asked, then should I call you Miss Gu or Little Brother Gu? It's up to you. It was just a name, so Gu Jiao didn't care. Lian-er scratched her head and said, when we're fighting outside, I'll call you Little Brother Gu. Little Brother Gu. Hurry up and leave with me. The princess can't delay for long. The prince consort will come to kill you later. The prince consort wanted to kill her, so Gu Jiao naturally had to leave. However, she couldn't leave by herself. She had to take Princess Ning away. Gu Jiao turned and entered the house. Take Dr. Tong with you now. Don't let the prince consort see you. Then, pack up the princess things as soon as possible and prepare to go down the mountain. Lian-er subconsciously followed her in. As soon as one foot touched the ground, she remembered Gu Jiao's faintness. She coughed lightly and moved her foot back. No, I can't disobey the princess's orders. The princess wants me to leave. If I don't take you with me, she'll be angry. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a few masks. Being angry is better than dying here. Besides, if I don't want to leave, you can't take me with you. Lian-er whispered, are you very good at fighting? If I forcefully take you with me, will you knock me out? Gu Jiao. Lian-er cleared her throat and said seriously, I know. I can't beat you. I'll report to the princess now. Gu Jiao gave the masks to Dr. Tong and asked her to put them on the princess and the people around her. What about you? Dr. Tong asked. I'm going to get something, Gu Jiao said. Gu Jiao had more or less figured out the layout of this place from Dr. Tong's descriptions. 200 steps east was King Yi's residence. 30 steps north of King Yi's residence was Princess Ning, and in the prince consort's residence. Gu Jiao avoided the patrolling guards and snuck into King Yi's courtyard. Probably because they didn't want too many soldiers to be infected by King Yi. Some of the heavy guards had been removed. This made things easier for Gu Jiao. Dr. Tong had never been to King Yi's residence, so she couldn't give Gu Jiao a detailed description of the layout. Gu Jiao accidentally stumbled into King Yi's bedroom. King Yi was asleep, and there were only 2 doctors kneeling outside the screen to boil medicine for him. Gu Jiao tiptoed to King Yi's bedside. Gu Jiao pulled out her dagger, but put it away after taking his pulse. The illness was beyond cure, and there was no cure. She didn't want to waste her energy. Gu Jiao searched the room for a while. About 15 minutes later, she came out of King Yi's residence. At this time, the prince consort also happened to come out of his own courtyard. He carried his sword and walked towards the small room where Gu Jiao was imprisoned. Gu Jiao had to take Princess Ning and away before he realized that she had escaped and returned. There wasn't much time left for her. She also had to find her red-tasseled spear. Gu Jiao snuck into the prince consort and Princess Ning Anne's courtyard. Little brother Gu. Little brother Gu. Dr. Tong tried her best to keep her voice low. Gu Jiao turned her head and walked towards Dr. Tong, who was at the corner. Dr. Tong didn't care about the boundaries between men and women. Besides, he was much older than Gu Jiao. He pulled Gu Jiao behind a large tree and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Have you thought it through? Are you really going to take the princess down the mountain? If you take the princess away, the prince consort won't let you off. He'll catch up very soon. The princess won't be able to leave. Why don't you leave by yourself?" Although the prince consort and the princess were at odds, it was because the prince consort betrayed the princess and the imperial court. The princess didn't betray the prince consort, so the prince consort couldn't let go of her. He wouldn't allow anyone to take her away. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly and asked, "Do you have anything to pack?" Dr. Tong was startled. Weren't they talking about the princess? Why did they talk about him? Gu Jiao said, "If you don't, then go to the princess's place and wait for me." "You?" Dr. Tong seemed to have realized something. His breathing stopped as he stared at Gu Jiao in a daze. Gu Jiao ignored him and went to find her red-tasseled spear. Her luck wasn't bad. The second room she entered was the prince consort's study. Her red-tasseled spear was hanging on the weapon rack. However, the small braid at the tip of the red-tasseled spear had been untied and the large red flower on the spear was gone. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and her gaze slowly turned cold. Chapter 520. All the novels that cannot be found on the internet will be available here. On the other side, the man with the silver fox walked towards Gu Jiao with a murderous look. The patrolling soldiers were frightened by his imposing manner, and did not even dare to salute him. It was no wonder that the man with the silver fox was so angry. He was smart all his life, but he was stupid at this moment. He had made such a big mistake in the hands of a brat. He was unwilling to admit his stupidity and did not want to regret. If he had not been obstinate and self-opinionated and listened to his uncle, what would have happened? But there were no ifs in this world, only consequences and results. He could not deceive himself. He regretted that he did not meet that soldier from the Zhao kingdom. If he was given another chance, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. It was too late to kill him now. But he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had to do something. But the man with the silver fox did not expect that when he kicked open Gu Jiao's door, what awaited him was an empty room. "Where is she?" "Doctor." There was no doctor. "Sir." The soldiers who were patrolling nearby walked towards the source of the sound and cupped their fists at the man with the silver fox. The man with the silver fox pointed at the room and said coldly, "Where is the person inside?" The soldier said with a strange look, "Sir, are you asking about Dr. Tong? Didn't you ask Dr. Tong to treat the princess?" "When did I?" The man with the silver fox wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at the empty room and thought of something. His expression changed. He pushed the soldier away and walked towards his own courtyard in big strides. When he was near his courtyard, he heard a commotion. Then he saw thick smoke and fire not far away. Quick, quick, quick. Water. A corporal ordered the soldiers to fetch water. The scene was in a mess. The man with a silver fox grabbed a soldier who was fetching water and said sternly, "What happened?" The soldier said in shock, "Sir, your courtyard is on fire." His courtyard? The silver fox man's expression changed again. He abandoned the soldiers and rushed over. The fire started from the inside of his study. At first, the soldiers didn't notice it, but by the time it reached the outside, the fire was already quite big. Almost all the documents and important objects in the study were burned to ashes. Jade disc. The imperial jade plate of the Great Li dynasty. That was the genealogy of the Huangfu clan. Every heir of the imperial family was recorded on the jade disc. It was the only thing that could trace their identities. Without the jade disc, who knew what kind of descendants the Huangfu family had left? Who knew what kind of relationship Huangfu Zheng had with the previous dynasty? If the imperial jade seal was lost, it could be found. If it was broken, it could be repaired. However, if the genealogy of the royal family was lost, it would be irretrievable. This fire didn't burn the jade disc of the Great Li dynasty, but the fate of the Huangfu clan. The Huangfu clan was done for. Huangfu Zheng stared in disbelief at the fire that seemed to be burning the Huangfu family's fortune. His heart was boiling with anger. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He refused to accept the thought that flashed through his mind. His hand that was holding the sword began to tremble slightly. "Is the princess all right?" He suppressed his anger and asked the soldier beside him. The soldier said, "The princess went out." Huangfu Zheng frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" The soldier replied, "The princess said that she went out for a walk." Huangfu Zheng had never restricted Princess Ning'an's freedom to leave the courtyard. As long as she was on the mountain, she could go anywhere she wanted. However, she didn't leave the courtyard a few days ago. Why did she go out today? Only then did Huangfu Zheng remember that Princess Ning'an had summoned Dr. Tong to treat her illness. He had hurried over because he felt that something was wrong. However, when he saw the fire, he forgot about the important matter. No, the fire burning the jade disc was the most important thing. However, it was already burning. Could he still grab the ashes of the jade disc and put it together? Huangfu Zheng went to Ning'an's room. Nothing seemed to have changed. However, when he looked carefully, he found that Princess Ning'an's token was missing. The snacks and dry food on the table were also gone. Huangfu Zheng narrowed his eyes coldly. "Ning'an, you'd better not betray me." In the forest behind the mountain, Princess Ning'an, who was wearing a sable cloak, slipped and fell heavily. "Princess." Lian hurriedly supported her. Princess Ning'an shook her head. "I'm fine." There were 4 of them. Princess Ning'an, Lianer, Dr. Tong, and Gu Jiao. The 4 of them put on masks and braved the biting cold wind as they shuttled through the forest behind the mountain. Princess Ning'an was actually not as delicate as the rumors said in the capital. At least she wasn't now. She had lived in the bitter cold of the frontier fortress for so many years, often mingling with the herdsmen. She had herded the sheep, farmed the fields, and done the dirty and tiring work. Her hands were no longer the slender jade-like hands that had lived a pampered life. Her face had also lost its fair and translucent skin, due to weathering and exposure to the sun. However, she still had the noble aura of a royal family. Ah! Princess Ning'an fell again. Soon Dr. Tong also fell down. There was no other way. The snow was too deep. "Princess, let me carry you," Lianer said. Princess Ning'an waved her hand. "You can't carry me. I'm too heavy." As she spoke, she turned back to look at the path they had come from. Even though it was night, the moonlight reflected off the snow made the entire back mountain appear very bright. Their mottled footprints could be seen all over the ground. "Let's go quickly. They'll catch up soon," Princess Ning'an said, panting. Gu Jiao focused and asked Princess Ning'an, "Where's the secret passage?" Princess Ning'an raised her sore hand and pointed to the back of the forest. "Through this forest there is an old well. Underneath the well is the secret passage, if I remember correctly." The last sentence made Dr. Tong's eyelids twitch. "Princess, what do you mean by 'if you remember correctly'? Do you know the secret passage or not?" Princess Ning'an said awkwardly, "I only saw the blueprint of the secret passage in the study. I roughly remember. Dr. Tong was mute. If she remembered incorrectly and they were cornered, wouldn't they die even more miserably? Let's go, Gu Jiao said. Dr. Tong gritted her teeth and followed. They had already escaped. There was no way they could go back. Lian and Dr. Tong supported Princess Ning'an, while Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and tried to keep a safe distance from them. They passed through the forest and arrived near the ancient well. The ancient well was covered by a thick layer of snow. It took them a long time to find the cover. It's locked, Dr. Tong said in despair. Gu Jiao reached out with her red-tasseled spear and easily broke the lock. Dr. Tong was dumbstruck. Gu Jiao lit a match and threw it into the ancient well. She used the light to see the walls and bottom of the well. There was a rope ladder hanging from the wall of the well. The bottom of the well was empty. There was no danger at the moment. I'll go down first, Gu Jiao said. Be careful, Princess Ning'an said. Gu Jiao turned back and nodded slightly. She jumped into the well with her red-tasseled spear. Seeing that she didn't use the rope ladder and directly jumped down, they couldn't help but be surprised. Gu Jiao picked up the match and looked around. She looked up and said, "There's a passage below. There's no danger at the moment. Come down." "Princess, you go down first," Lianer said. Princess Ning'an nodded and slowly went down the rope ladder. Lianer was next. She was carrying a bundle and almost got stuck at the mouth of the well. "Throw the bundle down," Gu Jiao said to her. "Okay. Little brother Gu, you catch it." Lianer threw the bundle to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it. Lianer carefully climbed down. After she steadied herself, she looked up at the mouth of the well. "Dr. Tong, you should come down too." Dr. Tong had one foot on the mouth of the well, but the other foot didn't move. I'm afraid of heights. It's not high. There's a ladder," Lianer said. Dr. Tong trembled and was about to cry. "No, I really can't do it." At this moment, a soldier yelled, "Sir, I'm here." "They're over there." In the next second, Dr. Tong put her leg in and went down the ladder with a whoosh. "Everyone." Gu Jiao handed the fire torch to Dr. Tong. She quickly climbed up the well and covered the manhole cover. The manhole cover was originally a mechanism. Gu Jiao turned the iron rod under the manhole cover and locked the manhole cover from the inside. She jumped down and said to them, "Let's go." They entered the secret passage. The secret passage was pitch black. At first, Gu Jiao could still use a fire starter, but after walking for a while, the fire starter couldn't be lit anymore. "Lian, take out the night-luminescent pearl," Princess Ning'an said to Lian. "Okay." Lian took out a night-luminescent pearl that was bigger than a fist from the bundle. Gu Jiao had never seen such a big night-luminescent pearl before. It was quite strange. Princess Ning'an looked down and smiled bitterly. "Mother gave it to me on my birthday." Gu Jiao didn't know how Princess Ning'an felt when she mentioned her grandaunt. Her grandaunt had tried to stop this marriage, but Princess Ning'an had been blinded by love and wholeheartedly wanted to marry the prince consort. What she got in return was a scheme and a betrayal. "I don't know if mother still wants to see me." "She does," Gu Jiao said. Her grandaunt had never forgotten Princess Ning'an. Tears flashed in Princess Ning'an's eyes, but she didn't cry. She held it in. The sound in the secret passage was very loud. Gu Jiao could hear them prying open the cover of the well and chasing after them like a flood. Other than Gu Jiao, the other three couldn't walk fast. In the end, they were caught in a large cave. One end of the cave was connected to the secret passage they came from. The other end was a rope bridge hanging over the cliff. The moonlight and the snow on the cliff slowly shone into the cave. The cave was lit up. Gu Jiao threw the small basket to Dr. Tong and stood in front of the three. She looked coldly at the pursuers entering the cave. "You go first. No one is allowed to leave today." Huang Fuzheng's voice came from behind the army. The soldiers in the cave immediately parted to make a path. Huang Fuzheng walked over with a cold expression. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "I underestimated you. You have an epidemic disease and frostbite, but you still have the strength to struggle." "Epidemic disease?" Lianer looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Dr. Tong also looked over in shock. Huang Fuzheng took in their expressions and shifted his gaze to the expressionless Princess Ning, and Princess Ning didn't look at him. She didn't even want to look at him. Huang Fuzheng clenched his fists. It seems that you don't know that she has an epidemic disease. She brought the disease here. She is dying. If you follow her out, you will be infected by her sooner or later and die of the disease. Lian was so scared that she moved closer to Princess Ning, and Dr. Tong looked at Gu Jiao in a daze. The medicine you gave me, is it to cure the disease? Huang Fuzheng frowned. He looked at Gu Jiao, who could move freely, and then at Dr. Tong, who didn't look sick at all. In a trance, he realized something. He said excitedly, "You have medicine to cure the disease. Even if I do, I won't give it to you," Gu Jiao said in a low voice. She deliberately lowered her voice, and with a layer of iron mask at first glance, it sounded like the voice of an androgynous teenager. Huang Fuzheng laughed. God doesn't want me to die. No one knew how excited Huang Fuzheng was at this moment. He thought that he was going to die, but this guy had medicine. It was a medicine that could really cure the disease. He and his uncle could be saved. Gu Jiao didn't bring anything with her. Instead, Dr. Tong carried her own medicine box and Gu Jiao's small basket. Huang Fuzheng smirked coldly. "Leave this brat to me. You guys go and stop them." "Yes." He looked at Princess Ning and "Don't hurt the princess." "Yes." The soldiers swarmed forward. Gu Jiao raised her red spear. Huang Fuzheng jumped up and fought with her. Huang Fuzheng snorted. "Boy, I saved you. If it weren't for me, you would have frozen to death in the snow. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you repay my kindness with ingratitude. You hurt me and my uncle, and you even tried to kidnap the princess." "Not kidnap, rescue." Gu Jiao swung her spear. Huang Fuzheng raised his sword to block. The two sides fought fiercely in the cave. Huang Fuzheng sneered. "Boy, you are no match for me." Gu Jiao was still sick, so her strength was reduced. However, Huang Fuzheng was infected with the disease. He was not much stronger than Gu Jiao. When Gu Jiao stabbed at Huang Fuzheng again, Huang Fuzheng couldn't block it. His long sword was broken. Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear pierced through his shoulder. Then Gu Jiao kicked him to the ground. Huang Fuzheng spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't expect this boy to be so good at fighting. No wonder he could kill Skywolf. Gu Jiao's kung fu was not as good as Huang Fuzheng's. However, if Gu Jiao wanted to die, would Huang Fuzheng dare to? Gu Jiao's eyes were like a ferocious wolf. She took a few steps forward and attacked Huang Fuzheng fiercely. She was running out of energy. She had to solve this problem before that happened. Chapter 521. However, just as Gu Jiao was about to cut off Huang Fuzheng's neck, a soldier on the other side grabbed Dr. Tong and held a knife to her neck. "Stop, or I'll kill him." Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him coldly. The soldier trembled under her murderous gaze. Before the soldier could threaten her, Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear flew out and pierced the soldier's head. Dr. Tong felt a hot wave of heat shoot towards his face. He closed his eyes and froze. He didn't dare to think if it was blood or brain matter. Huang Fuzheng was shocked by the scene in front of him. He knew that the person who could kill Sirius wasn't an ordinary person, but he didn't expect her to be so decisive and ruthless. When he was threatened, he didn't hesitate at all. At that moment, Huang Fuzheng's blood was boiling. He was excited, fearful, and looked up to an expert. Huang Fuzheng looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao stepped on his chest. His ribs broke instantly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He trembled in pain. Gu Jiao looked down at him from above. Her emotionless eyes filled with coldness. Killing someone wasn't scary. What was scary was how calm she was when she did it. Huang Fuzheng felt his soul tremble. Gu Jiao only needed a little more force to step on his ribs and into his lungs. At this critical moment, Huang Fuzheng still didn't give up and looked at Princess Ning and turned her face away. "Ning," he said, enduring the pain. Princess Ning's throat moved. He didn't know if she heard him or not, but she didn't turn to look at him. Huang Fuzheng suddenly smiled. "My uncle has no son. He once said that if he became the emperor, he would make me the crown prince. At that time, I thought that if I became the crown prince, You would be my empress. Ningen, what's wrong with being the empress? Why don't you want it? They killed your mother. They are your enemies. You would rather return to their side than be my empress. Ningen, are you done? Gu Jiao asked calmly. Huang Fuzheng coughed out a mouthful of blood. He withdrew his gaze from Princess Ningen and looked at Gu Jiao mockingly. Do you really think you can leave after killing me? Do you know how much effort I put into building this secret passage? If I don't want you to leave, none of you can leave. Including the princess? Gu Jiao asked. Huang Fuzheng recognized that she was a girl. Unfortunately, his attention was not on Gu Jiao's voice. He said, yes, including her. Gu Jiao said again, you are dying but you don't let her leave. Is this how you treat her? Huang Fuzheng gritted his teeth. As long as you are willing to give me the medicine, I won't die, and Ningen won't lose her husband. Oh, you mean it's my fault? Gu Jiao tilted her head coldly and looked at him. You are the one who caused the epidemic. Huang Fuzheng's confidence was completely crushed by her words. In the end, it was all about harming oneself. Huang Fuzheng was seriously injured. He was so angry that his intestines turned green with regret. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. Let him die on his own. Princess Ningen suddenly turned around, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Anyway, he has the epidemic. He can't live. Huang Fuzheng's eyes lit up when he heard Princess Ningen pleading for him. However, the next second, he heard Princess Ningen say, when we cross the bridge, cut it off. This was the only secret passage. If the bridge was broken, they would never be able to get out. Huang Fuzheng's expression froze. Ningen, why are you forcing me? Miss Gu, let's go. Princess Ningen walked out of the cave without looking back. Gu Jiao walked over and pulled out her red-tasseled spear. Huang Fuzheng looked at Princess Ningen's back and said, I told you can't get away. Only I can get out of this secret passage. If you don't believe me, you can try. Princess Ningen had one foot on the cable bridge. She paused for a moment but did not pay attention to it. She walked forward. Something incredible happened. The moment the cable bridge swayed, the cliff on the other side suddenly shook. It was as if something was splitting open, and then a stone door was revealed. With a loud bang, the stone door opened, and a death warrior full of murderous aura walked out from inside. The man was as tall and strong as Skywolf, and his aura was almost the same as Skywolf's. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. This was Huang Fuzheng sneered. Yes, it's Skywolf, the second Skywolf. Do you think I only have one Skywolf? Although he is not as powerful as Skywolf, he is not much weaker. He is more than enough to deal with you. Gu Jiao was so exhausted that it was difficult for her to breathe. She could barely kill Huang Fuzheng. If Skywolf came, she would have no chance of winning. Huang Fuzheng said arrogantly, give me the medicine, and I'll leave your body intact. Don't hurt her. Princess Ningen walked quickly to Gu Jiao. Do it. Huang Fuzheng said to the man of sacrifice. The man of sacrifice was incredibly fast. He crossed the cable bridge in an instant, passed Princess Ningen and came to Gu Jiao's back. He grabbed Gu Jiao's neck, intending to lift Gu Jiao up high. But before he could exert his strength, another strong figure came from the cable bridge. A sharp sword chi cut the man of sacrifice's back. The man of sacrifice did not have time to dodge. He was hit and the armor on his body cracked. Almost at the same time, Gu Jiao blocked his shoulder with the red-tasseled spear. She lifted her foot and kicked him in the chest, using the force to break free from his hands. The man of sacrifice was not injured by this kick, but after being hit twice he was really angry. He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao, but Gu Chongqing quickly flashed to Gu Jiao and stabbed the man of sacrifice's wrist. The man of sacrifice's wrist armor cracked. Gu Chongqing held Gu Jiao's waist. He stepped back a dozen steps and gently put his sister down at the entrance of the cave. His hand holding the sword was full of murderous intent. He looked at Gu Jiao with gentle and loving eyes. Can you still walk? Cross the bridge first and wait for me there. Gu Jiao nodded. The soldiers in the cave were not a threat. They had been scared silly by Gu Jiao's headshot. Almost no one dared to stop her. Gu Jiao, Princess Ningen and the others got on the cable bridge. Stop them! Huang Fuzheng shouted. Gu Chongqing blocked the entrance of the cave with his long sword. He looked coldly at the man of sacrifice charging at him. He said to Gu Jiao, "Get on the bridge and don't look back." Okay. She did not look back. Gu Jiao led the way onto the bridge. Princess Ning and Lianer followed closely behind. Dr. Tong brought up the rear. But he really was afraid of heights. This time it was not an ancient well under his feet, but a bottomless abyss. And the cable bridge would shake. Sop sop sop. It was too difficult for him. "They're coming," Gu Jiao said. "Ah!" Dr. Tong waved her arms and leaped over with a whoosh. He was the first to reach the cliff on the other side. The sounds of fighting came from behind them. Cold wind blew from the cave towards the cable bridge. Gu Jiao smelled the thick scent of blood. She didn't know if it was the man of sacrifices or Gu Chongqing's. She was obedient. She did not look back. The group crossed the bridge and entered the cave on the other side of the cliff. Snow fell from the sky again. They could not see what was happening on the other side of the bridge even if they wanted to. They could only hear the sound of bones breaking and blades breaking. Then they heard footsteps on the cable bridge. The footsteps approached quickly, bringing with them a thick scent of blood and killing intent. Then a loud bang was heard. Shockingly, the cable bridge behind them had been cut apart. Gu Jiao quickly turned around. The figure with the scent of blood and killing intent came over and gently pulled her into his embrace. But he did not let his blood-stained arm touch her. "Didn't I tell you not to look back? You're not obedient at all." His murderous aura dissipated in an instant. Gu Jiao's little head was against his chest. She pointed behind her. "That's behind me, I didn't look back." Gu Chongqing couldn't help smiling. His lips curled, twisting words. Gu Jiao sniffed, "You're injured." Gu Chongqing said, "No, it's his blood." "Is he dead?" Gu Jiao asked. He would not let off a single person that bullied his little sister. The snow that filled the sky poured into the cave. The death warrior was stabbed in the chest by a huge broken ice pillar. Beside him, the prince consort was stabbed in the heart by a sharp sword. He turned his head and looked at the cave on the other side of the rope bridge. Not only did Gu Jiao not look back, Ning'an didn't look back either. Princess Ning'an only saw half of the map. They had to figure out the rest of the way by themselves. They passed through countless caves in the mountain range. Even they weren't sure where they were at the end. Gu Chongqing carried Gu Jiao on his back and her red-tasseled spear hung in front of him. "I'm sick," Gu Jiao said. "It's an epidemic. So you have to put me down," Gu Jiao said in a doctor's tone. It was very serious. However, to Gu Chongqing, it sounded like his sister was seriously ill and his sister felt wronged. "It's my fault." Gu Chongqing apologized sincerely. "I didn't take good care of you." Gu Jiao. "What was going on?" Gu Jiao said. "I don't want you to carry me." Gu Chongqing said. "Then I'll carry you." Gu Jiao said. "I don't want you to carry me either." Gu Chongqing thought about it seriously. "Then should I let you ride on my neck?" Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put on a mask and Gu Chongqing also put one on. In addition, Gu Chongqing also took the medicine to prevent the epidemic. Of course, Princess Ning'an and Lianer also took it. The brother and sister duo walked at the front. The other three already knew that Gu Chongqing was the young master of the Gu army, and that Gu Jiao was his sister. Along the way, Gu Chongqing would give anything good to his sister first. If he had to carry anything, he would only carry his sister. In his eyes, he was his sister's brother first and then Princess Ning'an's minister. "How did you find this place?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said casually, "I asked an aide of the previous dynasty about the map of the stronghold and the secret passage." He didn't want her to know how he had asked her. He already knew why Gu Jiao went to kill Sirius. He didn't find Gu Jiao in the forest that day, so he returned to the governor's residence to see if he could find any clues. In the end, he really did learn a thing or two from an aide of the emperor's son-in-law who had been imprisoned. It turned out that the emperor's son-in-law had bought a group of powerful men of sacrifice from the Yan kingdom. The leader was called Sirius and the second most likely was the one he had just killed. The emperor's son-in-law and prince found the plague victims to infect the Gu army, and the emperor's son-in-law bought Sirius from the Yan kingdom to deal with Gu Chongqing. They wanted Gu Chongqing's legs and made Gu Chongqing lose everything, so that he would live the rest of his life like a ghost. Gu Jiao must have accidentally learned of the emperor's son-in-law's plan. She did it for him. When he thought of this, Gu Chongqing's heart ached. He had the best younger sister in the world, so he also wanted to be her best older brother. "You're disobedient," Dr. Gu sternly said before falling asleep on Gu Chongqing's shoulder. When Gu Chongqing heard the even breathing on his back, his eyes flashed with tenderness. He raised the cloak in his hand and gently covered her petite body. No matter how much she suffered, he would return the pain bit by bit. The biting cold wind and snow flew over, cutting his face like knives, but none of it blew on Gu Jiao's body. She fell into a deep sleep on his warm and broad back. The power of the previous dynasty had completely collapsed. The Chun Kingdom's army in Beiyang City and Yi City only had 80,000 soldiers left. On the 27th day of the 11th month, Gu Chongqing led the 60,000 Gu army to attack Beiyang City. In one night they killed 20,000 of the enemy. Prince Bo was no match for them, so he led the remaining 20,000 Chun Kingdom soldiers to abandon the city and regroup with the 40,000 Rong army in Yi City. 3 days later, Gu Chongqing led the 90,000 Gu army and arrived at the city gates. At this time the 80,000 Chun Kingdom reinforcements arrived. Prince Bo was overjoyed. He planned to split up with the 80,000 reinforcements and attack the Gu army from the front and back, but he didn't expect the leader of the 80,000 reinforcements to be Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang rode on a tall horse and looked at Prince Bo and Rong Yao on the city gate tower. He showed the yellow imperial edict in his hand and said concisely, "I'm here on my father's orders to clean up the rebels. Those who surrender will be forgiven, and those who rebel will be killed." There were nearly 100,000 Gu army soldiers and 80,000 Chun Kingdom soldiers. Prince Bo and Rong Yao's 60,000 men were surrounded by enemies. There was no way they could win. Not to mention that Yuan Tang had the imperial edict, so he had a good reason to attack. The morale of the 60,000 Chun Kingdom soldiers plummeted. Yuan Tang looked at Rong Yao and smiled obediently. "Uncle, my father wants to capture Prince Bo. If you kill him, you can redeem yourself." As he spoke, he seemed to be afraid that Rong Yao wouldn't believe him. He handed the imperial edict to a soldier, and had the soldier bring it into the city. The imperial edict did say that the traitor Prince Bo was to be killed. Rong Yao held the imperial edict and his eyes flashed. Prince Bo trembled. "Rong Yao, don't be fooled by this father and son. You've already rebelled. If you kill me, my brother won't let you go." Rong Yao said coldly, "The king won't let me go after I return to the capital. But if I don't kill you, Yuan Tang won't let me go now. So I'm sorry, Prince Bo." Gu Chongqing wasn't interested in fighting in the Chun Kingdom, but if he could subdue the enemy without fighting, it would be a good idea. Prince Bo and Rong Yao began to fight on the city gate tower. Yuan Tang rode his horse calmly towards Gu Chongqing. The Gu army wanted to stop him, but Gu Chongqing raised his hand to stop them. The fact that Yuan Tang had come alone was enough to show his sincerity. Yuan Tang stopped in front of Gu Chongqing's horse, raised his eyebrows and introduced himself. "Dr. Gu's friend Yuan Tang." Gu Chongqing looked at him deeply, straightened his back, and said with a rare boastful tone, "Jiao Jiao's older brother, Gu Chongqing." The Gu army was speechless. Isn't this introduction a bit wrong? Shouldn't it be the 6th prince of the Chun Kingdom and the young master of the Gu army? In your eyes, these two identities can't compare to Dr. Gu's friend and Jiao Jiao's older brother? Chapter 522. Prince Bo is a member of the royal family. Although he can be considered a martial artist, he can't be compared to Rong Yao, who is a famous general on the battlefield. In the end, Prince Bo was seriously injured by Rong Yao and died. "I was reckless. I wanted to capture him alive, but this person was too difficult to deal with. I accidentally killed him. Please punish me, Your Highness." This is what Rong Yao said when he walked down the tower and came to Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang was still by Gu Chongqing's side, riding a tall horse. He looked down at his own uncle, Rong Yao. He laughed coldly in his heart. Even his uncle wouldn't believe this kind of nonsense. Well, if he didn't kill Prince Bo, What would happen if Prince Bo returned to the palace and said something unfavorable to Rongyao? This uncle of his is really far-sighted and ruthless. But does he really think that without Prince Bo nothing will go wrong? Yuan Tang looked at Rongyao with a faint smile and said, "Uncle, you have worked hard. You have contributed greatly by killing the rebels. When we return to the capital, Father will definitely reward you accordingly." Rongyao kneels down on one knee and says with a face full of fear and trepidation, "I don't dare to reward you. I only want to make up for my mistakes. I was also bewitched by Prince Bo. I really thought that everything was the Emperor's will. Who would have thought that this person made up the imperial edict and caused us to follow him on an expedition? Your Highness, please investigate this matter." Gu Chongqing's thin lips move. Ha! Rongyao's face becomes very ugly. Rongyao's youngest son, Rongfu, died at the hands of Gu Chongqing. Rongyao has a lot of resentment towards Gu Chongqing, but people under the eaves have to bow down. Yuan Tang looks at Gu Chongqing and then at Rongyao and says, "Uncle, you are too serious. When we return to the capital, Father will investigate the truth. As long as you have a clear conscience, I believe that one day the truth will be revealed." A layer of cold sweat appeared on Rongyao's forehead. He didn't dare to raise his head to look into Yuan Tang's eyes. He could already feel the threat from Yuan Tang. "Your Highness, may I have a word with you?" Rongyao said to Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang rode his horse back to the camp of the Chun State's army. General Zhang looked at their backs and said to Gu Chongqing, "General, I'm afraid that the one surnamed Rong wants to fight. The 80,000 reinforcements from the state of Chun and the 60,000 soldiers from Yi City greatly outnumbered the Gu army. If they really fought, it would definitely be a bloody battle." There was no trace of anxiety on Gu Chongqing's face. He said calmly, "Yuan Tang won't agree. If Yuan Tang really wanted to start a war, they wouldn't have come alone, and they wouldn't have introduced themselves as Gu Jiao's friends." It wasn't clear what Yuan Tang said to Rongyao, but Rongyao was on the verge of exploding. Yuan Tang ignored him and ordered the 60,000 soldiers of the state of Chun to leave Yi City. Of course, this wasn't over. The state of Chun was the one who violated the peace treaty and started the war. All the losses would be borne by the state of Chun. For the state of Chun, which had already suffered losses, this was like adding fuel to the fire. But this time Yuan Tang truly saw the cruelty of war and the terrible price it brought. If Yuan Tang was still thinking about starting a war with the state of Zhao when he was a hostage, then he no longer had such thoughts. War was a struggle for power between those in power, but the ones who paid with their lives were the innocent soldiers and civilians. Yuan Tang rode his horse to the camp of the Gu army again. He said to Gu Chongqing seriously, "If you trust me, I want to escort Rongyao back to the capital of the state of Chun. Later, I will personally go to the capital of the state of Zhao to ask for forgiveness and negotiate with the emperor." Yuan Tang was still a hostage of the state of Chun. Logically speaking, he was going to return to the capital with Gu Chongqing. Letting him go was like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Without waiting for Gu Chongqing to answer, Yuan Tang said again, "But before that, I hope to go to Yuegu City with you and pay a visit to the Grand Marshal and the old Marquis." "Okay," Gu Chongqing said. Yuan Tang had followed Gu Chongqing to ancient Moon City alone. This magnanimity and courage made people look at him in a new light. But when they actually arrived at Yuegu City, Gu Chongqing realized that he had been tricked. This kid didn't come to visit Tang Yueshan and his grandfather. He was clearly here to see his sister. As soon as Yuan Tang entered the city, he went to the wounded barracks. "Dr. Gu, I'm here." Looking at Yuan Tang, who didn't treat him as an outsider at all, Gu Chongqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. Gu Jiao's disease had long been cured and he had passed the quarantine period. At this time he was guiding a few soldiers in rehabilitation in the wounded barracks. He was wearing the armor of a general of the state of Chun. When he suddenly barged in, the soldiers in the wounded barracks were so shocked that they immediately pulled out the swords beside the bed. Yuan Tang clicked his tongue, took off the sword at his waist, and threw it to the nearest wounded soldier. "Take it." The wounded soldier was speechless. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm. He only glanced at Yuan Tang, then said to the recovering soldier beside him, "You continue." The recovering soldier continued to walk forward with the help of his crutches. Yuan Tang stood beside Gu Jiao uninvited and said exaggeratedly, "You're not excited to see me at all. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come to see you." "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang opened his mouth, but it seemed that there was nothing. He clicked his tongue and said, "Aren't you going to ask me what I'm doing at the frontier fortress?" Gu Jiao said, "Oh, to kill Prince Bo or to kill Rongyao?" Yuan Tang was speechless. "Here for you." Yuan Tang handed a small bag that he always carried with him to her. "What is it?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuan Tang stuffed the bag into her arms and said, "The begonia flower box is for you. The bamboo box is for my cousin. I have to go back to the capital to deal with my uncle. I might not be able to go to Zhaodu for a while. Bring it to my cousin for me." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Yuan Tang raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't think too much about it. I'm only giving you this gift to thank you for helping my cousin. Moreover, it was thanks to your husband that I was able to escape from Zhaodu originally." Yuan Tang thought that he had hidden it well and did not let Xiao Lulang know. But after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Lulang was supposed to be on duty at the yamen, but he suddenly changed his route and went out of the capital's north gate. He even stopped at the relay station for a while. Perhaps Xiao Lulang had already discovered him and deliberately sent him away. Gu Jiao did not know that there was such a thing. It was really fortunate that Xiao Heng let Yuan Tang go. Otherwise, this battle would not have ended so quickly. Moreover, both sides would have suffered a lot of casualties. Yuan Tang said, "Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. I should go now. Remember to tell my cousin to miss me." Hearing this, Gu Chongqing finally sheathed his sword. Yuan Tang spurred his horse and left Yuegu City. Looking at his receding figure, General Zhang asked, "General, are we really letting him go just like that? The state of Chun has 140,000 soldiers. If he starts a war with us now..." "He won't," Gu Chongqing said. Jiao Jiao believed in him, so he believed in him. Gu Jiao came out of the wounded barracks and saw Gu Chongqing waiting at the door. "Are you here to change your bandages?" Gu Jiao asked. Gu Chongqing said seriously, "Yes." Gu Jiao took him to the tent next door and cut the gauze on his hands with scissors. This was not the injury he got when he held the red-tasseled spear to protect Gu Jiao when she lost control when he first came to Yuegu City. It was the injury he got when he went to the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty to find Gu Jiao. Gu Chongqing skimmed over the incident that day, but the process was far more difficult and complicated than he imagined. He learned from his advisor that the map of the previous dynasty's army's nest and the secret passage was not fake. Unfortunately, the map was incomplete, and the wooden bridge leading to the nest was destroyed by Huang Fuzheng. Gu Chongqing stood on the cliff for a long time. He was sure that unless he grew wings, it was impossible for him to fly over with his qinggong. He planned to go down the mountain first, go around the foot of the mountain, and then climb to the top of the opposite mountain. The hardships were self-evident. Fortunately, although the map was incomplete, the general direction was correct. He climbed the cliff with great difficulty and almost fell into the bottomless abyss several times. At that time, he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to live and find his sister alive. The injury on his hands was from climbing the cliff, and it had not healed yet. He also led troops to fight, and it was torn repeatedly. In Gu Chongqing's eyes, this injury was nothing. If Gu Jiao was not here, he would not have bothered to change his dressing. "You can't get injured again, or your hands will be crippled," Gu Jiao said seriously as she changed his dressing. Gu Chongqing smiled gently. "Yes, I won't. The war is over. The thread here can be removed," Gu Jiao said as she looked at the wound on the back of his left hand. Gu Chongqing obediently stretched out his hand. Gu Jiao took out a sterilized pair of scissors. "It will hurt a little." Gu Chongqing said, "It won't hurt. It won't hurt even if you get stitches." There was no anesthetic, so it would be strange if it didn't hurt. At the mention of this, Gu Jiao's hand paused. After escaping from the mountains, she had stitched up Gu Chongqing's wounds. At that time, there happened to be a wounded soldier who also needed stitches. However, there was only one anesthetic in the small medicine box. Gu Chongqing gave the anesthetic to the wounded soldier because he did not need it. He was a martial artist, so it was inevitable for him to get injured. Occasionally, when his injuries were serious, he would need to drink a little anesthetic soup. However, no matter what kind of anesthetic soup it was ineffective on him. Gu Jiao could not help but remember when she first came to the capital. When she stitched up Gu Chongqing's wounds for the first time, there was no anesthetic in the small medicine box. At that time she did not think too much about it. Now that she thought about it, perhaps the small medicine box had already determined that the patient could not tolerate anesthesia. So, all the big and small wounds on his body were stitched up without anesthesia at all? Gu Chongqing stared at Gu Jiao and smiled gently. It doesn't hurt, really. Gu Jiao answered seriously, but her movements were much lighter. The war was over, and the plague patient had recovered. Now it was time for Gu Jiao's group to return to the capital. Tang Yueshan left behind a portion of the garrison. Gu Chongqing also left behind 20,000 Gu clan soldiers to assist in the reconstruction of the three cities after the disaster. After the governors of Beiyang City and Yi City were killed, the imperial court issued edicts overnight to appoint 2 new governors. When the new governors arrived at their respective residences, the Gu clan army and the imperial court's garrison were ready to go. Princess Ning and was going to return to the capital with them. It was the old marquis's task to bring Princess Ning and back to the capital. Currently, the old marquis was still recovering in bed, so Gu Chongqing came forward to ask Princess Ning and for instructions. In the governor's residence, Gu Chongqing met with Princess Ning and in the study. Ever since Princess Ning and came down from the mountain, she had been staying in her room. She did not go out or speak to anyone. Gu Chongqing understood that the matter of the remnants of the previous dynasty had a great impact on her, so he never mentioned the war or the prince consort in front of her. Gu Chongqing cupped his hands in greeting and said seriously, "We'll be returning to the capital tomorrow morning. Does the princess have any other orders?" Princess Ning and stared blankly at the snowy scenery outside the window. After a while she muttered, "On the way back to the capital, can we go to Ji City to pick up someone?" As she spoke, she seemed to be afraid of troubling Gu Chongqing, so she added, "There's no need for too many people. A few people will be enough. It won't be hard for him to pick up." Gu Chongqing roughly understood who they were going to pick up. He said, "I will go personally." "I want to go too." In another room in the governor's residence, Gu Changfeng, who had already taken off the splint on his arm and was back to full health, exploded. He had finally recovered from his injuries and planned to go to the battlefield to fight to his heart's content, but in the end, he was told that the Chun kingdom had surrendered. He had just become a part of the Gu clan's army, and had assumed the title for nothing. The main reason was that he wanted his eldest brother to witness his strength. Okay, Gu Chongqing agreed. Gu Changfeng was excited the entire night. Finally, he could go on a mission with his eldest brother. Unexpectedly, when he walked out of the military camp fully armed, he saw Gu Jiao by his eldest brother's side. Gu Changfeng's face instantly darkened. She's going too? Wasn't it just him? Why did a servant girl have the honor of fighting side by side with his eldest brother? Get on the horse. Gu Chongqing patted his horse and said, That's more like it." Gu Changfeng curled his lips and walked towards his eldest brother's horse. He had been eyeing his eldest brother's horse for a long time. In their family, other than his grandfather's horse, his eldest brother's horse was the best. It was even better than the horse he had stolen from the prince consort. "Not you." Gu Chongqing blocked him mercilessly. He carried Gu Jiao by the waist and gently placed her on the horse's back. He said gently, "Sit tight." Gu Jiao nodded. Gu Chongqing flipped over and sat on Gu Jiao's horse. Then the two of them left like a cloud of dust. Gu Changfeng was left behind with a dumbfounded expression. "Hey, have you all forgotten something?" Chapter 523. The person Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao were going to pick up was the son of Princess Ning, An Huangfuzheng. He was 13 years old this year. When Princess Ning mentioned him, she didn't say much. She only said, "He's not in good health." But when the three of them arrived at the address Princess Ning and provided, they realized that they had underestimated the meaning of not in good health. It was a young man sitting in a wheelchair. His cheeks were thin and his skin was pale. He was wrapped in a thick cloak, and the fox fur on his collar fluttered in the cold wind. He had a pair of long and narrow eyes very much like his father's, and his nose and mouth were very much like his mother's. He sat in the yard full of green bamboo, with only 4 guards around him. When he saw the 3 brothers and sisters in armor, his expression didn't change at all. He just held the wheels of the wheelchair with both hands and said lightly, "You're here to pick me up?" "Ah yes," Gu Changfeng said blankly. "Let's go." He pushed the wheelchair. Gu Changqing stared at him and didn't say anything. He walked forward and went behind him to push the wheelchair. "I'll do it." He let go of the wheelchair. "Well, aren't you going to ask who we are?" Gu Changfeng asked him doubtfully. He said, "If you're not my father's men, then you're my mother's men. My father's army was defeated, so I guess that you were sent by my mother." "Quite smart," Gu Changfeng muttered. To be honest, Gu Changfeng was a little disappointed. He thought that they were here to save someone, but who would have thought that they were really here to pick him up? He wanted to fight and show his brother his kung fu, but it was a waste. Gu Changqing pushed the young man out the door. Gu Jiao stood at the door, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed. When Gu Changqing pushed the wheelchair over, Gu Jiao glanced at his leg. It was not out of any offense or curiosity. It was purely a doctor's diagnosis of a patient. Unfortunately, his legs were covered with a thick blanket, so Gu Jiao couldn't see anything. In the house, there was a special carriage for the young man. The door at the back could be opened, and when it was lowered it would be a landslide. Gu Changqing pushed the wheelchair up and Gu Changfeng helped to close the door. "Are they leaving together?" Gu Changqing looked at the 4 guards in the house. The young man said indifferently, "Does the capital lack people to serve me?" There was nothing wrong with his words, but it made people feel that he was not easy to get close to. However, Gu Changqing originally had no intention of getting close to him. On the way back to the capital, they were lord and minister. Perhaps after returning to the capital, they would become strangers who would never see each other again. There was something on the floor of the carriage to secure the wheelchair, but Gu Changqing was not familiar with it, so the young man did not remind him. When the coachman was about to start the carriage, Gu Jiao said, "Wait." The coachman stopped. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and got into the carriage. She pulled out a few wooden buckles hidden in the floor and stuck them on the wheels of the wheelchair. During the entire process, she did not deliberately touch the young man's legs. After doing this, she glanced at the young man, then turned and got out of the carriage. They had set off first, and the army was still behind them. Gu Changqing found a relay station that they had to pass through on the way back to the capital. He asked for 2 rooms, one for Gu Jiao and one for the young man. The army would arrive at night, so Gu Changqing and Gu Changfeng slept in a tent. After the young man entered the relay station, he fell asleep and did not come out to eat dinner. The 3 siblings made a bonfire in the courtyard and roasted some sweet potatoes and bacon. Gu Changqing brought some food to the stable to feed the horses. Gu Changfeng and Gu Jiao sat next to the fire. Gu Changfeng moved closer to Gu Jiao and whispered, "Hey, don't you think that kid is strange?" "How is he strange?" Gu Jiao flipped over the bacon on the fire. Gu Changfeng swallowed and used a stick to stick a roasted sweet potato. He lowered his voice and said, "His father died, but he doesn't seem to be sad. And his personality, it always gives me a gloomy feeling. And his legs, what do you think is wrong with his legs? Is he injured or crippled?" As Gu Changfeng spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw that the young man had come out of the room at some point. He was sitting in a wheelchair with the cold wind blowing in. He was as gloomy as a ghost from the underworld. Gu Changfeng had always been bold, but this time he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. The sweet potato in his hand dropped. Gu Jiao looked at him calmly, then looked away and continued to roast the meat. "What are you roasting?" the young man asked. "Bacon," Gu Jiao said. "I want to eat too," the young man said. Gu Jiao flipped the meat. "I'll send it in when it's done." The young man refused. No, I want to eat here. There were steps from the house to here. He could not go down by himself. Gu Chengfeng composed himself and walked over. He carried him down the steps with his wheelchair and pushed him to the fire. It's windy here. You can go in after a while. Gu Chengfeng kindly reminded him. The young man did not respond. Instead, he looked at Gu Jiao, who was seriously roasting meat. Why are you wearing a mask? Are you ugly? Can't you see people? Gu Chengfeng straightened his back. Hey! How can you say that? Who's ugly? The young man mocked. If you're not ugly, why are you covering your face? Gu Chengfeng wanted to beat him up. Gu Chengfeng's face turned cold and he snorted. We like to. If covering your face means you don't have the face to see people, then are you sitting in a wheelchair without legs? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chengfeng felt the young man's expression stiffen. Gu Chengfeng suddenly realized that he might have said something wrong. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. The young man slowly pulled up the corners of his lips and smiled mockingly. Then, under Gu Chengfeng's somewhat guilty and shocked gaze, he raised his pale hand and pulled away the blanket covering his legs. A gust of cold wind blew past, blowing up his empty trousers. The military report of the victory at the frontier fortress arrived at the palace as early as the beginning of December. The emperor and the civil and military officials all breathed a sigh of relief. The remnants of the previous dynasty colluded with the pirates and the Chan army, causing the two borders of the Zhao kingdom to be at war at the same time. The Zhao kingdom was attacked from both sides. They also heard that the old Marquis and Princess Ning and had been captured. Originally, no one had much confidence in this battle, but they did not expect the Gu army to win so quickly. The emperor began to look forward to the return of Princess Ning, and Gu Chongqing, Tang Yueshan, the old marquis, and the soldiers. Of course, there was also the little godly doctor. He was the one who gave the imperial edict to let the little godly doctor out of the capital. At that time, he really did not expect the little godly doctor to go to the frontier fortress. If it were not for the news from Yuegu City that there were two officials sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang with the token of Ranshou Palace, he would still be in the dark. If he had known that she was going to such a dangerous place, he would not have given her the imperial edict to leave the city. Only the heavens knew that his imperial mother hated him to death. He had not seen her for 3 days. Not here yet. Not here yet. The emperor sat restlessly in the imperial study. Soon. They said that they will arrive in a few days. Eunuch Wei said with a smile. The emperor looked at him with hidden bitterness. You said that last time. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Isn't it because the mountain was blocked by heavy snow and they suddenly could not leave? The weather was colder than when they left, and the mountain was blocked by heavy snow more often. Originally, according to the speed of the army's rapid march, they should have arrived in the capital on the 20th. But day after day, even after the new year, there was still no sign of the army. The emperor slumped back in his chair. If the little godly doctor does not return, I fear that Imperial Mother will ignore us for the rest of her life. The emperor was wrong. Jiao did not return. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not want to pay attention to this foolish son of hers. He actually took her Jiao to the frontier fortress. How did she not suffocate him with a blanket? In Baishui Alley, the family was also waiting for Gu Jiao to return. Each day felt like a year. The night that Gu Jiao left, they all went to sleep. It was only the next day that Xiao Heng told them that Gu Jiao had gone to the frontier fortress. Yao Shi almost fainted on the spot. The frontier fortress was at war. How could her daughter go to that kind of place? Gu Yan was used to Gu Jiao's existence. When she suddenly left, Gu Yan felt as if he had been cut in half and taken away. Gu Xiaoshan was also very worried and sad. He grew up with Gu Jiao. He spent the most time with Gu Jiao and the shortest time apart. Therefore, he was the one who was not used to it. Little Jing Kong woke up and found that Gu Jiao was not there. He almost cried. Then he saw the letter that Gu Jiao left for him. Then he held back his tears. Jiao was not in the capital. It was useless for him to cry. He wanted to keep his tears and cry for Jiao when he came back. Xiao Hung was now working in both the Imperial Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was more informed than the Imperial Hanlin Academy. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War were the first to know if there was any movement on the front line. Whether it was for official business or for personal reasons, Xiao Hung spent more time in the Ministry of Justice than in the Imperial Hanlin Academy. He opened countless letters. Is the mountain blocked by the heavy snow again? Minister Xing asked Xiao Hung, who was sorting out the letters, as he wrote the memorials. Xiao Hung put away the letters and said in his usual tone, yes. They were delayed in Songzhou. Minister Xing frowned and said, Songzhou is at least 7 or 8 days away from here. I'm afraid the army won't be able to come back before the new year. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Even if the army didn't stop, they wouldn't be able to come back to the capital. Xiao Hung looked at the flying snow outside the window and showed a thoughtful expression. The border was bitterly cold and smoky, but the capital was not affected by the war. The streets and alleys were full of peddlers and soldiers, shops and crowds. It was as prosperous as a brocade. Every house in Puishui Alley hung red lanterns and pasted window flowers and couplets. Their house also pasted them. This year Lin Qingyan and Feng Lin both went back to Yizhou to celebrate the new year. There were many people in the house, but it still felt cold and cheerless. They didn't know if it was because the two of them were missing, or because Gu Jiao was missing. The little loudspeaker didn't blabber anymore. His great-aunt also didn't play mahjong with the neighbors. Madame Yao's youngest son was 3 months old, but he was very obedient. He didn't cry or make a fuss. It was as if there was no baby at home. Little Jing Kong stood at the doorstep. His small arms were stretched out behind his back. His small body fluttered and his small head looked at the alleys on both sides. Jiao Jiao. He wanted to jiao jiao. The sound of a carriage came from the door. Little Jing Kong excitedly ran out with his short legs. After running for a while, he realized that it was his bad brother-in-law who came back. Little Jing Kong's small face darkened. He said disappointedly, "Why is it you?" Xiao Hung got out of the carriage and tapped his forehead. "Why isn't it me?" "Humph." Little Jing Kong turned his face away. "Let's go," Xiao Hung said to him. Little Jing Kong slowly followed behind him. He looked back 3 times with every step. Xiao Hung walked in front. He didn't need to look back to know what he was doing. "Stop looking. Jiao Jiao won't come back today." Little Jing Kong asked why. Xiao Hung said, "The heavy snow has sealed the mountain. The army can't leave." Little Jing Kong asked, "Can Jiao Jiao come back tomorrow?" Xiao Hung said, "I don't know." Little Jing Kong asked, "What about the day after tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. It's my birthday. Can Jiao Jiao come back in time to celebrate with me?" Xiao Hung said, "You weren't born on New Year's Eve." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "The abbot said that my birthday is on New Year's Eve. That's New Year's Eve. Jiao Jiao also celebrated my birthday on New Year's Eve." Xiao Hung smiled. He didn't argue with him. Instead, he stopped and rubbed his little head that had grown some hair. "Let's go in." Early the next morning, Little Jing Kong sat on the threshold. He waited from dawn to dusk. He waited until he became a light shui, but Jiao Jiao still didn't come back. Gu Yan walked over and let the little guy in. After midnight it would be New Year's Eve. The army was still trapped in the snowy mountains of Songzhou. It was destined that they wouldn't come back this year. At night, the family sat by the fire in the central room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door in the front yard. They were all startled. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong was the first to rush out. However, it wasn't Gu Jiao Jiao who came. It was Granny Zhou. She came to deliver dumplings. "Thank you, Granny Zhou." Little Jing Kong politely took the basket and thanked her. He carried the basket back to the central room. As soon as he sat down, there was another knock on the door. This time it was Gu Shaoshan who rushed out. Gu Yan also wanted to rush out, but he was a little sickly boy. He couldn't outrun the two of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't Gu Jiao Jiao this time. It was Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu came to deliver spring rolls. When the door was knocked on for the 3rd time, Secret Garda rushed out. He received a murderous look from his young master. Either he opened the door or he died. Aya, so cruel. Master Zhao, thank you. Secret guard carried the basket of duck eggs back to the central room. Everyone sighed in unison. The door of the courtyard was ajar. Gu Jiaojiao didn't need to knock on the door to return to her own home. Therefore, everyone knew clearly that it wasn't Gu Jiao who came. However, they still couldn't help but look forward to it. Go to sleep, Xiaoheng said to everyone. Everyone returned to their own rooms with heavy hearts. It seemed that this New Year's Eve Jiaojiao really couldn't come back. Xiao Lulang tidied up the central room. He wasn't sleepy for the time being, so he went to the study to read for a while. It was still the letter of credence from the Yen Kingdom. He was almost halfway through it. However, he couldn't continue reading tonight. New Year's Eve used to be the most important day in his life. It was the day he came to this world, and it was also the day he died in that fire. Coincidentally, it was also midnight. Xiao Lulang looked at the hourglass on the wall. It was midnight again. He closed the book in his hand and went to the quiet courtyard. He looked at the swing that Gu Jiao personally made and was a little lost in thought. Dong! Something hit the door of the courtyard. Xiao Lulang came back to his senses. He frowned and walked towards the door. Senior servant Fang bolted the door before going to bed. Xiao Lulang paused for a moment and then took down the bolt. He opened the vermilion door, and a biting cold wind and snow poured in. After the wind and snow filled the sky, a small figure dressed in green sat against the wall on the threshold. One of her slender legs was bent, and the hand holding the horsewhip was on her knee. Her black hair was messed up by the wind and snow, and her lips were dry and cracked. She was covered in wind and rain and looked a little embarrassed. She leaned against the corner of the wall and gasped for breath. She raised her head and looked deeply at him with her eyes that were still clear despite being covered in wind and sand. The corners of her lips curved and she said, "Happy birthday, Lord Xiao." Chapter 524. When she said this, her chest rose and fell slightly. Although she tried her best to calm her breathing, she was still out of breath. It could be seen how hard she had been running all the way here. She didn't even have the strength to stand up, which was why she bumped into the door with a loud thud. She didn't want Xiaoheng to see her in such a sorry state, so she sat on the hard threshold with a calm look. She leaned against the cold corner of the wall, but she didn't know that her tiredness was written all over her face. Even so, when she looked at him, her eyes were still shining. The wind and snow were raging between heaven and earth, and the cold wind was whistling. Xiaoheng's heart seemed to be filled with a boiling heat wave. His blood was rushing rapidly, but he held his breath. He looked at her in disbelief, and his deep eyes clearly reflected her sorry figure. The snow in Ji City sealed the mountains, and the 100,000 soldiers were unable to advance. However, she crossed the mountains alone, braved the strong wind and cold snow, and appeared in front of him on his birthday. Xiaoheng was well-read and had a belly full of classics, but at this moment he couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. He suddenly felt a little upset and even a little painful. He didn't say anything, but the look in his eyes said it all. It was just a birthday that he didn't care about. Why did she rush back? Why didn't she wait for the wind and snow to pass? Why didn't she go with the imperial court's army? Why, what else could it be? It was just something that he didn't care about, but someone cared about it for him. Xiaoheng's heart was moved, but there was no change in his expression. He quickly took off his outer robe, squatted down, and wrapped the outer robe with his body temperature around Gu Jiao's body. Gu Jiao's body was enveloped by a huge wave of warmth, followed by his unique manly aura and delicate fragrance. She sniffed and said with a little nasal voice that was frozen, "You smell so good." Xiaoheng looked at the tip of her nose, which was red from the cold. "You're so cold. Can you still smell my fragrance?" "Yes, it smells good," Gu Jiao said with certainty. Xiaoheng was originally looking at her disheveled appearance and thinking about the risks and hardships she had faced along the way. His mood was a little complicated and heavy, but after her interruption, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoheng brought in the red tasseled spear that she had placed beside her leg. He also untied her small basket. With one hand around her back and the other around her knees, He gently lifted her up. I can go, Gu Jiao said. She didn't forget that he was still lame. When they were at home, she didn't even let him carry her in little Jing Kong. I can leave too, Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Xiaoheng stood up with her in his arms. She could feel the strength in his arms. Compared to when she left the capital, he was stronger and had the strength of a grown man. Gu Jiao looked at his legs again and was surprised to find that he could walk very well. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Your legs aren't lame anymore? No. A certain person turned back into a little lame in a second. In reality, he had recovered a long time ago. After resolving the misunderstanding with Princess Xianyang, he was able to walk freely the next day. He had originally planned on giving her a pleasant surprise on her birthday, but a certain girl had turned around and ran away. Very good. She had to pay the price. When Gu Jiao left the capital, it was autumn and she didn't wear much. Now that it was late winter, her cotton clothes didn't weigh much. Xiaoheng hugged her even tighter. The little guy at home was already 3 months old and didn't need to drink milk at night. The wet nurse didn't need to live here anymore. Yao Shi brought the little guy back to their original room and left the east room for Gu Jiao. Yu Yaer came every day to clean it and change the bedding. Xiaoheng carried her into the room and placed her on a cushioned chair. Sit for a while. I'll go burn a charcoal brazier for you. After saying this, he turned around and went to the kitchen. He lit some straw and firewood in the hearth. After they were burning, he put in the silver charcoal. The silver charcoal had been sent from the palace. It was all high-quality smokeless charcoal. It was very easy to light and was very resistant to burning. While waiting for the silver charcoal to burn, he poured some water into the pot and cooked a bowl of noodles with vegetables and egg. He also cut a few pieces of sausage and bacon. When the silver charcoal was done, the noodles were also ready. He carried the noodles to the east room. Gu Jiao lay on the table drowsily. She wasn't just tired. She was completely exhausted. Xiaoheng gently touched her forehead. It wasn't hot. He was slightly relieved and said, "Eat something first before you sleep." And Gu Jiao vaguely replied. She hadn't eaten anything for a day and night and was indeed hungry. She gave a small yawn and picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks to put into her mouth. Then with a shudder she woke up. After Xiaoheng brought the brazier in, he remembered that there was still a horse outside. He went to lead the horse in and tied it to the old chancellor's stable. His movements were very light and didn't wake anyone up. When he returned to the east room, he saw that Gu Jiao was no longer sleepy. There was nothing that could be done. Her husband's dark cuisine was too refreshing. The effect was comparable to essential balm. Gu Jiao looked at her husband's handsome face. Adhering to the principle of being a feast for the eyes, she finished a bowl of noodles that tasted indescribable. There wasn't even a drop of soup left. Xiaoheng poured her a cup of warm water to dispel the grease. Was the journey hard? It wasn't hard. I'm not going to war. I'm just going to be a doctor. As soon as she finished speaking, a dagger fell out of her sleeve with a clang. It was the dagger of the Chan Guorong family. It was one of the spoils of war in ancient Moon City. Gu Jiao blinked. If I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. She bent down to pick up the dagger without changing her expression. With another clang, a sleeve arrow fell out. It was the hidden weapon of the Tang family's archers. It was one of Tang Yueshan's personal treasures. Her face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't skip a beat. She calmly picked up the sleeve arrow. Just as she put the arrow and dagger on the table, she accidentally touched the small basket. The small basket fell on the table and the things inside fell out. Darts, battle axes, meteor hammers, 9-section whips. Xiaoheng's eyes became very dangerous. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. Would you believe me if I said I picked them up? Xiaoheng, how? I have something for you. Gu Jiao changed the topic in a second. She took out something tightly wrapped in cloth from the small basket and handed it to him. Open it and take a look. Xiaoheng still wanted to pursue the matter of her going to the battlefield. He originally thought that she went to the border to rescue the old duke who had fallen into the enemy's hands. However, it seemed that she had robbed the entire army of the Chan state. It was obvious that she had been on the battlefield a lot. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to pursue the matter. She decisively opened the bundle and handed him a book that exuded a historical aura. Xiao Heng's eyes were immediately attracted. The book was written in the language of the previous dynasty. The language of the current dynasty evolved from the language of the previous dynasty. The font and interpretation were slightly different. Gu Jiao opened the book. Xiao Heng took a closer look. It was filled with the names of the Huangfu family. His eyes paused. A jade disc from the previous dynasty? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. She had burned down the prince consort's study. The prince consort thought that she had burned the jade disc as well, but she hadn't. She had stolen it. The Great Li dynasty had ruled for 300 years. After that, it had been secretly inherited for another 200 years. This Huangfu family genealogy recorded every member of the imperial family of the previous dynasty. It had great research and archaeological value. This kind of ancient book was as attractive to Hanlin officials as a divine weapon was to peerless experts. Xiao Heng's eyes moved slightly. How did you get it? Gu Chengfeng stole it. Gu Jiao immediately threw the blame to him. Gu Chengfeng, who was sleeping with his sword in the snow mountain, sneezed fiercely. Do you like it? Gu Jiao looked at him. Xiao Heng nodded. Yes, I like it. This book might have been exchanged with her life. How could he not like it? The book was very light, but it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. Gu Jiao looked at him with a pair of clear and bright eyes. She looked somewhat obedient. If the soldiers of the Chun kingdom who had been killed by her were here, their jaws would drop. Was this still the cruel and cold-blooded god of death? This was a little white rabbit. And this? Gu Jiao took out a small metal box the size of a palm from her purse. I heard that the pine smoke ink of the Chun kingdom's imperial family is the best ink in the world. Try using it to draw. Green ink is not bad. Unfortunately, there are only 2 pieces. Prince Bo has a master who makes brushes. He made a new one for me. Gu Jiao continuously took out small gifts from the small basket on her back. He didn't know how many things she had in there. Xiao Heng stared at her deeply. Every time she took out a small gift, his eyes would deepen. After she took out a small gift for the umpteenth time, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He gently clasped one of her wrists and pulled her into his arms. Gu Jiao was caught off guard. Her small head bumped into his warm chest. His drumming heartbeat passed through the thick material of his clothes and into her ears. Her ears were burning from the sound of his thumping. The surroundings suddenly seemed to be quiet. Only each other's breathing and heartbeat could be heard. Are you hurt? He asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 525. If she wasn't injured, would he let me see the pentakill? Gu Jiao's eyes widened. She shook her head in his arms. No, absolutely not. Being sick doesn't count as being injured. She didn't lose a single hair. Xiao Heng felt the furry little head in his arms turn around, tickling his heart. He took a deep breath and held Gu Jiao's little shoulder to help her sit up straight. Then he looked into her eyes without blinking. You really aren't injured? Gu Jiao met his gaze calmly. I'm really not injured. She would never admit that she had almost died several times. She had even been frozen into a small ice sculpture on the ice field and had fallen seriously ill. Didn't Xiao Heng know her well? Even if she poked a hole in the sky, she would never feel guilty. But she had changed the topic too quickly. It was impossible that nothing had happened on the frontier. Xiao Heng asked directly, where are you injured? Xiao Heng asked directly. Gu Jiao wouldn't be tricked by him. I'm not injured anywhere. If you have the ability, you can guess that I was almost frozen into a small ice sculpture. Or that I almost died from a small epidemic. How could you guess? If she hadn't experienced it herself, Gu Jiao wouldn't have guessed it herself. Gu Jiao saw that he still didn't believe her. She simply spread her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. She used her trump card. Why don't you check it? Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng looked at her deeply. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair and leaned over her. He had one hand on the armrest of the chair, and his tall body pressed down on her. His other hand held onto her soft waist, and with a trace of a man's danger he said, "Are you sure you want me to check, Jiao Jiao?" That sound of Jiao Jiao made Gu Jiao's ears go limp. She stared blankly at his handsome face that was inches away from hers, feeling his scorching breath. The warmth of his palms was transmitted to her waist through the fabric of her clothes, and her originally cold waist seemed to be on fire in an instant. He didn't have much strength, but it was this kind of domineering and restrained feeling that made it hard for people to resist. Gu Jiao blinked her eyes. She suddenly reached out her hand and hugged his waist that was filled with masculine strength. He took a deep breath. Jiao, Gu Jiao whispered, "Jiao Jiao wants it." "What?" He Jiao Jiao's voice. Gu Jiao hugged his waist tightly and used the strength of her arm to gently lift her body. Their breaths were almost touching. Xiao Heng's large hand that was holding her slender waist suddenly tightened. He hugged her soft body. His arm supported her back and his palm held the back of her head, not letting her feel any force. "Jiao Jiao, what do you want? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you shy?" Xiao Heng didn't wait for Gu Jiao's reply. He gently raised his head and saw that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep leaning on his arm and palm. "Xiao Heng." Gu Jiao was indeed exhausted. There was no need to mention how difficult it was to climb the snowy mountains. After leaving the mountains, she had to travel day and night without stopping. Every time she stopped at a relay station, she would change the strongest horse. However, the horse could be changed, but the rider could not be changed. She hadn't slept well for many days. Xiao Heng slowly carried her and carefully placed her on the bed. In fact, she was so exhausted that she wouldn't wake up no matter what. Xiao Heng's movements were still gentle. Xiao Heng took off her shoes and coat, took off her hair tie, and pulled the quilt over her. He tucked in every corner of the quilt and wrapped her small body tightly. Then he looked at her emotionally, bent down, and gently kissed her forehead. At dawn, little Jingkong woke up as usual. Bad brother-in-law wasn't around. This wasn't strange as his bad brother-in-law woke up earlier than him. Today was New Year's Eve. It was a pity that Jiao Jiao didn't come back. He was so listless that he didn't even bother to wear his new clothes. He slowly put on a set of old clothes and walked out with his head drooping. He habitually walked around Gu Jiao's room first before going to wash up. He was like a soulless puppet as he slowly walked into the room. He walked around the bed, turned around, and went out. He picked up a small toothbrush made of a ponytail in the backyard. As he brushed, his slow mind suddenly had an image. There was someone on the bed. Jiao Jiao. Yeah. Little Jingkong didn't even want his small cup and toothbrush. He turned around and ran towards Gu Jiao's east room. At this time, Yao Shi, Gu Yan, and Gu Xiaoshan also came over from the east room's door. It wasn't strange for Yao Shi and Gu Xiaoshan to wake up early, but Gu Yan, who always liked to sleep in, also woke up. Probably because of the twins' reaction, Gu Yan actually woke up in the middle of the night. Then he went to Gu Jiao's side and lay down. Smelling his sister's scent and holding his sister's hand, he finally felt that the half of him that was cut off and taken away had returned to him. Little Jingkong had just opened his mouth when Gu Yan covered his mouth. Little Jingkong anxiously looked at Jiao Jiao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He grunted a few times and gave up struggling. Although he really wanted to Jiao Jiao, he couldn't make a fuss about Jiao Jiao. "Let's go out first?" Yao Shi whispered. Everyone nodded and reluctantly went to the central room to sit down. Nanny Fong excitedly walked in from the back door of the central room and asked in a low voice, "I just heard the young master and Master Hua say that eldest miss is back?" The old chancellor had been very worried about Gu Jiao, so after dawn, Xiao Heng first told Yao Shi the news of Gu Jiao's return, and then went to report to the old chancellor that she was safe. Yao Shi also couldn't hide the excitement in her heart. She nodded with a smile and said in a low voice, "She's back." Nanny Fong put her hands together and said, "Ba, thank the heavens." Before Gu Jiao left, she left a letter for the family. In the letter, she said that she was going to be a doctor. Except for Xiao Heng and Gu Yan, everyone else believed her. However, even if she was going to be a doctor, it was still very dangerous. In the land of war, even the old marquis was captured. Gu Jiao was only a girl. So protecting herself was the most worrying problem for everyone. Now that they saw that she was back safely, everyone's hanging hearts finally returned to their stomachs. Gu Jiao slept all the way until the afternoon. After running around for so long, she was in a trance when she opened her eyes. She almost thought that she had transmigrated again. Otherwise, how could she wake up in such a warm place? Then she saw 1, 2, 3 4 little heads sticking in through the crack of the door. They were little Jing Kong, Gu Xiaoshan, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaobao, who just turned 3 months old. Gu Xiaobao was held in front of Gu Yan's chest with both hands. His pair of black grape-like eyes were rolling around, and he was sucking on his fingers. The whole room was filled with the sound of his fingers sucking. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat up. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. He pushed open the door with a bang and was the first to rush to the bed. Jiao Jiao, you're awake. Gu Yan snorted and said, He, Jiao Jiao didn't wake up. She's sleeping. The stinky little monk ran so fast. Humph. Little Jing Kong ignored Brother Yan. Jiao Jiao was back, and he only talked to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong came to the bedside and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. He shook his little head cutely and said, Jiao Jiao, I missed you. I missed you so much. He just wanted to act cute, but as he did, he felt a lump in his throat. He felt wronged. He hadn't seen Jiao Jiao for so many days, and he felt that he had wasted his childhood. He wanted to start all over again in these 3 months. Your hair has grown long, Gu Jiao said. When he left, he still had a buzz cut. Now he had a small mushroom hairstyle. After the new year, he should be able to get a small ponytail. Yes. Little Jing Kong replied pitifully. He didn't want to talk about his hair now. Jiao Jiao, remember to bring me along the next time you go out. I want to go with you. Gu Yan walked in with Gu Xiaobao. He glanced at the little guy and said, What do you think that is? Can a child go there? Little Jing Kong stood up from Gu Jiao's arms and looked at Gu Yan with his hands on his hips. I will grow up. Gu Yan loved to bicker with the little guy. You can't go there even if you grow up. It's a war zone, and it's very dangerous. A weak scholar like you can only stay in the capital. These words successfully silenced little Jing Kong. Gu Yan thought that she had finally won the argument with the little fellow. Who would have thought that after a long while, little Jing Kong suddenly said in a hurt tone, So, did Jiao Jiao go to a very dangerous place? He was a child and his family wanted to protect him. Naturally, they wouldn't tell him that Gu Jiao went to a war zone. They only said that it was a frontier fortress. Gu Jiao also said so in the letter. Little Jing Kong thought that it was a very, very far away visit. Gu Yan didn't expect that his bickering with the little fellow would make a slip of the tongue. He cleared his throat and said, Okay. Jiao Jiao has returned safely. You don't have to worry anymore. He said it as if he wasn't worried. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao solemnly. Yes. Gu Jiao was a little confused by this sudden reaction. She wondered if the little guy was frightened. War was a very scary thing for such a young child. She was about to touch his little head to comfort him and tell him that she was really fine. Just like Gu Yan said, he didn't have to worry about her. Little Jing Kong suddenly looked at her and said very seriously, Jiao Jiao, don't go to dangerous places in the future. If you must go, I'll go for you. If you must go to war, I'll fight for you. Chapter 526. The novel was updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that could not be found online. Today was little Jing Kong's 5th birthday, if he was indeed born on New Year's Eve. It was already very brave of a 5-year-old child to have such intentions. Fighting will hurt, Gu Jiao said. You'll bleed and get hurt. Little Jing Kong suddenly became nervous. Then, Jiao Jiao, are you hurt? Gu Jiao was speechless for a moment. I was just scaring you and asking you to beat the Tang clan. Why are you focusing on me? Gu Jiao felt warm in her heart. It was a feeling that she had never experienced in her previous life, but she felt a lot more after coming here. Gu Jiao touched his little head and shook her head with a smile in his helpless eyes. I'm not hurt. Little Jing Kong heaved a long sigh of relief. After that, he patted his little chest and said like a little man, I'm not afraid of pain, injury, or bleeding. He was afraid that he would not jiao. He lowered his head and twirled his little fingers. Little Jing Kong grew up in the temple. The abbot, his master, and his senior brothers were all very good to him. But some things could not be made up in the temple. The gaps in his life were filled by Gu Jiao bit by bit. Gu Jiao could never imagine how important she was to him. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up. Jing Kong is really brave. Little Jing Kong was flattered. He raised his little chin and said, of course, I'm the bravest little man in the family. Gu Yan snorted. Little brat. Little Jing Kong stayed with Gu Jiao for a while. His little heart was comforted and he happily went to the backyard to practice martial arts. Without the loudspeaker, the room was quiet. Gu Yan came to the bedside and sat down. There were only 3 of them left in the house. Little Jing Kong's combat power was equivalent to that of a regiment. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be as troublesome as him. For a moment, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Gu Jiao sat at the head of the bed and looked at the little munchkin in Gu Yan's hands. She made a sound of surprise and said, "This is little brother? You've grown so big?" Gu Xiaobao, call her sister. Gu Yan lowered her head and said to Gu Xiaobao. Perhaps because he heard his name, Gu Xiaobao stopped sucking on his fingers. He lifted his head to look at Gu Yan, then at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was undoubtedly a stranger to Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao had a good temper. He usually didn't cry or make a fuss. When the neighbors came to hug or pinch him, he would give them face. Gu Yan placed Gu Xiaobao in Gu Jiao's arms. Indeed, he didn't cry. He just opened his big round eyes and drooled as he stared unblinkingly at Gu Jiao. Gu Xiaobao was chubby and the 2 lumps of meat on his face were heavy. He looked especially like a little Fua. Gu Jiao looked at his silly and adorable appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xiaobao was already 3 months old. He could actually recognize people. For example, he liked Yao Shi the most, followed by nannies. After all, they had milk to drink. When there was no milk to drink, Gu Xiaobao would eat his fingers. However, perhaps because he had never seen Gu Jiao before, Gu Xiaobao was a little confused. He was so confused that he forgot to eat his fingers. Then in the next second he stuffed his favorite little finger, which even Gu Yan couldn't bear to give to him, into Gu Jiao's mouth. The 3 little men didn't occupy Gu Jiao for too long. This was because when the little monk went to the rear courtyard to practice, he deliberately shouted, "Jiao Jiao, wake up." Thus Yao Shi, Nanny Fong, Yu Ye and the old chancellor all put down their work and came over. Gu Jiao dressed neatly, washed up, and went to the central room. Yao Shi and the old chancellor sat at the table and watched her. Nanny Fong and Yu Ye stood behind Yao Shi. Nanny Fong kept wiping her tears and cried even harder than Yao Shi. "Nanny, eldest miss is back." Yu Ye whispered. Nanny Fong choked with sobs and said, "I know, I'm just happy. After looking forward to it for so many days, he finally came back, didn't he? We can finally have a good new year." When Gu Jiao was lying inside, Nanny Fong wasn't so emotional. However, when she saw Yao Shi holding Gu Jiao's hand with red eyes, she immediately couldn't hold it in anymore. Yao Shi was still trying to hold it in. She held back her tears and touched her daughter's cheek, saying, "You've lost weight." Her face was also red from the cold. It wasn't as white and glossy as when she was in the capital. It could be seen that she had suffered a lot in the past 3 months. Yao Shi was very distressed. She asked Gu Jiao about what happened at the frontier fortress. Gu Jiao only said that everything was fine. The war was over, the city was taken back, the border of Zhao country was defended, and the old Marquis and Princess Ning and were saved. How many soldiers died, how much they paid, how many people lost their homes, and how many times she narrowly escaped death. She didn't mention these. Yao Shi also knew that her daughter only reported the good news and not the bad, so she didn't force her. She smiled and wiped away her tears, saying, "It's the new year, let's not talk about this. It's good that you're back. Your grandfather and 2 older brothers are all right, right?" Everyone in the capital knew that Gu Chongqing had been ordered to go up north. Although Gu Chongfeng had slipped out, he had caused Marquis Gu to suffer a beating. When Marquis Gu looked back, he knew that this fellow had gone up north to find the old Marquis. Gu Jiao nodded, "They're all well. All 3 of them were injured, but they were recovering well. Gu Changfeng was the most resistant to beatings and was the first to recover. Gu Chongqing's injury was also not a big problem. Now, only the old marquis still needed to recuperate. After returning to the capital, he would do rehabilitation with Tang Yushan. Yao Shi looked at Gu Xiaobao, who was being shaken back and forth by Gu Yan. She gently said to Gu Jiao, "When your grandfather comes back, let's go to the residence to see him." He was a sworn brother, so he had to visit him. Yao Shi and her daughter had endless things to talk about. Until Gu Xiaobao was hungry, she then carried Gu Xiaobao to feed him. The old chancellor also asked about the situation at the frontier. He was not as easy to fool as those at home. He was once exiled to the frontier for 5 years because of Zhuang Jin's, so he knew how hard it was at the frontier. "Sai, it's been hard on you." The old chancellor sighed. "You don't know how much Aheng misses you. He comes to the palace every 2 to 3 days. The officials think he can't wait to climb up the ranks. In fact, it's all to inquire about the news at the frontier." Xiao Heng just came out of the study and happened to hear the old chancellor's words. Gu Jiao also happened to look at him. He didn't know whether to advance or retreat. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm concerned about the military situation." "Gu Jiao?" The old chancellor asked about the remnants of the previous dynasty. "Prince Yi and the prince consort are really dead?" Gu Jiao nodded. "The prince consort was killed by Gu Chongqing. Prince Yi died of illness. The power of the previous dynasty should be completely disintegrated." The old chancellor asked, "What's going on in Qin country? How did Yuan Tang escape from the capital and surrendered to the Gu army? Their military strength is above the Gu army. There's no need for them to surrender without a fight, right? Could it be a conspiracy?" The old chancellor couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. Everything that happened in Qin country was too unbelievable. Besides, Xiao Heng didn't tell the old chancellor that he was the one who let Yuan Tang out of the capital. As for the friendship between Yuan Tang and Gu Jiao, the old chancellor didn't know anything about it. Surrender was what Zhao country called it. In fact, it was a truce between the two armies. Qin country had more military strength than the Gu army by 40,000, but the morale of Qin country was not as good as that of the Gu army. Moreover, Qin country had serious internal strife. The war caused the national treasury to be in deficit. They couldn't afford it. The old chancellor thought, "What's going on with the Rong family? Their sister is the imperial concubine, but they went to help Prince Bo?" Gu Jiao said, "Because the monarch doesn't want to make imperial concubine Rong the empress." There was a letter in the brocade box that Yuan Tang gave to Gu Jiao. It explained the reason for the Rong family's betrayal. It turned out that the monarch of Qin country thought highly of the Rong family and loved imperial concubine Rong and her son. He secretly wrote an imperial edict to make imperial concubine Zhangde the empress and make her son the crown prince. Noble consort Rong told the Rong family about this news. Noble consort Rong's original intention was that her father and brother could make a decision for her, whether by coercion or enticement, to make the king of Qin retract his decree and make her empress instead. Who would have thought that at this time Prince Bo came to the door? He came to propose marriage for his only son, Rong Yao's daughter. As long as he became the king, Rong Yao's daughter would be the rightful crown princess. In addition, he also promised a lot of power and land to the Rong family. He was much more generous than the monarch of Qin country. However, the Rong family had enough of the days of being at the mercy of others. Instead of supporting others to be the emperor, they would rather be the emperor themselves. Imperial concubine Rong had a younger son who was less than 5 years old. It didn't matter if Yuan Tang died. They would support the 5-year-old 9th prince to ascend the throne. After that, they would let the 9th prince abdicate in the Rong family. That way, the Rong family would be able to rule the world. Prince Bo came to the Rong family to ask a tiger for its skin. In the end, he died under Rong Yao's sword. After this incident, the monarch aged 10 years overnight and never mentioned making imperial concubine Zhangde the empress again. Yuan Tang also didn't force the monarch to make him the crown prince. Yuan Tang just told the monarch that he was determined to be the crown prince, whether the monarch gave it to him or he took it himself. The monarch was poisoned by Prince Bo and was almost dead. How could he fight against Yuan Tang, who was at the peak of his power? If nothing unexpected happened, the next time Yuan Tang went to Zhao country, he would be the crown prince of Cheng country. After hearing Gu Zhao's explanation, old Chancellor let out a long sigh. The royal family doesn't have any kinship. It's the same no matter which royal family it is. However, this Yuan Tang really makes people have a whole new level of respect for him. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Speaking of Yuan Tang, Gu Zhao remembered the thing Yuan Tang asked her to bring to Lu Yisheng. I'll go out later, Gu Zhao said. Zhao Zhao, where are you going? Little Jing Kong ran in sweating. Gu Zhao looked at him in a panic and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you practicing martial arts? Have you been eavesdropping on our conversation? I didn't eavesdrop. You were so loud. Little Jing Kong rubbed his small hands guiltily. Well, he did eavesdrop a little. But he didn't do it on purpose and he didn't understand. He was just worried that Zhao Zhao would suddenly leave without saying goodbye. Since Gu Zhao had returned, she naturally had to enter the palace to report to her grandaunt that she was safe. She had thought about it. After reporting to her grandaunt, she would go to Lu Yisheng's place to give Yuan Tang's gift to him. Zhao Zhao, can I go with you? Little Jing Kong asked cutely. Okay. Gu Zhao rubbed his mushroom head. His hair was soft and comfortable to rub. Little Jing Kong stretched his small head. Zhao Zhao, if you like, you can always rub it. It doesn't matter if you rub it until it's bald. Xiao Heng walked over with his cane and said calmly, I happen to have a memorial from the Ministry of Rites to present to His Majesty. Let's go to the palace together. The old Chancellor's mouth twitched. Presenting a memorial to His Majesty on New Year's Day? Could it be any more ridiculous? Unfortunately, only the old Chancellor knew about the imperial court. The rest of the family didn't. Bad brother-in-law, why do you have to go too? Little Jing Kong suddenly felt a little resentful. When the three of them arrived at the carriage, they were surprised to find that there were already 3 people sitting inside. Gu Yan, Gu Xiaoshun, and Gu Xiaobao, who was 3 months old. Gu Jiao. More strange tales, more, but in the end Yao Shi stopped all the small tales. The reason was that the carriage wasn't big enough to fit so many people. But it was unfair to let any of the small tales come down, so she decided not to let any of them go. And Xiao Heng perfectly avoided the fate of being kept at home by Yao Shi because of the official excuse of the memorial. The 4 small faces expressionlessly watched the 2 of them get into the carriage. But what no one expected was that before Gu Zhao and Xiao Heng set off, Grandaunt's carriage arrived. Grandaunt hadn't received the news that Gu Zhao was back. She came to celebrate Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong's birthday. Without Gu Zhao, the 2 little brats must be very sad. So, she used illness as an excuse to cancel the palace banquet. It's Grandaunt. Grandaunt is here. As soon as little Jing Kong's voice was heard, Xiao Heng and Gu Zhao got off the carriage. Eunuch Qin also got off the carriage. He lifted the curtain for Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang bowed and walked out. Halfway, Eunuch Qin's hand shook and the curtain fell with a bang, slapping Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Qin. Slapping my face on New Year's Day. You and your group of little bastards don't want to live anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to see blood today. Miss Gu. Eunuch Qin was stunned. Empress Dowager Zhuang lifted the curtain with a whoosh. She was so angry that she wanted to sacrifice Eunuch Qin and his group of little bastards to the heavens. However, the moment she saw Gu Jiao, her anger was extinguished. Qin Huai. Her gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face and she called Eunuch Qin's name. Ah, Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin came back to his senses. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave him a slap on the forehead. Eunuch Qin. Does it hurt? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. I don't dare to hurt, Eunuch Qin said in fear and trepidation. Empress Dowager Zhuang dusted her sleeves and sighed. Then it hurts. Very good, you're not dreaming. Eunuch Qin. Grandaunt. Gu Jiao walked over. Empress Dowager Zhuang always dressed up like an old lady when she came to buy Shui Alley. She didn't look extravagant at all. Even her carriage was no different from a commoner's carriage. But the stool was a little steep, so someone had to hold it. Eunuch Qin hurriedly stretched out his arm. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him with disgust. Eunuch Qin's eyes flashed and he tactfully retreated to the side. Gu Jiao helped Empress Dowager Zhuang down. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't wait to enter the courtyard. She looked at Gu Jiao at the door. Gu Jiao's change was obvious. She wasn't a girl who was pampered in the boudoir. She suffered a lot in the wind and rain. Even so, when she came back from the frontier fortress, Empress Dowager Zhuang almost didn't dare to recognize her. Needless to say, she was thin and tanned. Her cheeks were red from the cold and her lips were a little chapped. She was in the best age of a young girl. In Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes, she was still beautiful and heroic. Moreover, she had a strength that was not inferior to the men of Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang thought of countless words that she would say to Gu Jiao when she came back. But when she saw her, Empress Dowager Zhuang found that she couldn't say a single word. Thousands of emotions were stuck in her heart. She took a deep breath, held back the tears in her eyes, and patted Gu Jiao's hand. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Gu Jiao took her grandaunt's hand. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't say anything. She just held Gu Jiao's hand tightly. Just as Empress Dowager Zhuang was immersed in the strong emotions of regaining Gu Jiao, another carriage suddenly came into the alley. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a figure with an impressive dragon aura bowed and walked out. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang at the door and was startled. "Mother? Mother? Aren't you recuperating in Renshou Palace? Why did you secretly come to Bai Shui Alley?" Empress Dowager Zhuang choked and squinted at him. "Didn't you say that you were in seclusion to pray for the soldiers? Then why did you come to Bai Shui Alley?" The emperor was just about to say that he secretly came out to get some fresh air when he saw the small figure hidden behind Empress Dowager Zhuang. He opened his eyes wide and walked over. "Little magic doctor? You're back?" "Yes, I'm back. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. The emperor looked at her and also felt that she was fine. She was full of vitality. He said happily, "It's good that you're fine. You finally came back safely. Mother won't ignore me anymore." Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched and her face darkened. She didn't realize that blaming you for taking Jiao Jiao to the frontier was just an excuse. "I just simply didn't want to talk to you." The emperor didn't receive any disdain from his mother at all. He was very happy. First, his mother finally wanted to talk to him. Second, the little magic doctor came back safely. The little magic doctor also contributed to the victory of the frontier fortress. He wanted to reward her. Chapter 527. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. At the palace banquet on New Year's Eve, the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang left together, leaving only Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince to preside over the situation. They invited Princess Xinyang and other members of the royal family to celebrate the victory at the border and welcome the new year. This was really the first time since the beginning of the world. The emperor entered the courtyard without any psychological pressure. Wherever his mother was, he would be there. Eunuch Wei looked at his emperor with a complicated expression. Ever since His Majesty believed that he had taken the knockout drug, His Majesty had gone on the road of self-indulgence, never to return. Should he remind His Majesty that he had only taken a hair growth pill? "Mother, I'm coming." The emperor immediately became Empress Dowager Zhuang's little tail. Eunuch Wei covered his eyes. "Damn it. I can't look anymore." Gu Jiao originally wanted to go to the palace to tell her grandaunt that she was safe. Since her grandaunt was here, she didn't have to go through so much trouble. Gu Jiao and her grandaunt entered the central room. She didn't observe carefully before. Now that she accompanied her grandaunt to walk around the house, she found that the house had changed a lot in the 3 months that she had been away. The vegetable garden in the front yard was expanded and planted with shallots and radishes. The small fish pond opposite the vegetable garden was filled and replaced with a big fish tank. This was proposed by little Jing Kong. He said that he had a younger brother in the house and that his younger brother should have a place to play. Even though his younger brother was still so young, he still contributed his small fish pond without hesitation. Also, the passage from the backyard to the next house was no longer a passage. The wall had been completely pushed down. Now the backyard of the two houses was connected and became a large courtyard. Granduncle bought that house. Seeing Gu Jiao look at the connected courtyard in astonishment, Xiaoheng whispered to her. "It's not cheap," Gu Jiao murmured. Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, it cost 1,000 taels. It wasn't so expensive before. But since a new top scorer appeared, Pushui Alley gained the title of Top Scorer Alley. The land price and housing prices soared. This 1,000 taels was a friendly price. Gu Jiao asked curiously, "Young master, where did you get so much money?" If she remembered correctly, the salary of the Imperial College's chancellor wasn't that high. Xiaoheng pursed his lips. Just selling an official position. Gu Jiao. Great uncle is doing this kind of thing. The old chancellor's operation of selling his official position was like this. First, he would release the news that he wanted to buy a residence. Then, there would be people with bad intentions who would come to his door and bribe him with a huge sum of money. The old chancellor directly carried gold to the emperor's imperial study and told the emperor with righteous indignation, "I, Wuxian, have been honest all my life. I have pledged my loyalty to the emperor without any disloyalty. You actually want to bribe me? What wishful thinking." This humble subject swears that even if all the civil and military officials in the imperial court are bribed, this humble subject will not be bribed. The old chancellor's last words successfully made the emperor ponder deeply. The emperor had encountered a lot of things since he took over the government. Suddenly, he understood some of Empress Dowager Zhuang's decisions in the past. The emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang were completely different in the way of using people. The emperor couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. He needed to use people with integrity, such as the old duke and the old chancellor. Only Marquis Xianping was a bit dissolute, but he never violated the law and ethics. Empress Dowager Zhuang was more open-minded. She paid attention to using people's strengths and tolerating their shortcomings. The most typical example was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was a person who liked to achieve great things. His uncle and sister-in-law were not good. If it were the emperor, he would never put him in an important position. However, after the battle at the frontier fortress, the emperor suddenly felt that Tang Yueshan was more good than bad. The emperor began to think about Empress Dowager Zhuang's way of regent, and found that there were many things that he could learn from her. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. For example, it was impossible to get rid of the system that had been passed down from their ancestors. It had shaken the interests of too many nobles and scholar officials. However, Empress Mother had used a 6-part assessment system to easily solve the problem. Although there would still be officials, it would reduce the mediocre qualifications of the officials and the length of time they would be in office. This was a perfect balance. The emperor felt that the matter of buying officials would exist no matter what. The old chancellor refused, but it was hard to guarantee that the other party wouldn't find another one. Instead of finding an unknown official, it was better to have the old chancellor agree. This way at least he would know which officials were bought. Everything would be under his control. When the court was completely stable, he would catch this group of people in one fell swoop. Therefore, with the emperor's permission, the old chancellor openly accepted bribes and bought the big house next to the top scholar's house. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor sat down in the central room. Both of them had many things to say to Gu Jiao. The old chancellor quietly went to the kitchen to make brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Xiaoheng planned to help his teacher, but he was mercilessly rejected by the old chancellor. Did he not know how good his cooking skills were? Ahem, come and help put up the couplets, Yao Shi said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoheng walked out carrying a bucket of paste. He brought a few young men from the family to put up the couplets at the door. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not bring up the matter of the battlefield. Those matters could be brought up after the new year. She talked about the matters in the village. The eunuchs and guards she sent to Qingquan village saw Xuaningxiang. The matter of Zhou Erzhuang and Headley asking to marry Xuanningsheng at the same time caused a huge commotion in the surrounding villages. Xuanningsheng was a young widow. Many people in the countryside looked down on her, but there were some with bad intentions who wanted to taint her. Originally, when Gu Jiao's family and Mother Zhou were all present, those vile people could still restrain themselves. Later on, Gu Jiao's family left. Mother Zhou passed away. Gu Yan's 2 hidden guards also returned to the capital. Xuanningsheng's situation became difficult. There was once when she was sleeping in the middle of the night. A ruffian from the neighboring village actually climbed over the wall and entered her room. He pressed her down on the bed and bullied her. It was only when Gowa woke up and cried too loudly that the villagers came that the ruffian did not succeed. There was no way to hide news in the countryside. What happened in the night spread throughout the village the next day. That ruffian was called Li Dezhu. His wife went to Xuanningsheng's house the next day and had a big argument. She cursed Xuanningsheng as a fox spirit, a lowly hussy, a little whore. She stripped naked in the sorghum field and seduced her man. She even told her man to go find her in the middle of the night. Xuanningsheng went from being a victim to a fox spirit who seduced people. It was hard to explain. There were many similar incidents. Xuanningsheng never mentioned it in the letter. If Empress Dowager Zhuang's people didn't go to the countryside, they wouldn't know that Xuanningsheng had suffered so many grievances. Luo Li was protecting Xuanningsheng. But the more he protected her, the more gossip there was. In the end, he as Li Zheng became an outsider. After Dean Li learned of this matter, he wanted to bring Xuanningsheng to town. At this time, Zhou Erzhuang came back. It was unknown how the matter became known to everyone. In short, the whole village knew that Xuanningsheng was fancied by their brother-in-law and the dean of Tianxiang Academy. To be exact, they believed that Xuanningsheng had seduced them. Xuanningsheng was scolded miserably. Her maternal family, who was 100 li away, also received the news. They came to catch Xuanningsheng and scolded her. Sometimes human nature was like this. After seeing Xuanningsheng struggle in the mire, they didn't want to see her climb out of it. In many people's eyes, a widow who cursed her husband to death should be spurned by others. What right did she have to live a life above others? Of course, there was a way to solve all of this. People dared to scold a stone that blocked the road, but almost no one scolded the mountains in front of and behind the village. Empress Dowager Zhuang directly turned Xuanningsheng into the tallest mountain in the village. My family's Empress Dowager wants to invite Lady Xue to the capital. As soon as the eunuch said this, the people in the surrounding villages directly knelt down. The highest official they knew was the county magistrate. What was the Empress Dowager? She was a bodhisattva, a Buddha, and the heavens. She was a powerful existence that could take the lives of their entire village with a single finger. No, she didn't even need to use a finger. Everyone's gaze towards Xuanningsheng changed from jealousy to fear. They couldn't afford to be jealous. Of course, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't really want to force Xuanningsheng to the capital. She just said that to support her. The people sent by Empress Dowager Zhuang told Xuanningsheng that with the Empress Dowager's support, she didn't need to be afraid of anything. Even if she wanted to marry 8 to 10 husbands, no one would dare gossip about her. Xuanningsheng was frightened by these rebellious words. What 8 to 10 husbands? She didn't have such thoughts. However, after such a conversation, Xuanningsheng's courage grew by quite a bit. Zhou Erzhuang and Headmaster Li were both very outstanding men. In another 10 or 20 years, perhaps Xuanningsheng would choose the high-spirited young man, Zhou Erzhuang. However, she was only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. At this age, she was carrying a bumpy experience, so she was more inclined towards Headmaster Li, who was like a father to her. He was mature and steady, he was considerate and meticulous, he treated people with tolerance, and he also had money. Moreover, Zhou Erzhuang was Xuanningsheng's younger brother-in-law. Xuanningsheng couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Finally, and most importantly, she was a mother. Sometimes it wasn't the man who restrained a woman but the child. Gowa liked Headmaster Li and confusedly recognized him as her father. What else could she do as her mother? Old Madame Li's love for Xuanningsheng and Gowa was a plus. To put it bluntly, Xuanningsheng was tired and wanted to find a man she could rely on to live the rest of her life peacefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood Xue Ningxiang's choice. In this world, not everyone could be as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was unique. She never sought a sense of security from anyone. Her heart was strong enough and full of strength. Of course, this came with a price. She wasn't born strong. But there were too many things that she needed to carry with her young shoulders. Jiao Jiao, she carried all of them. Xue Ningxiang didn't need to become the second Jiao Jiao. She could live her life comfortably. In addition, Xue Ningxiang wrote a letter to Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang always kept it in her purse when she played cards. She gave the letter to Gu Jiao. This time, Xue Ningxiang didn't report the good news or the bad news. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang's people already knew everything. There was no point in hiding it. In the letter, she asked about the Empress Dowager's situation. Why did the Empress Dowager know her? Was it because Xiao Lulang, the new top scorer, was doing too well in the capital? Or was it because Gu Jiao and the Marquis mentioned that the Empress Dowager's people were alarmed? Xue Ningxiang thought that she didn't have that much face. Could it be that the old lady with leprosy is the Empress Dowager? I don't have that luck. Then didn't I cook for the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager also helped me look after my baby? It can't be. My ancestral grave doesn't emit smoke. Gu Jiao thought for a while and replied, "Do you want to go back to your ancestral grave?" Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jingkong ran over with a letter in his hand. He was originally pasting couplets. When he suddenly saw Gu Jiao reading the letter, he remembered that he also had a letter. Children were like this. Jiao Jiao, Brother Ming, sent me the second letter. Do you want to show it to me? Gu Jiao asked. A letter was a very private thing. Gu Jiao wouldn't casually open little Jingkong's letter just because he was a child. But if he wanted to share it with her, Gu Jiao would gladly accept. Yes, I want to show it to you, Jiao Jiao. Little Jingkong nodded. Gu Jiao opened the letter. It was full of greetings between children. Little Jingkong mentioned some interesting things about his family and the Imperial College in the last letter, which successfully aroused Ming-er's interest in learning. Ming-er told little Jingkong that he also went to the Imperial College to study. However, he was going to the martial arts class. The Imperial College of the Liang Kingdom was slightly different from that of the Zhao Kingdom. It was divided into civil and martial arts classes. It was probably because the Liang Kingdom's imperial examination not only included civil but also military examinations. When little Jingkong read the letter for the first time, he didn't feel much. Now that he read it again with Gu Jiao, he suddenly felt very envious of Brother Ming-er. He also wanted to learn martial arts. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao. Along with the second letter was the thank you gift about the music score of Reflection that Ming-er mentioned in the first letter. The letter was sent by Eagle, so it came quickly. The thank you gift was carried by horse carriages, so it took a long time. The thank you gift was prepared by Princess Yu and her husband. It was some specialties of the Liang Kingdom, and more than a dozen children's toys. They were quite thoughtful. In addition, Princess Yu knew that little Jingkong was talented and smart, and was learning different languages. She specially selected 10 books that were only available in the Shangguan Kingdom, which were suitable for little Jingkong's level. Xiao Heng made a plan for little Jingkong. He read a little every day and improved a lot in the 3 Shangguan Kingdom subjects. In order to prove his improvement, little Jingkong jumped off the chair and ran back to the room. He took his 3 Shangguan Kingdom poetry books and said, "Jiao Jiao, I'll recite them to you." He put his little hands behind his back and began to recite them while shaking his head. It was as if Gu Jiao could understand him. It was Gu Jiao's first time traveling. In the past, it was Xiao Heng who went out. Every time he came back, Xiao Heng could feel the changes at home. This time it was Gu Jiao's turn to feel the changes. Gu Xiaobao had grown up, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan had grown taller, little Jingkong had grown hair, and he could recite many Shangguan Kingdom poetry books. This feeling was quite novel. Dinner was not ready so quickly, but the hot water was ready first. Yao Shi asked the children to bathe. Quickly finish bathing and wash your clothes. There's no need to wash clothes on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Yao Shi said. I'll go bathe first. Little Jing Kong turned into an obedient baby who loved bathing. He had forgotten how much he hated bathing during the 3 months when Gu Jiao was not around. Jiao Jiao, go bathe too, Yao Shi said gently to Gu Jiao. Okay, Gu Jiao agreed. The hot water was only enough for 2 people to bathe. The rest of them had to wait for the next batch. Brother-in-law, thank you. Please help me bathe. Little Jing Kong came to the door and said politely to Xiao Heng, who was pasting the couplets. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. That's not what you said the last time. If I dare to catch you to bathe again, what are you going to do? Run away from home. Cough. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat, spread his hands and said helplessly, who hasn't been young and frivolous? Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng brought little Jing Kong to the west room to bathe. The charcoal fire in the west room was burning brightly, so it was not cold. Gu Jiao also went to bathe. She realized that there was a new wooden bucket at home. It was big and deep. When she sat down, her whole body could be submerged in the water. Phew! It was too comfortable. Her little toes bounced under the water. After bouncing for a while, she suddenly thought of something. She came back unscathed. Shouldn't her husband fulfill his promise to her? When Xiao Heng came out of the west room, he saw that Gu Jiao had finished bathing and washing her hair. She was sitting warmly in the central room. Xiao Heng was slightly surprised. So fast. Little Jing Kong was still playing with water in the wooden bucket. The water was a little cold, so he went to the kitchen to get some hot water for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao looked at him with her eyes wide open. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the kitchen to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake, and the emperor followed her. Only Gu Jiao was left in the central room. The sky was a little dark, but Gu Jiao's eyes were so bright that it was impossible to ignore them. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Heng asked. I'm not hurt, Gu Jiao said. Yes, I know. Xiao Heng nodded. After saying that, he realized something. He was startled, his eyelashes trembled, and his cheeks began to heat up. Gu Jiao looked at him with her hands on her cheeks. It was an expectant look. Chapter 528. After taking a bath in Little Jing Kong, it was Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshuan's turn. Gu Xiaobao also let Nanny Fong carry him to take a fragrant New Year's Eve bath. Gu Jiao, she's not in a hurry. Yes, she's not in a hurry. It's done. Madame Yao walked in from the back door of the central room with a smile. Gu Jiao stood up immediately. Xiao Heng, who was pasting couplets in the eastern room, choked. Madame Yao smiled and said, The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Gu Jiao. Oh. Xiao Heng let out a sigh. This kind of thing was embarrassing. He agreed so quickly because the atmosphere was so warm. He couldn't just refuse such a small request when she was about to go to war. It was quite embarrassing when he thought about it. Moreover, he didn't expect that someone would really take this kind of thing to heart. She couldn't forget it even after thinking about it for 3 months. This was too. Xiao Heng cleared his throat and glanced at Gu Jiao from the corner of his eyes. Gu Jiao had been looking at him the whole time. She was caught red-handed by him. However, Gu Jiao didn't look away guiltily. Instead, she smiled at him. Xiao Heng. It seemed that he really couldn't be a human tonight. Although he was the one being stared at, it wasn't that he didn't want to. Therefore, strictly speaking, he took advantage of her. Xiao Heng, you're only 19 but you want to be a beast. There were many people in the house, so they had to put together 2 tables to sit down. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous. There were cured meat and sausages from their own house, fried meatballs and eggplant from the neighbors, and a slaughtered chicken. It wasn't their own, but it was bought from the market. However, it still scared the chickens at home for a while. Other than that, the old chancellor also made braised small yellow croaker, mushroom duck soup, smoked bamboo shoot slices of course. Little Jing Kong's vegetarian dishes and steamed eggs with shrimp were also included. As New Year's Eve was also the birthday of Xiao Heng and Little Jing Kong, the old chancellor had specially cooked 2 bowls of longevity noodles, one big and one small, for the 2 of them. Just a day ago, this family was still worried. Only after Gu Jiao returned did they finally have the feeling of a New Year's reunion. It was not the first time the emperor had eaten at Jadewater Lane, but it was the first time he had eaten New Year's Eve dinner. He looked at the dishes on the table that were not even worth mentioning compared to the palace banquet. He did not know if it was because the dishes were too shabby, but he actually felt a little sour in his nose after eating. He suddenly remembered the time when his mother was in the cold palace. It was also New Year's Eve when he and Ningen climbed over the wall to find his mother. At that time he saw his mother sitting alone in the cold, dilapidated room. There wasn't even a decent pot of silver charcoal. He took out the pastries and chicken legs that he had stolen with great difficulty and handed them to his mother. Unexpectedly, the pastries were crushed, and the chicken legs fell to the ground. He did not cry when he climbed over the wall and fell, but when he was chased and beaten by the palace servants and realized that his mother might have to starve on New Year's Eve, he cried out loud. He had forgotten all these things after being bewitched by concubine Jing, but he remembered more and more recently. He felt more and more guilty towards his mother. "Your Majesty?" Eunuch Wei, who was helping to carry the dishes, looked at the emperor with a panicked expression. The emperor's tears could not be stopped. He stubbornly choked and said, "I'm fine. It's the effect of that white medicine acting up again, Eunuch Wei." Everyone. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, the emperor remembered many things from his childhood. He deeply understood how much damage he had done to his mother during those years when he and his mother became enemies. He had even caused his mother to contract leprosy. What kind of crazy behavior was that? Fortunately, his mother met the little divine doctor. If it wasn't for the little divine doctor's miraculous hands and benevolence, he might have regretted it for the rest of his life. After the New Year's Eve dinner, he found Gu Jiao chopping firewood and boiling water in the kitchen. "I've thought about it. I want to thank you properly," the emperor said solemnly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor strangely. The emperor said sincerely, "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reunite with my mother. Also, if it wasn't for you, the war at the border wouldn't have gone so smoothly." Why was he talking about the war? The emperor's thoughts wandered a little. From Gu Jiao's kindness to Empress Dowager Zhuang, he thought of Gu Jiao's various actions at the border. "I've heard about what happened at the border. In order to save your grandfather, you and Gu Chengfeng went deep into the remnants of the previous dynasty. In the end, you were chased by the previous dynasty's army, and almost died to the emperor's son-in-law's arrow. After that, you unfortunately contracted the plague for the sake of the plague victims in Lingguan City. After that, you went to kill the emperor's son-in-law's men of sacrifice for your eldest brother, but you were frozen into an ice sculpture on the icy plains. You also contracted lung disease from the cold, coughed up blood and fainted," the emperor said with heartache. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. A terrifying aura was coming from behind him. The emperor was the son of heaven. His aura was very strong and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. It could be seen how cold the other party's aura was to make him tremble. Gu Jiao also felt it. She turned her head and saw that Xiao Heng had come to the backyard at some point. He was staring at her with a burning gaze. He didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly said everything. She had been chased crazily and almost died to the emperor's son-in-law's arrow. She had contracted the plague and was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. She had also contracted lung disease, coughed up blood and fainted. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with two balls of anger, but the aura around him was extremely cold. Gu Jiao heard little Fuli's small voice saying goodbye in her ear. She decided to make a final struggle. "I didn't." The emperor didn't know that he had caused Gu Jiao to lose her horse. He patted Gu Jiao's small shoulder and said, all right, don't deny it. This one has already seen the military report from the border. This one knows that you don't have a flamboyant personality. Don't worry, this one won't tell anyone." Gu Jiao clenched her small fists. "You've already said it to the person you shouldn't say it to the most." Xiao Heng narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You little liar." At this time the emperor finally noticed Xiao Heng in the yard. Xiao Heng leaned on his cane and walked towards Gu Jiao with a cold expression. He was here to denounce Gu Jiao. The emperor's gaze fell on his small crippled leg and cane. He asked with a strange voice, Didn't you Yair say that your leg has already recovered? Why are you still using this? Yu Yair, who was in the woodshed, covered her mouth. She didn't mean it. She said it for the Empress Dowager. His Majesty heard it himself. Don't blame her. The sudden revelation made Xiao Hung stop in his tracks. He staggered and almost fell. This time it was Gu Jiao's turn to narrow her eyes and look up and down at Xiao Hung with a dangerous gaze. Aha, you still called me a little liar. It turns out that we're the same. The emperor had exposed two identities at once, but he still didn't realize it. He was thinking about how to reward the little magic doctor while secretly returning to the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He left the lost couple at the door of the kitchen and stared at each other. Yu Yair was called over. When did your leg recover? Gu Jiao asked with a serious expression. Yu Yair's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at her husband guiltily, lowered her head and said weakly, It was the second day after your mother came here for the first time. Gu Jiao had an impression. The first time Princess Xinyang had visited was not long after Prince Ning's accident. At that time, Xiao Hung had been harmed by Prince Ning and had injured his right hand. She had gone to Vermilion Bird Avenue and told Princess Xinyang that Xiao Hung had been living in the shadow of being abandoned by Princess Xinyang and his unbearable past and self-loathing. Princess Xinyang came to Xiao Hung. With the help of his great-aunt, Xiao Hung learned that Princess Xinyang had never abandoned him. The mother and son's worries were solved. So, after his heart disease was cured, his leg was no longer crippled. But when he went to Hanlin Academy for duty the next day, it was clearly not like that. By the way, how's your hand? Does it still hurt? Can you write? It doesn't seem very good. I don't have much strength. Is my hand like my leg? Does it need? At that time, he had sighed and wanted to say something but stopped himself. He really looked like a little cripple who could no longer walk. She comforted him and told him to strengthen his rehabilitation and massage more. He would definitely recover. Then she massaged him the entire way. Gu Jiao now seriously suspected that not only had his leg healed, but his hand had also healed. He was faking it. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at Xiao Hung. Her small eyes were a bit fierce. Xiao Hung also did not expect that he would fall again and again. Not only was his act of faking a cripple exposed, even his act of faking a crippled hand was exposed. This was great. He did not even know who was blaming whom. What is it? Yao Shi saw that the three people's expressions were not quite right. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung did not speak. Yu Yair pointed at Gu Jiao and quietly said to Yao Shi, Eldest young miss fell seriously ill at the border and almost froze to death. When she came back, she lied that nothing had happened to her. Yao Shi's expression changed. Yu Yair then pointed at Xiao Hung. There's also son-in-law's leg. In truth, it was healed a long time ago, but he also lied that he was still crippled. Yao Shi. Yao Shi took a deep breath and tightened her grip on her handkerchief. It's the new year. Don't get angry, don't get angry. She squeezed out a smile. Today is Ahung and Jingkong's birthday. Everyone is waiting for you in the main room. Following this, she looked at the young couple and put on a fake smile, saying, After the new year, I will settle this debt with you. She turned around and helped Yu Yair into the main room. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow and glanced at a certain person. Did you hear that? After the new year, I will settle this debt with you. Xiao Hung faintly smirked. You speak as if I don't need to settle this debt with you. Gu Jiao, your situation is more serious than mine. Gu Jiao. What sort of new title was this? Xiao Hung had blurted out this title. After saying it, he felt that it was quite good. He suddenly curled his lips and called out, Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and pondered for a few seconds. She then looked at him meaningfully. Since we're even now tonight you, before she could finish speaking, his slender finger gently pressed against her soft lips. No, you're not allowed to. You won't be allowed to see. Gu Jiao's small face darkened. Since the matter had been exposed, Xiao Hung might as well not hide it and openly entered the main room. It was just that everyone's attention was not on his legs for the time being. Glancing around, they faintly felt that something was off, but they could not figure it out for a while. Yao Shi had also learned bad things, so she did not remind them. She just waited for them to scare themselves. Brother-in-law sit. Gu Xiaoshan had Xiaoheng sit. Xiaoheng and little Jing Kong were the birthday stars, and they sat next to each other on a bench. In fact, they did not have the habit of celebrating their birthday. It was little Jing Kong who celebrated his birthday every year. Thanks to him, everyone in the family had started celebrating their birthday. The only thing they missed was Gu Jiao and Gu Yan's birthday. Gu Jiao was on the way to the frontier fortress. She did not celebrate her birthday, and neither did Gu Yan. Gu Yan said that he would celebrate his birthday with Jiao Jiao next year. Little monk here. Gu Yan gave the small clay sculpture he made to little Jing Kong. This year the house was finally not empty. It was a small fish pond, and there were 2 ugly carrots in it. He did not give Xiaoheng fish soup, but a courtyard. It happened to be a small house with last year's gift. It was also ingenious. Gu Xiaoshan gave the 2 of them 2 pin holders, one big and one small. The workmanship was exquisite, and there were even poems engraved on them. Little Jing Kong liked it very much, and Xiaoheng was also very satisfied. Gu Xiaoshan had been studying carving for a long time. Not only did he improve his skills, but he also learned a lot. Now he had more words than the scholars in the capital. As long as he was told that these words needed to be engraved, he could immediately memorize them. Normal people memorized words according to the strokes, but Gu Xiaoshan memorized words as a pattern. Although the method was different, it achieved the same effect. In comparison, Gu Yan's knowledge was really too terrible to look at. This did not mean that Gu Yan was stupid. On the contrary, he was the smartest person in the family besides Xiaoheng. Nothing could be hidden from him. For example, the chastity mark on Gu Jiao's face. Yao Shi did not tell him, and he did not eavesdrop that night, but he could guess it. Another example was Gu Jiao's small eyes that fell on Xiaoheng from time to time. Gu Yan could not guess what Gu Jiao was thinking. Could not be helped. The twins were so powerful. Empress Dowager Zhuang left gifts for the 2 of them before she left. She gave little Jing Kong a string of colored glass Buddha beads. This was the first batch of colored glass that Zhao successfully produced after the Liang state passed the colored glass technology to the Zhao state. The color and luster were very good. Of course, little Jing Kong liked it very much. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave Xiaoheng a colored glass inkstone. The old chancellor gave the 2 of them books, and Yao Shi made 2 sets of clothes by herself. Gu Jiao also prepared a gift. She gave little Jing Kong a rattledrum from the frontier fortress. After the victory, the 4-year-old child from Yueching City gave the only rattledrum to her. You are right. The army did not leave. This is your reward. This was the most sincere intention that a child could have during the war. Little Jing Kong soon found a problem. Why didn't brother-in-law give me a gift? Your sister gave me a gift. Xiaoheng looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. She was the best gift for his birthday. I want to see it. Little Jing Kong said. Since it was the little guy's birthday, Xiaoheng did not discourage him. He only picked a brush from the pile of gifts. Here. A brush. Little Jing Kong shook his little rattledrum. My gift is still the best. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. They went to the backyard to light firecrackers. Brother-in-law. Gu Yan suddenly came to Xiaoheng and said mysteriously, come here. I have something good to show you. Xiaoheng followed Gu Yan to the central room. At this moment, everyone was watching little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan light firecrackers in the backyard. The central room was deserted except for Gu Yan and Xiaoheng. Gu Yan sneakily took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. It's freezing. It's freezing. What is this? Xiaoheng asked, puzzled. Wine. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and said, it's not ordinary wine. It's a double brew, pear blossom brew and osmanthus brew. It took me a lot of effort to get it from my son-in-law. Why did you get it? Xiaoheng asked. Gu Yan said without changing his expression, I want to drink it. Brother-in-law, let's drink it together. Once you're drunk, Jiao Jiao will be able to do whatever she wants. Gu Yan was going all out for Jiao Jiao. You can't drink. Xiao Heng firmly objected. Gu Yan had a heart condition and he was too young. He definitely couldn't drink alcohol. Gu Yan looked at him pleadingly. 1 cup is fine. Xiao Heng said, not even half a cup. Gu Yan pursed her lips. But I'm here to drink with you. I've never drunk wine in my life. I heard that this kind of wine doesn't make people drunk. Brother-in-law, let me have a taste of it. Xiao Heng, no. Gu Yan lowered his head, feeling wronged. To be honest, it was hard for people to resist him like this, but Xiao Heng was sober. He wouldn't condone Gu Yan drinking. As if he could see Xiao Heng's unwavering determination, Gu Yan took a step back. Then, brother-in-law, why don't you try it for me and tell me what it tastes like? Okay. It was the new year, so Xiao Heng couldn't spoil the child's mood. When Gu Yan saw that he agreed, his eyes lit up again. He was as happy as a child. He personally took the wine glass and filled Xiao Heng's glass to the brim. He knew that his brother-in-law had a good tolerance for alcohol, but this kind of wine wasn't an ordinary double brew. He stole it from his son-in-law. 1 cup was enough to make him drunk. Get drunk. Brother-in-law. Xiao Heng took the glass. Just as he was about to drink, little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan unexpectedly rushed in. Little Jing Kong bumped into Xiao Heng on the spot. Xiao Heng's hand trembled and spilled the entire glass of wine. Gu Yan. Gu Yan clenched his little fists. Xiao. Shang. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Little Jing Kong apologized and made a face at Gu Xiaoshan. Ha ha ha. Come and catch me. After he said that, he ran out. Gu Xiaoshan chased after him. Gu Yan suppressed his anger and poured a second glass for his brother-in-law. He said with a smile, it's okay, there's more. Xiao Heng took the second glass. In the end, the two troublemakers ran back. This time it was Gu Xiaoshan. He directly knocked over Xiao Heng's glass. The glass fell to the ground with a bang. Gu Xiaoshan. Huh? Broken and safe? Gu Yan was furious. Broken your head. The wine was almost gone. Gu Yan was about to die from anger because of these two guys. They were really bad at everything, but they were number 1 at causing trouble. I'm fine. Xiao Heng said, let me do it. You guys go out first. Don't prick your feet. As he spoke, he took a broom and came over to clean up the mess on the floor. It was also at this moment that Gu Xiaoshan noticed that Xiao Heng's walking was different from usual. He didn't limp. I a brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoshan looked at Xiao Heng's right foot. Brother-in-law, what brother-in-law? Hurry up and light the firecrackers. Gu Yan pushed Gu Xiaoshan out of the living room. Gu Xiaoshan, I just saw. Okay, you saw it. I know. Don't delay my business. Jing Kong. Xiaoshan is here. Gu Yan decisively waved at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong grabbed a firecracker and pounced on Gu Xiaoshan. The two childish guys played together again. Gu Yan returned to the living room. Wasn't it just brother-in-law's foot? It was healed long ago. Idiot, you only noticed it now. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Gu Yan eagerly snatched the broom from him and cleaned up the mess on the floor. Then he shoveled it out with the bucket. When he returned to the living room excitedly, he didn't see his brother-in-law. Instead, his sister was sitting at the table with a flushed face. He walked over in a daze and asked Gu Jiao, sister, where is brother-in-law? Gu Jiao looked at him with her misty eyes and pointed at the study room. Gu Yan saw that Gu Jiao's reaction was not right. He looked at Gu Jiao and then at the porcelain bottle on the table. His heart skipped a beat. He picked up the porcelain bottle and shook it. It was empty. He lifted the porcelain bottle and poured the wine out. There was not a drop of wine left. No, it can't be you, Yan. It's not you who drank it. Say it's not you. Bang! Gu Jiao's little head hit the table. Gu Yan. He wanted his brother-in-law to get drunk and send him to his sister's room. However, his brother-in-law didn't get drunk, but his sister passed out first. It's over, it's all over. Gu Yan sat down on the chair dejectedly. He let out a long sigh and also hit his head on the table. When Xiao Heng came out, he saw the two little heads on the table. Senior servant Fang was changing the bedding in the east room, so Xiao Heng had to send Gu Jiao back to the west room first. He would move her over later. Gu Yan said sullenly, I'll ask Beansprout to make some hangover soup. The hangover soup was quickly sent over, but before he could feed her, Gu Jiao knocked it over and spilled it all over Xiao Heng. Looking at his sister's drunken appearance, Gu Yan knew that there was no way to save the situation. He shook his head helplessly and went to the backyard to light the firecrackers. Xiao Heng's body was covered in hangover soup. His clothes were thick enough so they weren't hot, but they were wet and uncomfortable. Moreover, when the cold wind blew, he would feel cold. He could only change his clothes first. He looked at Gu Jiao and said with amusement, You're so drunk. Gu Jiao was indeed drunk. She didn't know that the little benefit she had been longing for was right in front of her. Xiao Heng stretched out his slender hand and gently untied his belt, then took off his winter coat and inner clothes. His plain white inner clothes were also wet and stuck to his firm muscles. He slowly took them off, revealing his fair skin, exquisite collarbones, broad shoulders, tight chest, and smooth waist and abdomen, which were full of masculine strength. Gu Jiao suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at a certain someone's firm muscles and attractive body, she couldn't help but whistle in her heart. Wow. Chapter 529. Xiao Heng's shirt and pants were wet from the hangover soup, so he had no choice but to change out of them. When he finished changing and turned around, he subconsciously glanced at Gu Jiao, who was a drunken mess on the bed. Gu Jiao's sleeping posture was a bit. Well, it was hard to explain. Her face was flushed, the quilt was kicked, and the pillow was crooked. She spread out her arms and legs and lay on the mattress with her head tilted to the side. Young master, I've cleaned up. Outside the door, senior servant Fang said. Okay, I know. Xiao Heng agreed. Xiao Heng came to the bedside and looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping in such a strange posture for the first time. He inexplicably felt strange in his heart. Then he looked at Gu Jiao's lips. Wait a minute. Is this girl drunk? Or is she dreaming? Why does it feel like she's drooling? Xiao Heng took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her clean. Why does it feel like this girl is smiling even in her dreams? Gu Jiao was drunk and couldn't stay up late, but the rest of the people played until midnight. Then little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan lit firecrackers. Not only their house, but the entire hutong was lit. Even so, Gu Jiao didn't wake up from her beautiful dream. Her husband is so beautiful and has such a good figure. It's the best I've ever seen in my 2 lifetimes. So good looking, so good looking. In her dreams, Gu Jiao hugged the small quilt and rolled around on the bed. The next day, Gu Xiaobao woke up the earliest. He was hungry and wanted to drink milk. Madame Yao fed him milk, so he didn't want to sleep anymore. A 3-month-old baby couldn't sit or crawl, so he could only accept his fate and lie down. His clothes were especially thick. However, Gu Xiaobao was used to it. He did not cry and just licked his fingers, letting Yao Shi sleep a little longer. Last night, when the firecrackers were burning and crackling, he had been obedient. Later, when he fell asleep and was woken up by the firecrackers, he did not make a fuss. He ate his fingers and coaxed himself to sleep. When Yao Shi woke up, Gu Xiaobao was still licking his fingers. Such an obedient child really melted Yao Shi's heart. Madame Yao dressed herself neatly and went to the central room. Yu Ye and senior servant Fang also got up. Soon little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshan also got up. The 2 of them sat in the central room in a daze. They did not know what Gu Xiaoshan and little Jing Kong were talking about. Both of them looked at the door of the west room. After a while, Xiao Heng came out of the west room. The 2 of them stared at his right foot. Gu Xiaoshan used his elbow to nudge little Jing Kong's arm and said in a low voice, I didn't lie to you, right? Look, it's healed. He had discovered it yesterday, but he forgot about it because of Gu Yan's interruption. This morning, he pulled little Jing Kong along to verify it. Little Jing Kong stared at his bad brother-in-law's right foot and carefully observed it for a while. He nodded and confirmed seriously, yes, it's really healed. See, brother-in-law is healed. As soon as Jiao Jiao came back, Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Jiao would call each other elder sister when they were together. But with little Jing Kong, they would call each other Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's address was never affected by Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. It could be said that he was strong alone. Brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong called out to Xiao Heng. He walked over and raised his hand to touch Xiao Heng's body. When he realized that he could not reach it, he moved a chair and climbed up. He stood on the chair, but he still could not reach it. You come down a little, he said. What? Xiao Heng asked. Come down a little, I have something to tell you, little Jing Kong said. Xiao Heng decided to give the little monk some face. He bent down slightly and looked at the little monk at the same level. What's wrong? Little Jing Kong reached out his small hand and patted his shoulder solemnly. Brother-in-law, you finally overcome the obstacle and become a normal person. I'm really happy for you. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Xiao Heng squinted at the little guy and asked, What exactly do you want to say? Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said honestly, I want to increase the rent. Xiao Heng was speechless. When Gu Jiao woke up, the whole family knew that Xiao Heng's legs had returned to normal. They all thought that Xiao Heng only recovered this morning. Madame Yao and Yu Yer did not say anything. After all, it was a happy occasion. Madame Yao also calmed down after thinking for a whole night. When she first learned that her daughter had married a crippled scholar from the countryside, her heart was filled with pain. Her daughter was the daughter of the Marquis. If she had raised her daughter since she was a child, she would not have married a crippled and poor boy. She had once had such thoughts as well. The reason why she accepted it was because she had never raised her daughter, so she had no right to criticize her daughter's choice. Secondly, she liked Xiao Heng's character. She comforted herself that her daughter might not have a better life after marrying a better man. As long as her daughter was happy, she had no regrets. However, this son-in-law of hers gave her a big surprise. Not only did he become the top scorer in Yuzhou and enter the Imperial College, but he also came out on top in the Imperial examinations and became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. His only regret was his legs, but now even this regret had disappeared. How could Madame Yao be ruthless enough to find Xiao Heng to settle accounts? As for her daughter hiding the fact that she had escaped death several times at the frontier fortress, she was more distressed than harshly scolding her. The young couple did not know that their crisis had quietly passed. Gu Jiao came out of the east room and found little Jing Kong sitting alone on the threshold of the front yard. He was small and his mushroom hair was neat and tidy. At first glance, he looked like a lonely mushroom growing in the snow. Gu Jiao walked over and bent down to look at him. Jing Kong, what are you doing here? Little Jing Kong turned around and looked at Gu Jiao. I'm waiting for Shifu. When he said this, Gu Jiao remembered that little Jing Kong's Shifu would celebrate his birthday with him every year. He also came last year, but he did not meet with the others. He left little Jing Kong's birthday gift, a deed to a house in Liang country, and then left. Gu Jiao sat down next to little Jing Kong and asked, Your Shifu didn't come last night? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded, but he was a little depressed. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and said, It snowed heavily in Zhao country this year. Your Shifu is old, so it might not be convenient for him to go out, or he might have been delayed on the road. Because little Jing Kong always called his Shifu, Gu Jiao's impression of him was that he was a little old man with a white beard and a hunchback. In this kind of weather, even a strong man would have a hard time traveling, let alone an old man. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and felt that it was not impossible. Compared to him, his Shifu was indeed quite old. So his Shifu might really have been delayed by the heavy snow. Do you miss your Shifu a lot? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, a little. Little Jing Kong was an honest child. Gu Jiao paused and asked, Why don't you write another letter to your Shifu? Little Jing Kong curled his lips in disdain. No, he didn't reply to the letter I wrote to him last time. The more he talked, the more it showed that he cared about his Shifu. He was a very affectionate child. His Shifu picked him up and raised him until he was 3 years old. In his heart, his Shifu was like a father, right? Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong, How about this, when I reply to Ningxiang's letter, I'll ask her to go to the temple and ask if your Shifu is well and if he went out. Okay. Little Jing Kong did not refuse. Gu Jiao curved her lips. What's your Shifu's name? Little Jing Kong said. Liao Chen. Gu Jiao nodded thoughtfully. Judging from his Dharma name, he must be an enlightened monk. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and spread his hands. I don't know if he's enlightened or not, but my Shifu is indeed very tall. Gu Jiao adjusted his image in her mind, from a little old man with a white beard to a big old man with a white beard. Gu Jiao finished writing the letter in the afternoon. The courier station in Zhao country was open all year round, but the letter was sent slowly during the Lunar New Year. Gu Jiao could send it to the courier station every few days. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the long-awaited news of the Gu army's return to the capital finally came. The weather was beautiful. It snowed heavily for 3 days, but it cleared up on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. The golden light shone on the earth, and the imperial city was an auspicious sign. When the people heard about the return of the army, they waited on the streets and at the city gate. For a moment the crowd was surging and the crowd was boiling. The imperial guards had to use their bodies to block the excited people. The people could not rush out, so they could only stretch their necks. The uniform sound of horse hooves and armor came from afar. Under the bright sky it was deafening, as if they could see the golden spears and armored horses on the battlefield. It's the Gu army. The Gu army is back. A tall and strong man shouted loudly. The crowd became restless. The people who were not satisfied with being stopped by the roadside pushed each other forward. The imperial guards used a lot of strength and gritted their teeth to prevent the people from rushing out. Although the war did not spread to the capital, the people still got a lot of news from the frontier fortress through the official reports of the imperial court. When they heard that the old duke and the princess of the imperial court had fallen into the hands of the enemy, they almost thought that the tragedy of Zhao country losing to Chan country 10 years ago, and then sending Commandery Prince in as a hostage would happen again. But the Gu army won. Not only did they win against the remnants of the previous dynasty and the army of Chan country, but they also protected the princess of Zhao country. They took back the lost cities as quickly as possible and annihilated the invading enemy forces at the smallest cost. They were the soldiers of Zhao country, the heroes of Zhao country. Tang Yueshan's leg injury had basically recovered. He took the lead and walked in the front. Before leaving the capital, he still had some fat on his belly, but after the war it was gone. He lost a lot of weight, but he was very energetic. He wore dark armor. He had a strong back and a bare waist. He had a powerful aura. Behind him was Gu Chongqing, who was also riding a horse. Gu Chongqing wore a silver armor that flashed with cold light. The white cloak behind the silver armor fluttered in the wind. He wore a helmet and the iron visor of the helmet was lowered. The commoners could only see his eyes that were as cold as knives and his valiant figure. Who in the capital didn't know that the Ding and Marquis Shitzi was handsome and elegant? But when he was a military officer in the army, he was too unreasonable. So he gained the reputation of being a cold-faced Yama. But it was this cold-faced Yama that protected their Zhao country's mountains and rivers. The crowd burst into fierce cheers. I heard that Gu Shitzi is not married yet. What, you want to marry your daughter over? It's not impossible. Your daughter is only 3 years old. Eh? Who is that person? A young man pointed at the young man wearing silver armor behind Gu Chongqing. When did the Gu family army have such a young general? To be able to walk behind Gu Chongqing, it was reasonable to say that his position in the Gu family army was not low. But when the Gu family army left the city, they also came to see. The two commanders on the left and right as well as the generals were much older than Gu Chongqing. This young man was clearly younger than Gu Chongqing. Between his eyebrows was a bit immature. The people guessed for a while but couldn't guess who he was. In the end, an imperial guard in front of the people couldn't help but say, "It's Ding and Marquis Fu's second young master." Ding and Marquis Fu's second young master? Everyone was shocked. Didn't Ding and Marquis Fu only have one son who knew martial arts? The other young masters were all said to have never practiced martial arts. Even the youngest fourth young master was a sickly invalid. Aya, that person looks like Gu Chengfeng. At this time, a student from Qinghe Academy recognized his classmate. Coincidentally, Gu Chonglin was standing right next to him. Knowing that grandfather and brothers were returning, he couldn't wait at home and came to the city gates to greet them. He knew that second brother had also gone to the frontier, but he didn't think that second brother would go to war. He thought that second brother was worried about grandfather and ran over. He wouldn't be able to help at all. Heavens! Chonglin, that person. It can't really be your second brother, right? That student from Qinghe Academy pulled on Gu Chonglin's sleeve. He didn't dare believe his eyes. The other person's killing intent and heroic spirit was too shocking. It was completely different from his impression of Gu Chongfeng. No, it can't be Gu Chongfeng. It must be his eyes that were playing tricks on him. Gu Chongfeng wasn't that powerful. His classmate couldn't recognize him, but Gu Chonglin wouldn't make a mistake. That young soldier who had the qualifications to walk with his eldest brother and receive the praises of the people was clearly his second brother. Gu Chonglin's heart received 10,000 blows. So his eldest brother and second brother were this powerful. Only he was a good-for-nothing. Chapter 530. The old duke's carriage and Princess Ning, Anne's carriage returned with the three armies. The old duke's limbs were broken. Even if Gu Jiao reconnected them, he wouldn't recover so quickly. He went straight to the duke's mansion after entering the capital. Gu Chongqing and Tang Yueshan escorted Princess Ning, Anne's carriage into the palace. The emperor was very excited. Not only was he excited that the three armies had returned, but he was also excited that Princess Ning, and who had been separated from him for so many years, had finally returned to his side. The emperor first went to the imperial study to meet Tang Yueshan, Gu Chongqing, and the other generals. He generously praised their performance in this battle. When the court is held, I will reward all of you handsomely. Awarding meritorious officials was a big deal. It was related to the people's hearts and the prestige of the royal family and the Zhao kingdom. The imperial edict had to be announced in front of all the civil and military officials in the throne room. I dare not claim credit for myself. Tang Yueshan cupped his hands and said solemnly, I defeated Yi City and caused the imperial army to lose nearly 10,000 soldiers. I am guilty. Please punish me, your majesty. Then he lifted the hem of his robe and knelt down. The emperor walked around the desk and helped him up. General, you don't have to do this. Victory and defeat are common in war. Besides, it was an ambush set by the remnants of the previous dynasty. When we left the capital, no one expected the Chan kingdom's army to invade the northern border of the Zhao kingdom. If Marquis Xianping were here, this might have been over. But Marquis Xianping was thick-skinned and shameless. Tang Yueshan couldn't get over it. He couldn't accept his own defeat. He felt ashamed. The emperor had a headache. How could he punish him? Tang Yueshan did lose in Yi City, but it was 10,000 soldiers against 80,000 soldiers of the Chan kingdom. Who could win? The emperor wanted to scold Tang Yueshan. You are too conceited. Why do you think you can win against 80,000 soldiers? Do you think you are the Yin kingdom's war god, Xinyuanli? Even Marquis Xianping didn't dare to boast like that. However, the emperor could only think about these things in his heart. It was not appropriate for him to say it out loud. For the past few days, he had been pondering his mother's way of using people. He had figured out a lot of things. For example, Tang Yueshan's conceit seemed to him that he was not without merit. Tang Yueshan's conceit came with his actions, not his words. He would work hard for it and he would be stricter with himself. Tang Yueshan was the reason why the archers of the Tang family were so famous in the Six Kingdoms, even on par with the archers of the Yin kingdom. There's no need to punish me. You've just made a great contribution. If I punish you now, wouldn't it chill the hearts of the soldiers and the people of the world? Tang Yueshan said bitterly, I'm ashamed to accept it. Please punish him, your majesty. Grand Marshal Tang, please don't make things difficult for his majesty, said Gu Chongqing indifferently. You're a meritorious minister, so his majesty punishing you is not a wise ruler. If you really blame yourself, why don't you go and receive your punishment yourself? I think Jiao Jiao's acupuncture punishment is pretty good. Tang Yueshan immediately shut his mouth. After leaving the palace, the two of them mounted their own horses. Gu Chongqing was about to leave when Tang Yueshan stopped him. You'd better clean up your mother's mess. Gu Chongqing frowned and looked at him. Tang Yueshan said, your mother is a member of the Ling family. If she's a spy, haven't you considered the possibility that the Lings are spies as well? Gu Chongqing was silent for a moment and said, my grandfather has suspected this possibility, but he's been investigating the Lings all these years and hasn't found anything. All he knows is that my mother went missing when she was very young and was found a year later. Tang Yueshan asked suspiciously, you mean the Ling family's daughter had been replaced by someone else at that time? Someone with a similar appearance, your mother? Gu Chongqing nodded. Based on the evidence my grandfather has, this is the most reasonable possibility. Tang Yueshan pulled the reins. I advise you to keep a close eye on the Lings. It's better to be safe than sorry. Now that I know your secret, I'm half your accomplice. Don't drag me down with you. Gu Chongqing said calmly, if that day comes, just pretend you don't know. Tang Yueshan laughed. Who can guarantee that you won't expose me? Gu Chongqing did not bother with him anymore and left on his horse. Tang Yueshan shook his head. Young man, you have a bad temper. At this moment, a few palace servants were carrying shopping bags back to the palace and accidentally bumped into Tang Yueshan's horse. The horse neighed in fright. Tang Yueshan flew into a rage. Are you blind? Do you have a death wish? The palace servants were speechless. On the way back, Gu Chongqing was seriously considering the situation Tang Yueshan mentioned. He ignored Tang Yueshan because he and Gu Chongfeng would never expose Tang Yueshan, unless Tang Yueshan betrayed them first. During this period of time at the frontier fortress, his grandfather had told him a lot about his mother. His grandfather had been worried that there might be other spies in the Ling clan, so he had been investigating the Ling clan in secret. However, he hadn't found anything. There were a few servants and maids in the residence who had been found out by his grandfather after old concubine Jing's affair was exposed, and they were dealt with one by one. In his opinion, the possibility of the Ling clan being suspicious was slim. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Tang Yueshan was right. It was never a bad thing to be cautious. After returning home, Gu Chongqing ordered a few secret guards to keep an eye on the Ling clan. Then, he went to pay his respects to old Madame Gu and Marquis Gu. On the other hand, the emperor went to Renshou Palace immediately after meeting Tang Yueshan and Gu Chongqing. He saw Princess Ning'an, whom he hadn't seen for many years, in the warm room of Renshou Palace. Princess Ning'an was still wearing the clothes of the frontier fortress. She had just met Empress Dowager Zhuang, and her eyes were red with tears. It had been 20 years. She was no longer that charming girl. She was now a married woman. Time and the sandstorms of the frontier fortress had left traces on her face. Her face was haggard and her figure was thin. The emperor almost didn't dare to recognize her. Where was Ning'an, who was as beautiful as a peach? Where was his innocent and carefree sister? Where was the little girl who held his arm and always complained that he didn't have time to accompany her? She was gone. Gone. The hardships she had suffered in the frontier fortress were all written on her face. Not to mention that she was a princess of the royal family, people would think that she was a woman of the common people. The emperor's heart ached as if it was pricked by a needle. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was always calm, couldn't help but tear up. Your Majesty. Princess Ning'an sobbed and knelt down to salute the emperor. The emperor held her and didn't let her kneel. Get up. Princess Ning'an shook her head with tears in her eyes and insisted on kneeling down. I should kneel. Ning'an is guilty. Ning'an was blind. I married the wrong person. I let the wolf into the house. I brought war and disaster to the people of the Zhao Kingdom and the frontier fortress. It's all Ning'an's fault. Ning'an deserves to die. Big drops of tears fell from her eyes, splashing on her wrinkled dress, and splashing on the polished floor. The emperor held her shoulders tightly, his throat swollen and painful. Don't say it. Don't say it. Princess Ning'an couldn't hide her self-blame. Ning An has to say it. Mother and your majesty tried to stop Ning, and again. Ning An was stubborn. Ning An didn't listen to mother and your majesty. Ning An deserved death. The emperor looked at Ning An's tears and felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. You are my sister. I won't allow you to say such things. What happened back then is already in the past. You were also used by others. It wasn't your fault. You mustn't blame yourself. Imperial Mother and I have never vented our anger on you. Don't belittle yourself. Quickly get up. The emperor pulled Princess Ning An up by force. Princess Ning An was sobbing. The emperor looked at the 12 or 13-year-old boy sitting in the wheelchair. His eyes moved slightly and he asked, "This is..." Princess Ning An turned her head and said to the boy, "Xianer, quickly greet your uncle." Compared to Princess Ning An's breakdown, Huang Fuxian was much calmer. He didn't shed a single tear. Nor was there a trace of sadness or excitement at the reunion. He just stared straight at the emperor, as if he didn't know that such a direct gaze was very rude. "Uncle," he called coldly. This greeting was neither warm nor respectful. Whether it was as an uncle or as the ruler of a country, the emperor couldn't possibly be satisfied with this greeting. However, the emperor had always been endlessly tolerant of Princess Ning, and so he didn't care about Huang Fuxian's rudeness. The emperor's gaze fell on Huang Fuxian's wheelchair and he asked, "What's wrong with Xian Er's leg? Are you injured? Have you called for the imperial physician?" Huang Fuxian laughed coldly. "Xian." Princess Ning An's expression became serious. "Don't be rude to His Majesty." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.